nice move up there for Apple recently. There's that bad wick, so we obviously didn't get that high. But 216, maybe the best we're ever going to get on Apple right there. Remember, we took this trade with 15 cents or so worth of risk. So we are now out of about half of it upside. We'll get out of another piece here if we can. But that's what we're doing. We're trying to watch out for all of these plays. I think Big Bear AI, you were talking some meme stuff as well. That got to that 770. Looks like it didn't do too much down there, so we'll have to wait to see where that one winds up going now.
I forgot to mention Webull.
Yeah, oh yeah, Webull.
Webull was a name that we didn't really get to in our rundown. It just tried to go breaking out the highs and pull back. Remember in the afternoon, Webull was easily the biggest moving stock, I mean, by a long shot, because there wasn't really much happening, but it just failed the breakout just by a little bit here. So I don't play the continuation unless you're starting to make some higher lows. And at the open, the first thing it did is start to head to the downside. NEO, that will end up being a flat trade. The plan on this was going to be it breaks and goes one direction without going back. If I get in again, it'll be some kind of a trend trade. I just took the pre-market low break, and then the second it was back above the pre-market low, I just punched out. So I was able to get 4 cents and then lost 1. Open is continuing to fall. Down 17 points. It was just a break of the 250 level. We've scalped into 230, and I'm gonna hold on. I'm still holding about really under 20% of this thing. So at the end of the day, I've scalped most out. We'll see what the next move is. It could be the volume weighted average price, which also sits at 250, happens to be where we got in. AMD, it broke that 157. Got to 158, and then now it's underneath VWAP, underneath 157. Yeah. The market's looking a little bit weak. So I'm not rushing back into the longs just because I happen to like it early. It was a good breakout trade, but like a lot of other things, starting to come back in on some weakness here in the market.
Yeah, we're...
that can't be right.
I was trying to watch Webull as well, not doing too much right there. I mean, remember, the reason why we bought some Apple here is, man, we just dipped down. I got to get rid of that wick. That's ridiculous. Oh, to be honest with you, maybe I'll do that right now. But that's that 213.50 right into there. We wanted to buy some 214s. We did get that wick bottom. I'm going to clean that up and show you a different chart for now. Okay, so we just got some more out there. Webull, it's nothing exciting right now. Our average price is the 200 period moving average, which is fine by me. I mean, that's generally where we want to buy these things, but at the same time, maybe that support is also becoming resistance. So we get another piece out there as we break and try to break above. We get some more out at 530. I'm not sure this is what it's going to be today. So I'm trying to back away a little bit from all of that. Yesterday, we did have a dip down in Broadcom, right? And you just talked about AMD and things like that. So Broadcom falling out yesterday. Nice move, right? 282 down to 272 this morning, and now we're trying to get back upside as some of these chip names are starting to go. My whole day right now is just relying on Apple, so let's wait to see what winds up, because I have about double the shares in Apple that I do in Donut, and Donut's a $5 name. So we'll wait to see if that can get going. A nice move back up here into the 50s again, so let's take an opportunity to do that and get some more out. So we will do that there at 85, at 48. Amazon, I don't know. I don't think we got a couple things off Prime Day. I don't know, nothing too crazy. But right into there, I got my mother and my parents a thermocell, which are those
nice
mosquitoes and all that kind of. They have a lot of. They always are entertaining, and it's like, you know what? If you're gonna have people over, don't let them get West Nile virus.
That's better than my buy.
Coming through right there. We got a bunch of other things.
Dude, I bought these like ankle whatever. Weights. It's for like plantar. It's essentially like compression socks. Specifically for plantar fasciitis.
Back, didn't you?
And then I went out, did a run, got to the track, and was almost doing like sprints. Forgot to put them on and felt great. So I'm like, I don't even need them. But so if anybody. No, I'm not going to return them. I'm sure I'll find a use for it because they were cheap.
You might need them again at some point.
No, that's the thing. It's whatever. Like, I'll probably need them at some point. They're compression socks. I can use them anytime. Look, this market is not looking that crazy good, but the bounce is happening. Like, if you look at the NASDAQ, we wick down, and we could be regaining the low in here. So maybe looking for a resumption in that trend in AMD, but it's still under 157. So I said I'm only long over 157, but the NASDAQ's trying to come back. I'm just still in open. My next bid is at the quarter. I'm sitting actually at 25 instead of like 26. And then I have a bid at 222 because I love the number 22. And this one continues to trend into the downside. That's about it. GameStop, apparently, is that the meme stock that's going? I thought this only moved when crypto moved. Bitcoin is doing absolutely nothing. Every time I look up, Bitcoin's at 118,000 or within a couple of $100 of it, and you've got GameStop going to the upside. Okay, maybe it's this. Although I also saw cost is to the upside. Meme stocks galore, but the market looking a little weak, everybody.
Yeah, you know what, man?
Cost, that's got to be
I'm thinking about a short now. So we just got out of our Apple there as it broke lower. So we'll basically, we'll make money on it, but you know, we gave back our day goal there, of course. I'm just thinking like now if the market's gonna break a little bit lower, we just tried to get there. I just tried to short the NASDAQ and missed it. So maybe we'll start it right here in the 60s, but oops, that's not the NASDAQ. This is the NASDAQ right there. So we'll go short a little bit. Anything you're gonna ever see some purple ticks, that'll be short. There it is. Okay, so this is what we wanted to do. Again, watching out for this 200 period moving average. Look, I mean, some of the momentum names are a little dead right now. We did talk about that, right? We've talked about some of these meme names sort of coming off a little bit, and then Google tonight. So that's been a name that's been really ripping as of recently as well, and that's coming back down to the downside right now. We have Tesla making moves. Tesla's actually made a move higher. We do have new home sales coming out soon, I believe. Is it new home sales or?
It is, yeah.
Oh, existing home sales. Oh, sorry. Let me double check that. Hold on one second. I'm just going to check it right now. As we have our economic list, existing home sales expected 4 million right now on existing home sales. So right now there goes the TQQ. So this looks like a good idea right now as well, as it's trying to get a little bit lower. So we'll short the NASDAQ right here, and we're just short here. I'm going to get something out near this area, get something out at 53 if we can make a little bit of a move down, and then that low is 40s, and then we'll see. I don't want to, you know, we had a huge move yesterday in the housing stocks as, of course, Donald Trump talked about the capital gains potentially not counting there, whatever that was yesterday for new home sale or for existing homes that are sold. I think that helps out names like Home Depot or things like that as you can improve your
Some
house.
of them are giving it back a little bit though.
Yeah, I don't know. And there was earnings, right? And so you have to watch out for that. And then just quickly, I'm not averaging into this D now. We're down 30 cents. It's not really doing too much. We've seen that sort of the steam is out of these names right here. And if we can dip by into this area, maybe we should do that. But my stop is still 470, and that's been the low. So we'll average it in right here at 490. And then if it breaks lower off of that, then we'll just get out, man. And we'll be like, okay, we took a shot and we got dunked. The Dunkin' Donuts. What is Dunkin' Donuts symbol?
Don't be talking donuts, man. You're just gonna make me more.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. All right, BBAI.
Just very quickly here, the market is pulling back underneath that pre-market low, so overnight support. So we are still heading downside. Look, I was looking for block here to sell the news. I was thinking it was going to pop up and then we could fade it. It just dropped at the open. Remember, block added to the S&P 500 as of this morning or as of last night. Doesn't really matter how you want to look at it. It's in, and the sell the news seems like it's on. It broke right back through 80. I might look to VWAP, but I want to be short this. So the next bounce upside, I'm going to look for a play off the volume weighted average price, if not the 80 level, for a short on this. Open is starting to bounce here off the quarters. So we went 250, not to 2 even, but to 2 quarter. And 226 actually is the low, and I was sitting at 225. That's why you bid 20. That's why you bid 26, not 25. You even heard me say it on a stock like this, because it goes to the quarter and it's an obvious level. The evens have held on these, so why not the halves and the quarters? We're short at the half. If it comes back down, I'm going to try to get some out underneath 30. Not at the point that I want to reload this. Yesterday was you could hold it almost all day long. And as if cost is halted to the downside.
Oh, cost.
So it's, it's a meme day when cost went up for about 5 minutes and then is halted down instantly, indicating a 685 open, then it's going to open even lower than this. So just be careful with these meme stocks. When you start to see a few of them fail, the one you're looking at could do it as well. So I'm staring you in the face, whether it's GoPro. What is GoPro doing? Yeah, look at GoPro.
Let's go.
Right to the downside as well.
Yeah, let's go right here, man. Bang, 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 as we got the futures. So this is a nice move downside here on the TQs, finally starting to get going again. I'm not sure if you and Obi were trading the futures at all, but we're back. I love trading this right here. So there it goes, man. Nice move down. Let's trade this market, man. That's what we're here to watch different names. We've got some meme names going on. We've got Donut. We lost on Apple, man. Apple was an interesting play for sure. It was up and then down. Like, we're up on Apple. I shouldn't say, sorry. We didn't lose on Apple. We're up on Apple. It's my largest stock right now, but now the TQs is definitely getting spicy. And there it is, man. Nice move down. Yeah, let's go spin that right there. We did get stopped out of D-Nut, though, as that's downside, but we are green today, ladies and gentlemen, as there it comes to the downside right now for the futures. Nice move shorter as we just flipped it up. The minute that we failed right there on the NASDAQ, we had to. Miss you too, Danny Q. Glad to be back in the spot right here. It's hard to fill OB's shoes, that's for sure, but we're back right now. There it goes. Yes, yes, yes. Bang, right there, nice little move right there for the NASDAQ, because we've got the top of that most recent move. Wasn't the top, was 86.90s, but we got a pretty good price here at 86.72. So there it goes, man. Nice downside play. So we went from making our day right here off the open long to now making our day short off of this play. Unfortunately, though, we do have D-Nut that cracked. So that was the one that went a little bit lower. We'll let that one settle down. I'm going to cancel my bull and my Big Bear AI breakouts because it looks like it is going to be a short day. And oh boy, like I was saying, I'm not sure. Did you guys trade the Qs at all? Maybe. Oh,
no, there was way too much. At the open yesterday, it was... basically every single stock you could look at was outpacing the market. Yeah. The Qs, this is a stat Brennan gave. We hadn't had a 1% plus day in like 19 in a row. So there was like outsized moves so much. Yesterday,
this is not even a big move.
Held short on open, and it's like the same thing. It was a short at open that you could hold all day. It might be the same thing again here today. Top VoIP, I want to get to CoreWeave in a quick little second, but we did get a super chat that I wanted to jump to. Rob Newland, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Alex Upshur as well. Thank you for the super chat. ABAT I have not looked at, unfortunately. And David, we will be looking at Webull at some point. But the longs that I would have considered aren't looking that good. We appreciate all of you guys. And eagerly, we are all waiting for Tesla earnings as well. I'm with you on that, Rob. I don't know if I'll be trading Tesla in here today, though. This market heading downside. Looks like we're breaking those lows. But Tesla, as mentioned, bucking the trend. It's about to break the high of the day. Maybe this is where the strength is in the market if you happen to be hunting for it, but I'm looking for a short and block before it gets too far away from any kind of entry that I can grab. So block right down underneath at 80. It's holding right at 79. This might give me a chance for either a flat bottom break through 78.5 or just a short off 78.25, or sorry, 79.25. We like the continuation. Sell the news event. You go into the S&P. We saw this with multiple names that the day after they just head right back in and fill in some of that gap. So I'm expecting the same sort of thing here on block. We don't have. Yesterday we had shorts on this stock. Today apparently I have to pay.
All right, right now, I guess, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure and the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Obviously, get educated about what you're doing because some of those levered products definitely have something to say about decay. And for short term, as we just described, definitely check them out. Beta Pro. Thank you, Global X, for that. Palantir, I mean, I was over there and I should have bought it, man. It's kind of a little bit embarrassing. 148.65 is where I have my bid. We dipped back in and we got 148.82. So we should have had this trade long as well, PLTR, but we do not have it. So there was the mistake right there for Palantir. Does make a move back into 148, now making it right back up into the 200 period moving average. Remember, we got some good outs there on the short side of things, but the market has tried to make a little bit of a move back here. That's Palantir on the daily right now. Nice move higher into 155. That's kind of what we wait for. Let's see if it wants to actually break something and get going one way or the other. But for right now, Palantir just hovering around that 150 mark, which is good. But let's let it settle down. It's 950 already. Wow, this day kind of got fast a little bit there. 170 top for NVIDIA, but yeah, we had written down 168 as the bottom, and we didn't quite get there, so we're trying to be patient. I am bidding 168.25, so shout out to everybody checking out that sticky note, as it looked like it might have been okay down there if you took a shot, but not super low. And the other one that we're looking for today was Amazon, down there near 226. So, you know, we'll wait to hear. I mean, that big deal for Nintendo, for Japan, we looked at Nintendo. Toyota Motors was another one that Neil brought up. That's up 12%, but fading now as well. And then end phase off of a report last night, we wanted to go short on through 39, well, at least look at it. Yeah, and that 39 short was good, man. That was the pre-market low. So I'm not afraid to do anything like that. The spread was a little bit too big, but it did give us, I guess it was even better than one. It was about 39.20 or so, that pre-market low break, and now you're in about $1 on that one if you did have it. So yeah, end phase giving out some good trades there as well. So I think as long as you have proper risk management today, you're probably okay. Nothing's been too violent.
Well, the other thing too is there's so many names worth watching out here. What I want everybody to do is, hey, if we're not covering what you want, or if there's a symbol that you think is hype, then get in the chat right now. Hit the subscribe button, because it's the subs only chat, and then type $ and then whatever ticker is moving for you that you think is the best, or just what you think is maybe whatever you're trading, or it could be something that you're curious about. So $ and look at these. You got QBTS, TEM, D-Pro, HIMS, and HIMS had a huge run yesterday. Kohl's, good luck with Kohl's. That was crazy. Marvell, SoFi, Amazon, they're starting to pump in. So keep them coming. We'll check back in. You can see D-Nut, it makes a lot of sense that D-Nut's going to be there. Of course, there's just so many jokes I can make off that. Archer, Tesla, so it's going to be fluid, but right now, D-Nut taking the cake. We'll check back in to make sure that we're covering everything that you guys want us to. And I did see a few times there, HIMS popped up. Load, thank you very much. HIMS continuing its squeeze. So I guess the squeeze is in, you look left and it goes right. Remember, HIMS 52. 52 has been an absolute brick wall of selling on this stock, and it's going there right now. Like it's trying to break it out. So shout out to everyone for bringing this one up. This local high here is about 52. Let me get it exactly. About 52.15. So just above the 52 level is your next place of resistance here on HIMS. I'd look for some kind of a pullback off there, join the trend, maybe it clean breaks. I don't know. I'm going to manage that open. It looks like it's catching another bid into the volume weighted average price. Let's see if I can get a reload. If it does a topping tail like this again, I was able to get some out there at 30 like I said I would, and then if we get a nice little topping tail reversal at VWAP, I'll look to reload this and play the trend for the rest of the day. Once it breaks 250, I'm out of this stock. And finally, AMD is starting to look better. Took the break above 157 on AMD. It's held the pre-market lows, been waiting for it to show strength off that price again, and I'm not you know what, I'm just not compromising with this. 157 this is the area. If it's not above this, I don't want it. So when I play it over under, then I got to make sure that we're holding above this, especially on that 15 minute. If we close above and now we're back above 157, this is where I want to jump into the long a second time here on advanced money duplicator today, hopefully up only 1.5%, but that's better than the market.
Way better, yeah. No, that's exactly the kind of stuff you're looking for. I'm trying to go short. Oh, we do have a new position right now with Webull. It fell right into our lap here, so this is kind of what we like. Instead of buying dips right away, we did get a little patient here with Bull. We wrote down 1650 on our sticky note, so we're long here at 1665. I mean, if it does break through 1650, then we can get out. I mean, if we're looking at this trade, we're just looking at it right here, that little break, that's 1640. So we'll buy some more down here. I mean, for me, the memes haven't been that great today. We only had D-Nut, but I'm going to put a stop order in right now. Cancel my other one, and if we do get some okay, and here it goes. If we do get some 1650s, that'll be even better. I'm going to stop out at 1639 if it does break that. So far so good here. Let me get something out at 74 if we can. There it is. Immediately get something out. Then we'll go. There we go. Then we go into the 80s, and there we go again. Let's spin that money right there as we make back a little bit here of what we gave up on Donut. We make it back on Webull. Big trade here for me actually on Bull. I mean, we waited for this one, and here it comes. So a couple more outs. Nicely done here on Bull. And again, if you're looking for somewhere to check in on and see what some of these notes are coming from, I mean, I'm right here. It is the sticky note. It's right here. We have Webull right there, 1650 for the long. So we actually talked about that. I want to thank all 2 grand of you. I didn't really refresh it. Maybe it's a little bit more for checking that out, because there it goes right now. It's your big trade alert, I guess, for me, Webull, because it's starting to go. So there it goes. Let's see if we can get 92s right now. Not bad, man. We'll take 40 cents or so here, or 30 cents or so if we can get it on a $16 name. The NASDAQ looking to reload again if we can get something up here around 86.70. I still want to play the short. I mean, until we really get some of these momentum plays to get going again. I know Neil just mentioned AMD, which has been really nice. That's for sure. But some of the other names, pretty weak, right? I mean, you're talking about the market here.
Tesla's not bad.
No, Tesla was just at 335. That was actually a really nice one.
Google's a problem.
There. Apple getting clapped right now. Did Google finally go back up?
No.
Right,
Low of day breaking as we speak on Alphabet.
Yeah, come on.
Yikes.
Webull. Yikes for that one. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, if we could just continue to trade this, we get some 94s. There we go. We get some 94s again there on BULL. So, hey, no bull over here, man. This is what we're doing. We're shorting the market. We're going long on Webull. What's up, Tia? What's up to everybody else as well? That GE Vernova.
Let's go, GE Vernova.
Yeah, the only thing I have of this one is from the split, but I haven't bought any more of it, so I don't think I have that many. But there it goes, man. Nice move there on earnings. And again, someone's got to power all this stuff. And there goes GE Vernova. Nice move there to the upside, as there's a lot of traders talking about that. And yeah, missed opportunity for sure today. Up $31 or more. Where did we even open? We were up more than that. $5.90 to $6.30, $41. Nice move to the high side plus as we get going.
Check out the daily on that thing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was looking at.
Vistra
right
too.
Straight there to the upside. Should have bought some more of those names, of course. But we're in Webull. Let's check out what SoFi is maybe doing. And we will do a double check. I mean, thank you, everybody, for hitting the like and the subscribe. And thank you to my main man over there, Fabian, for building this thing. I mean, how sick is this? What an addition since I've been last year. We just had the names. Now we've got all these cool logos going on here. Now I can figure out that's Quantum's logo. Okay, so now we get a little more educated here. The biggest of the bears is right here. We like that one. Big Bear AI hymns and D-Nuts. So this is it. So let's click on this and see what happens. So there it is right now. There's a price chart. Wow, look at this guy doing all this work. We like that one. So we got 15 submissions. He's cackling in my ear because this is all working. So thank you, Fabian. We love that. The volume rate, everything. Wow, great job on all of this. Wow. Fabian, wow, okay. Nice move there. But anyways, type it in, $, whatever you want. This will adjust, but right now it's gonna be hard to take this out. We only have 18 submissions right here, right? So 18, 17, you guys can get this going. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, get involved into our chat, and Neil and I will continue to look over at those names. But for me right now, it's a print factory on the futures. So we're gonna take this, if we can get some 22s, we'll be sitting on 22s back home, but right now, we've got 86.20 on our mind right there. I just bid some 22s, right there, see if we can get that. No one has 28 in trims, do they? But we're gonna get something out at 28 then. We just missed it. See, sometimes by bidding, you miss trades, and we shouldn't do that. Sometimes we should just punch out instead of sitting here. If you bid or offer on our platform here at Real Trading, then you're gonna get rebates. But that doesn't matter. Like the fact that you were looking for 22s and now it's at 32, losing 10 cents, the rebate is 0.1 or 0.2 of a difference, like 0.1 of a cent. So it's not like it's a huge difference. We probably should have taken better care of that trade. But if it falls back into 28s, we are bidding 28. So see if we can take a 41-cent win on this one and take out a little bit more. We still have half or so of this position, looking to get a little bit lower here in the futures. Remember, pending home sales coming out. I was going to say Brendan's at the desk, but he's not.
Existing
so we will
sales,
existing. Sorry. So we will drop that for you guys, as soon as that comes out.
That's right. We're going to do our best. We're going to obviously big shoes to fill for Adara, but we'll make sure we get all the news for you as it comes out. It is just existing home sales, and I think we have crude oil inventories at 10:30. Obviously, and then we have, I think at 1 o'clock, there's like a 20-year bond auction. Just a quick update. Open held on to the last 10% here just to see if we could do it all day long. Yesterday, you could short it at the open, and pun intended, and it just continued to the downside on that break. I don't mind getting back in, but if it does this move, I'll just wait for it to get into VWAP like it did last time. So good little move. But you only got a 10% move on this. Yesterday, and this is going to happen on this every single day. Like yesterday, it went down like $1. But each day, the volatility is going to decrease. Like the break the other day was ridiculous, and then a little bit less, and a little bit less. So you take what you can get. I did finally get into block as it consolidated off the lows at 79. If I can't short 80 and it consolidates at 79, then I'm going to short the 79 into the low of the day. I got bids into yesterday's lows, so I look for a sell the event after block got added to the S&P 500. Market looking relatively weak. As I said, if I find something that I love into the long side, great. But open was fantastic. I got one scalp trade on AMD. And then obviously block here, we're going to hang on to the short trade, just trying to keep it pretty simple because nothing else is really setting up the way that I liked. I looked at NEO for that continuation.
10 seconds.
Didn't want to do it. It just broke down and then small move, unfortunately. But about 5 seconds to go, and then we're going to get these existing home sales.
All right, we're huge on the TQs right now as we continue to go a little bit lower. So here we go, we're looking for 4 million. We'll get that for you in just a second. We are bidding 8603s right now, near the low of the day. I might also just take something out right now. 3.93 million is what I'm hearing in my ear. 3.93, lower than the 4. So bye-bye, ciao. There it is. Spin it one more time as we get to the downside right now for everything. Nice move lower right here. We are buying NVIDIA down here at 168. So we're going to give this to 167.75 or so. Right now we will buy, oopsies, NVIDIA. I just got to put that stop order in because I put it on the wrong stock here. 167.74. We'll see if we can get a flatten on that one just to make sure. I got to make sure that I have the stops in, because if I do not, then it could be obviously disastrous for your boys. So we're not going to do that right there. But a nice move down there for the TQs. Oh boy, man, this is going to be, once again, shout out to Obi for the oh boy comments right there. So we are long Webull right now, which is huge. Webull's a big one, man. We're back, by the way, to our daily goal. So there it is right now. Nicely met. Once again, it's 10 o'clock. But we do want to make sure that if you are looking to trade futures like this, especially on the TQs, but you want to trade proper futures, NASDAQ, SPY, even Bitcoin top one futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They're giving traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, either instant funded, your challenge, or your pro account, and start trading your way with real payouts and a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards, hopefully, your next payout. And oh boy, Neil, there it is again. Yes, sir, man. NVIDIA paying off one more time as we just follow our rules. You know, we wait. The number one trade idea here on the note, and I guess you guys didn't get too much of this reference, obviously, in the last week and a half, but there it is right here, man. It is your sticky note, and it is NVIDIA 168 long. So we're long NVIDIA at 168. The market is at 168.70 right now goes NVIDIA. So a nice little long there. Webull comes right back in, which is kind of interesting. We did get some out there at the 50-period moving average. We have half. Exactly half of this position on. So if it breaks lower, we'll still be up, but obviously it won't be a hurrah trade because Webull has stopped. But we will celebrate, of course, NVIDIA as there it goes up through 168.70. That's where there it is. Nice little out there again. Back up to the 200-period moving average. So there we go, man. Big trade alerts, basically. Lost on DNUT. And that's kind of okay with it. I mean, maybe we'll go long again. Let's wait to see if these meme stocks want to get going. Webull's been really good. And then obviously the number one name here for myself will be exactly that, the TQs. And we've talked about that a little bit as well. So we'll put another bid down here in the 10s and we'll see if we can get a little bit lower. Again, existing home sales, Neil, down.
Yeah, disappointing.
3.93, but NVIDIA is not disappointing, nor are the futures.
No disappointments here either. Like, and again, it is about sticking to your plan. And if it doesn't set up in your plan, then you don't take it. You know, block, we wanted short for a sell the news event. That worked. Open at 250s worked. I mean, the only thing, of course, is going to be NEO not doing anything. But at some point, you knew NEO wasn't going to go absolutely ham every single day. There are meme stocks going. I know not every one of them is working to the upside. I just showed you cost. Virgin Galactic, of all things, just broke the high of the day because why not? Just a caution for everybody. Almost every single one of these meme stocks has reverted and looked pretty nasty when it comes back in. So I'm prepared for any kind of topping tail or trend break to try to grab one of these short. And $5 on space would be an interesting place to look. If it goes another 10%, I'm going to double check. That one we have to pay for shorts. So we'll have to get borrows on that. XYZ, which is block, just bounced off of yesterday's bottom right here. So there's your resistance to 78.5. We're able to get some out in the bottoming tail wick. And if it breaks this prior high where my stop is, great. We'll have to stick to our rules and get out, but we're able to finally get into that short. I do still like the fintech names in the general sense, but I still think it's more of a sell the event in this particular case with XYZ. AMD still not giving me any feels on that long trade. And I keep seeing in the chat, there's a lot. I haven't traded Krispy Kreme yet, but that is a heck of a reversion that it put in. Look at the trend break down at 460. If this can do a full V shape or at least half of it and get to VWAP, this could be a place to join it. I did want at least one of these memes to try to go. But now that it's washed out some of the sellers, it could make some more sense off the volume-weighted average price for sure. And I see HIMS is still going, but unfortunately, you know, this one, if you had to be early on HIMS. It didn't feel like it was going to be the one today. I don't even know what the catalyst might have been for it, if there even is one. And now there's nothing standing in the way of a 54 break. I hate breakouts when you're sitting there at the 50 period on the daily, but this seems like a reversion to me on HIMS. I'm going to put a 1 minute chart up on this one and try to sniper it.
Yeah, we're sniping things, man, left, right, and center right now, boys. Yeah, nice move there for Ed. Video all the way up to the 200 period, getting some out right there. D-Nut. Fabian's like, let's get some of these traders to send us in some D-Nuts right now. But if anybody wants to send in some Krispy Kreme donuts, that's fine. But right now, nice move back up. Neil was talking about it, so we did want to talk about that. Yeah, there's one pretty close to here, actually. All right, INTC as well.
I'm down with that.
Coming through. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't make any money. That donut is my only red stock today. So we have Apple, green, Webull. Yeah, about it, man. I just posted out there, wow, Webull. I didn't even notice this one. Let's go, everybody. How you doing, everybody, right now? Wow, that's a big trade alert right there. I mean, the two, like we just talked about, staying to your plans, there's no better thing to do. Right now, if you're a trader, you're gonna want to look for some notes, right? There's NVIDIA 168 right now. That is, of course, not as much in the money. That did go 90 cents. Webull right there, 1650. Now at 1710. We'll wait to see what Amazon's doing. Let's have a quick little check-in on Amazon. But there's that 1650 on Webull, right? Just came in again, actually. We missed it. I was looking at, of course, the futures. And then our futures trade, where we flipped up that game. You know, we flipped up this game short because we were initially long on Apple. Apple's still, though, my #2 overall stock today, which is pretty good. So we'll have to wait for that. It looks like Webull trying to say something about that right now. Everybody wants to see what's up to everybody in the chat. L87P. What's up, L87P? Right now, HIMS, yeah, is going off right now, right there. So it does have that blue pill today, up $55, looking to break through 54, 55 bucks right there for HIMS. Nice little move. If we zoom back out and see, man, not much going on right there on this level because you've already broken. So if we just go back a couple days here, you can see what HIMS has been doing. There's that break, probably worth looking at 52. Oh, okay, what's that? That goes back to the 14th right here. 53 and change. This might be, if you're long right now on HIMS, you may want to think about trimming some of that position, as we've been up here before, only for it to fall back in again. So watch out for that one. Yeah, man, that's too bad because we had written down again, we nailed this donut trade. We wrote down here on D, we lost on it, but we wrote down 475. We just didn't give it enough room, so we'll have to wait to see if that comes in. And then let's just check out Big Bear. The only name that I thought halted was Cost today, right?
Cost halted down, yeah.
Ooh, Big Bear AI, because still want to go up through.
There's another small one that halted, but
775. Yeah, small one. Okay.
AAPL.
Maybe they thought it was PayPal.
It's Pineapple Financial.
Oh, yeah, we heard that.
We know that name. No, but it's halted multiple times. Its liquidity is suspect.
Yeah, okay.
Is the best way to think about it. It's halted multiple times and it's just trending down. I don't think this is the one that anybody is hoping is going to take them to the promised land. It's been selling since the open. Unless you have paid for locates on this, there's pretty much nothing for you to do. But we don't have to pay for locates on HIMS, at least last I checked. So if it breaks this trend, I put a 1 minute chart up. Usually I have a 3. The second it breaks this trend line, I'm going into the short because it's at that resistance level we talked about. We're out of block and we're out of, I don't mind getting back into open, but this is the one I'm looking at here. But I'll probably try to get back into open short after that was so good at the bell. I hate saying at the open with that stock, but the last couple of days you can't avoid it. So this is what I'm watching for here. It's because HIMS is at resistance at that 50 period. Once the trend breaks, and I've just drawn a trend line from the volume-weighted average price bounce pretty cleanly here on the 1 minute, try to snipe in. It's one of those, you might miss it on the punch, and if you do, I'm not chasing it too far underneath that trend line break, which would be about 53.30 or so. Market's trying to head back to the upside, but AMD is still not breaking the little downtrend that it's on. And this is what I'm watching. It's one of the stronger names, up 1.5%, but you can see the volume-weighted average price, resistance, lower highs. If it can break this downward trend, I jump back into advanced micro devices. That's what I have on watch. I love the fact that AMD is relatively strong, but at some point the market could just end up so weak that it doesn't matter.
We wrote down, yeah, I don't know. The market's fine though, down 0.2 right now. We are still short the market, but again, guys, we only have about 10% left. Well, we have a little bit more. We have about 15% or so, left of the TQs. So there it is, man. Okay, if it falls back in, let's take another bid here. I still think we have a lot more to go, actually. Let's just hold off. Let's get a little bit lower into 86, and then we'll just hold on to it. 86.02, we'll build right into there. That is the low of the day. We basically have this move, so we're pretty happy with it. Let's talk about something that might happen again. What about Big Bear? We wrote down 775 for that kind of a break, so I still think I'm here for that. That's that break right there. We'll see if it gets going. It hasn't been going today. It's up 3%, so it's nice, but it did travel back into those lows, and it held the 200 period moving average. So, you know, if we've learned anything, maybe that's something that we'd watch out for. As you can see here on Big Bear AI, 200 period was okay yesterday. Once it broke it, it finally got going, and right here we held it. So good dip buy opportunities for that potentially. I think I like the breakout a little bit better than trying to play some dip buys. So we will wait out for Big Bear AI and see if that can come through. XYZ, which was Block, was recently been added to the S&P 500 and NASDAQ name, I guess now. YXZ, that's why it's not working. XYZ, it's still New York, yeah. I typed in the wrong symbol. So right there. So we're going to have a quick little look at see what this is doing today. There it is, XYZ. Okay, down 0.5% right now. As there's the gap up, 72 up to 80s and change. So I would say you're looking for this to break, man. 77.50 back in to the downside right there for XYZ. Enphase, we talked about some of the solar names getting hit a little bit, and there goes Enphase. Wow, what a good trade that was, man, off $39 short. Again, rewind a little bit. We talked about that short, but talking about something is one thing and taking it is another in this world. But yeah, nice move down there for Enphase. I said if you are going to look long somewhere in the solar space, why not have a quick look at FSLR? That was good early and bad late. Again, that was only if Enphase was running. I mean, Enphase is going to the downside, so we'll look to see a continuation short there for First Solar. Let me check back in to see what's going on here with our friends in this market race that we have here. Thank you to Fabian for building this thing again. Let's have a quick look. This thing is so cool. Get into the chat right now. We want to thank all of you for watching right now. I have over 9,000 right now, so you got to get those like buttons going upside as well. Hit that little thumb and get it going on your screen. Only 911. Ooh, that's not a great look there. 911 likes. Hims, Big Bear AI. Ooh. Tesla out of nowhere. Tesla right now making the little bit of a run up right there. So space, you talked about Virgin Galactic already, and we'll keep going longer. But there's Tesla right there, up 0.5% right now. Day's high. This is today's high, right? Yeah, 334.48, the low of 229, 329 and change. So not a huge range today for Tesla, but it's Hims, Big Bear AI, Tesla, Archer, AMD. Oh, space is now on this side as it just flips back and forth, so that's pretty cool. GoPro as well. So yeah, some few names there as a stock visualizer, it's called. I like that as well. But that's First Solar. Yeah, Webull near its highs again. We nailed that one. I'm just kind of chilling right now, you know, waiting for something else to drop. The futures continue to drop down, and oh boy, do we have that one. The biggest trade by far for me today are these futures, and we're going to watch out for that. We are not reloading NVIDIA unless it comes back in like severely, which it basically did, and I don't know why we did not get that. We should have had a 168 there on NVIDIA, so that's strange that we did not. But yeah, we'll put another bid down there on NVDA, and there goes the TQs. Take another bid. It just went below. We'll take some out here at O's again, so there it is. We take that fill. Nice move to the downside for NVDA. We're just kind of stockpiling right now. We're going to look for more opportunities, but for here, you know, I don't see too much. We do have a super chat there. We do have a super chat. Siesta Mike, shout out to you, $9.99. I love the interesting prices. Welcome back. Major day short Enphase, off to the beach. Where are you at? What beach you going to, Mike? Let us know. That's awesome. We're not going to any beaches around here because I don't consider the beaches in Toronto real beaches. It's like we got the beaches, but it ain't the same thing, man. Like there's good sand and there's we do have and there's rocks. Fresh water. No, we got fresh water. I'm not like I love. You're not gonna have great beaches, but you're not gonna get. Look, you're not gonna get the same thing you will south of where we are. Let's just leave it at that. Obviously. So I sniped into Hims, but it just caught a bid at 53. So we're able to we're short at 38. Got some out in front of 53 even. But the second it makes this breakdown here, I move my stop from the high to the current bar. So if it breaks 53.5, and again, this is
This is something that I've changed in this reversion strategy. You've seen it probably a few times if you were watching the last little bit of a week. You make that trade, and it's like, okay, it's going into the high. I'll put my stop at the high of the day. But once it shows me a bid at the first resistance, I'm like, okay, that's too strong. Tighten up the stop. And that way, if you get it right and it goes to VWAP, you get a big trade. But if it immediately catches the bid and resumes that trend, you take a small hit. And I think when we saw this with Open or any of those stocks, if you're going to take your shot, just do it that way. And allow yourself a better chance to get into it again instead of getting blown out, like trying to force the short and something like that. So that was my shot in HIMS. We'll end up flat on it because I took it a second time. And yes, John Manzoni, Antigua has a beach for every single day of the year and is absolutely fantastic. And NBA MVP, Shai, SGA, both his parents Antigua.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Antigua, of course, and shout out to Boston. We had a great time there. It was nice to see some people down there, as we had said. I did not eat at Crumble Cookie, but my kids did. I've never been there before. It was really cool.
What's the deal with that?
You make the fresh cookies there, man. You just order on an app. My daughter got the churro one, and my son got cookies and cream. And yeah, it was really great. Great to be back here again. And oh boy, there goes NVIDIA again, man. Nice move back upside. So yeah, we are excited to be into some NVIDIA again. Webull starting to go. Everything just working out for us here today, man. I mean, I don't know. Like you had just said, they're in and out of HIMS and hers for yourself. We've traded a lot of names, man. We've traded Apple. We got out of the way of Apple. That was good. The fact that we're still up on Apple and it's PL number 2, actually Webull overtook that. That's still pretty impressive. I mean, I feel like that was really good management there of risk. And then Webull off 1650. I mean, that's what we wrote down. So we're really happy with that one. We had lost on DNUT, but if we had held it, we would have been okay. But again, I'm not being that irresponsible. So we'll get out. That's our only losing trade. So Apple, Webull, NVIDIA.
Awesome.
I mean, that 168 write down right here as your number one trade idea seems to have been something special for that, because I just wish we would have got the reload, and I just missed it. Dave and Buster's right now trying to go higher as well. There's existing home sales. We had that come out at 393, so that was a little bit lower. So we can have a quick look at some of the home sales numbers, but there it is right here, man. We're here for trading. 168 long right there on NVIDIA, 1650 for Webull. Those are the two big trades for me today, and then DNUT lost 475, so we got stopped out of that one as well. And then Apple, we didn't even have it on our radar, but we took it anyways. Sometimes those are mistakes, and you shouldn't do that, but we're okay. All right, there's NVIDIA, man. Put that one into the club. So here it goes, man, trying to break it back above. We'll take something out here around 169 as it's trying to go meme crazy a little bit right now. We do watch out for the TQs as they're trying to make a move back upside. Maybe we'll just start to clear this out. We'll take another bid right here at 32 if we can get in. There it is. So we are now very, very light on everything pretty much. Let's just put this stop out right now. If we break through that 50 period moving average, 86.46, we'll stop out of 100% of that one. I'm just going to fix up all my stop orders, but it's been a good day. Yeah, no rust or anything here today at all. Just coming back and doing the same thing that we always do, man. Look for levels, trade our game plan, and hopefully do a lot of this for all of you out there as well. Thank you for the super chats. I hope some of you tailed these trades. I mean, all the ones that we had put out have been cash. I mean, this NVIDIA trade and the Webull one were really, really big. The DNUT, we'll just wait on it. But yeah, other than that, man, we didn't trade Toyota Motors or anything like that today, but that was another Japanese name that we
Yeah, Toyota, look, those names obviously, anything that's going to be listed out in Asia, at the end of the day, you tend to get the bigger moves over there. Toyota's up 13%, and it's actually holding pretty well to the upside. You could trade it, but it's done 800,000 shares here. I don't know the exact number it would have done overnight, but certainly a heck of a lot more volume and volatility, no questions asked. And you have to have your style of trade. I told you what the risk plan was on HIMS. To me, I'm going to stick with it. At the end of the day, that's what allows me to be. The way I look at it is if I'm flat on this trade and it goes all the way down, I have to ask myself, what if it went meme crazy and I was fighting the stock still? So it is coming back into the volume weighted average price. I think the more important thing is just watch out with these meme-ish type of names if they get into a resistance level, because you're seeing all these turns at sort of obvious places. This has been holding the 50 period moving average. Obviously, since they had their most recent flush, and this is all related to Novo parting ways with them, it's been riding the 50 period on a bounce. So all the buying has been slowing down right at the 50 period moving average on the daily chart of HIMS, and that's exactly what happened in here today. Which one?
You loving Lucid?
Off 280 again?
Beautiful bounce. Just like boom.
Come on, chart.
Are you liking Lucid down here?
I don't know why.
Okay.
I didn't see the news today, but it was just
I saw some Lucid Airs actually.
It was a couple of days. It was a couple of days ago we had the big news, but I don't know if there was news this morning on Lucid.
What was the big news?
I'm looking for it.
Oh, what was it a couple days ago that Neil mentioned?
I forgot.
What was it?
Here, we'll get the exact story for you in a quick
Okay,
little
no one
second.
remembers it.
You know what? I got to refresh my. I haven't been hearing much in my ear.
Yeah, no, there's been nothing going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna restart my service there. No, but there was a buyer at 280 the last couple of days on Lucid.
Okay.
But it didn't get anywhere near that today. If it had bounced off 280 again today and we didn't get it, I'd be kicking myself.
Lucid expands charging options with Tesla network access for air models.
No, they had an
may have to use that
they had
mic,
an Uber
my guy.
story. It was a partnership with Uber a few days ago. But I had the exact story I wanted to be able to get for you, but it had to do with.
I'm in.
Yeah, it had to do with Uber.
I'm in. Randy, can I grab another Java? Yeah, why not? Why not?
Cup of Joe.
Cup of Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, so
can you program something in for me using Java, please, immediately?
Yeah, it was Uber partners with Lucid and Neuro for a 300 million push into self-driving. That was the headline. It was just a partnership with Uber, which Uber's got that infrastructure, man. Like everyone's gonna want to team up with them because, heck, if you can get if you go autonomous, you can get a small portion of Uber drivers instantly wherever you happen to open up, then that gives you instant revenue when you're gonna have big capital expenditures going into anywhere. But look, the stock's not really doing much of anything in here today, unfortunately. What can I say? If it was moving, great. Lucid has squeeze potential. I'll double check the short float in a minute, but I'm pretty sure it's still double digits over there on Lucid. Oh, we didn't get our VWAP on AMD. Breaks off 57, holds the pre-market low. This one's on a clear trend to the upside. We only took the 57 break at the open. I'll get rid of that wick. I can't zoom out. I'm just gonna stay zoomed in. 57 a key level. You can pull out to a higher time frame and be able to see it. But all the chips got sold off. TXM's report was okay, except for guidance. And it looks like the market's trying to buy back up the chips after selling them heavily at the open in yesterday's trade. So I'm going to be long in front of VWAP or anything. I want a higher low in here to continue the trend. AMD up 2 points into a weak market. There's the best way to be able to show you the 57. I think we've got room to get to 160 today, and I want to play in the stronger of the chip names for sure. I know that MU is going. This one got beat up. I want to say the most yesterday, and then held the lows all day long when everything else was bouncing. So it'd be a pretty big deal if the Micron can get above the 110 hump. The thing about Micron, it has this tendency to get, when the sector gets beaten up or when there's cyclical moves, these guys are just, they overreact to it big time. Maybe there was too much exuberance in this name on the run up. This has been downward trending for a hot minute now compared to the rest of the chip names. And the 110 level is also the 50 period on the daily you got to worry about.
Okay, so we are getting some more out of Bull, and now we're looking for Big Bear AI. It looks like it does want to try to break. We're going for 775 if that can break right there. So we'll wait to see if Big Bear AI can break, and that's what we're going to be doing right here again. So off the most recent news, I mean, we get that Japan-U.S. trade deal. You can see the ES and the NASDAQ both relatively flat right there as we hear that Japan's going to pay 15% tariffs pretty much across the board there, and include a $550 billion investment package from Japan into the United States. So we feel like Toyota Motors gets a nice little bump there as some of these Japanese auto stocks get moving again, whether or not this means more infrastructure being built here by these Japanese companies in the United States to produce these vehicles over here. But I think that that's really interesting there. Toyota, Honda trying to build these markets back up there today as the Japanese market making moves. Is it EWJ? Right there for iShares Japan. So, if you want to look at this one, again, nice up. You don't see this happen too much for the ETFs. EWJ right there for Japan, breaking out right now, taking out the highs. What a great break trade that would have been in and around $75 as the United States gets that. Thank you so much, Randy,
thanks, Randy.
for that one. And then we got a tech shakeup there today as well, as Texas Instruments, Randy, finally bringing it back into the downside. And we say that is that they've been so hot as of recently, some of these chip names, but there goes Texas Instruments making a move down on soft Q3 guidance. Despite having solid Q2 numbers, both on the top and the bottom line, they make a move down. That is, of course, Texas Instruments to that downside.
Because the midpoint was like 152, and they got so the midpoint was 148, and the expectation was 150, and that's 11% down. Everything else was a beat.
You can't miss, yeah.
Well, you cannot. You miss guidance in this market when we're at the highs.
Yeah.
You get clapped, man.
People want to know what Randy's job is. He's infrastructure, IT, plumbing, carpenter, chief coffee runner, data centers, family man.
Mr. Clean, apparently.
Yep.
The white tee as well.
Got on the black jorts today. I mean, this guy's everything, man. Mr. Bitcoin, Mr. EV.
I like those.
But yeah, honestly, we don't know what Randy's job is. So shout out to Randy. And
I got the Allbirds. They're so comfortable.
Those are good.
Yeah.
oh yeah, I got on the
What are you rocking?
yeah,
Is that what we're doing? I just realized we're not even showing.
the Jaw Morants, the Jaws.
Okay.
Allbirds.
So old man Jaws.
I just
No, I like those. Those are comfy. I gotta get some.
It's all about
I gotta get some comfort. I gotta get some comfort as well. Right there. So, all right, yeah, good job on that one. Thank you, Randy, for all of that, and a little bit of a shoe check for the day. I've got size 13s right there, but all right. So there it is, man. Texas Instruments again, that downside play, and then we did have some news coming through again today with the meme stocks, right? I mean, costs again was always going to be on somebody's radar whenever we have this is 30 or 40% short float, so that's going to be something that we continue to look at here on the show. Nice move to the downside right now, 640, 650 for KOSS, so watch out for that one. Krispy Kreme donut, another name that was running around today. Not much going on now. We took a shot. This is my only red stock today, donut, and we're going to go 5-1. So that's DNUT downside play as well. And then I wanted to look. I thought Beyond Meat had a chance of going. Yeah. Remember, we still are waiting for BBAI to do something. Beyond Meat was going early, and now it is down. It's Big Bear AI, the one that I'm waiting for to break through 775. It got pretty close to doing that as well. And then, of course, we're in the money 60, 70 cents, 80 cents or so on NVIDIA, depending on how, what minute I'm looking at it right there, as that's trying to get a little bit higher as that one continues to move. And then, honestly, man, I mean, in the world of Bitcoin today, we don't have too much action going on right now. Bitcoin hovers near that 119, 118 area, and it continues to just sort of be hovering, I guess is the right word that I just used there, as we'll wait for the next shoe to drop. I mean, I've been out of it for a little bit. I wonder what that next sort of indicator will be for Bitcoin. Will there be something happening, with some of those stable coins, as we looked at Circle? Had a huge move yesterday.
I think what usually happens is Bitcoin goes first, and then all of the memes go with, all the altcoins go with it. And I think once those settle down and pull back, we can resume what's going on in that name. I'm trying to get rid of this. I can't even get rid of this wick because it's not even saying it goes down. I'm trying to fix this AMD chart so I can show yesterday, but that wick is being very, very annoying. It just lost the volume weighted average price. So the original breakout, good, but if we're under 57, I don't want to be in it. And I just got to remind myself, I like a 3-minute chart as opposed to a 1, so I'm going to switch that back. But we just lost 157. My over-under was at 157 on this stock. And if I'm playing the long, I'm favoring the long because it's relatively strong, which means I want it to be buyers above 157, which is a key price level for sure. But apparently Wolf is going nuts in here. I guess this is this has done 30 million shares. I'm not going to make the assumption that there is no catalyst here. What I'm going to do is I just want to double check. I know it's got a huge short float. The number I have for a short float on this thing is 74%. These are all just estimates, so look, it's gigantic. It's a huge short float one way or another, and I'm not really seeing much of anything in terms of news on this for Wolf, for a catalyst. I'm going to double check and check the old Twitter machine or X machine just to see if we have anything going on with Wolf. It looks like a big time power move. And there's not a heck of a lot in terms of big levels outside of the even $2 was kind of big over here. Now you're going all the way back to April. And on the way to the upside, 250 as well. So about the 250, 265 area. There's room for this to go if it's breaking out the 2 even. And someone's chasing it to the upside. Oh goodness, this is going to be one heck of a reversion if it turns in, for sure. I want to see if this chaser, someone's walking it up at 1. No, they just pulled. Yeah, I don't want this long.
Here goes BBAI.
Someone just pulled the offer at 199.
All right, so we're long right now on Big Bear AI. Let's just see what winds up happening. I mean, finally the break comes in for us. I mean, it could break back against us, of course. 750. I'm trying to find out, like, once you're into something, you want to try to make sure, like, where your out is. It's not really blasting off of here. We got 776. It broke 75. We marketed in, and it didn't move at all. So, not super happy with that. Let's put our stop in now. Let's see if we can get. I mean, it's only 25 cents. Let's see if we can get 25 cents back there one way or the other. As yeah, that kind of sucks that we're not really moving too much here on Big Bear AI. But you know, we could get going, and if we do, I mean, some stop areas there. 790, I think, would be a decent area. What's that little wick bottom? That's 80. Okay, maybe we'll put out like 10% at 85 if we're lucky enough to get something like that, and then we'll wait for a little bit higher after that and see if we can get in and around that 790 area, and then we'll just sort of hit it from there. I mean, again, another trade that we take from the sticky note. It's Big Bear AI. It's a long, and we're going to see if it wants to go. So that's what we're trying right now. We almost have, again, a dollar club on NVIDIA. Again, another posted trade for us. I mean, we posted bull at 1650. It's at 1720. We're long at 1650. We posted NVIDIA at 168. We're long at 168.25 as that's trying to go back up to the upside. I'll take out another little bit here on Webull because it's not breaking through 1720 at all. So actually, that's right where that V was. That VWAP? No, that's the 200 period. So let's just punch down. We'll take out some 14s and 15s right there again. So here goes. Come on, Big Bear AI. Honestly, we'll take something out here at 79 if just because it's ahead of 80. But that's not really a great trade. Actually, you know what? Where's my cancel that? There, I'll cancel the 79. We don't want to take 79s. All right, Amazon. We wanted 26s on. Let's see where Amazon is. Okay, it's 228, but where was the low on AMZN? Not a New York stock, of course. Its low wasn't anywhere near there. The market continues to go a little bit lower. We are huge now. The futures continue to make that move lower right now. We almost got stopped out. Our stop out was just above 45. Now we pull back a little bit, so let's go back over into the TQs and just bid some out now because we do get this little move down. We'll bid some 22s, 23s. There we go. We grab that out of some Webull, and then we'll just have to watch out for Big Bear AI. Again, it failed. Didn't go. So if you guys are playing momentum, this one failed. We can wait to see if it gets a little bit better, but for right now, we've got to let this one try to settle down and see if we can get something going on right there. We're going to be all good, man. We have one losing trade today. That, of course, is D-Nut. And after that, man, TQs is huge. NVIDIA, obviously, talks for itself. We could wind up losing on Big Bear AI. And then Apple, for some reason, we're in on that. Apple's still my number 2 name. Webull's pulled back a little bit, so we're still up on Apple. And then other than that, man, same old thing. As I wanted to, we're going to go over to Neil in a second, but I just wanted to quickly talk a little bit about crypto here because I know a lot of you are interested in many of these meme names, of course. So we'll just look in here quickly. There's Bitcoin right now finally breaking through that 118 level. So now 117.99.99. It's on sale. You know when you see a price tag, it's like, you know, it's $17.99 just to fool you. Because you don't think that's $18, do you? No, you think it's $17. So right there. So 117,000 now for Bitcoin, of course. And then Ethereum with a nice move as well, up just 14%. Wow, over the last 7 days, great move there. Binance Coin, a name that I'm not invested in, so we never really talk about it, but BNB making a move as well. Solana, nice to see that. Although I like that better above 200 like it was for a minute there. Dogecoin, 24, that's nice. Cardano was over $1 at one point as well. That's wrapped back in as well. So some nice moves. And then, of course, we all love it. Shout out to my XRP army. Hey, man, I was live on the show buying this thing at 220, and so that's really good. We're really happy that we have done that one. And then finally, as we leave Big Bear AI alone a little bit, it's trying to get back upside right now. So there it goes, man. Again, let's just say awesome so far for BBAI. We'll take out a little bit here at 81s. We are waiting for 84s, but there it goes, man. We're just sort of stacking it up now at this point, whether or not it's meme stocks, futures, big cap, small cap. We've got it all here for you at Trader TV Live. I hope you're enjoying the program, and I hope I'm doing Obi some respect here filling in for him.
Yeah, great job for sure. And look, I saw a lot of people, look, there's no news on Wolf, and I know a couple of people said that they sold. I know I said it really, really fast, but as it was going into two, when you heard me say, oh, I'm not going long, and I actually paid for shorts, but just not fast enough, there was a buyer for several 100,000 shares on this candle to the upside as it was trying to break two. As it made the break, that order, I didn't see it get filled. It looked to me like they just pulled. Either way, it was gone from 99 and it failed the $2 level. But I didn't pay for locates. By the time I'd pay for locates, it was already 10% to the downside. But as far as the meme stocks go, they've been doing this. It's been dip and rip, rip and then dip the other way around. Dip first was on open. This is starting to come back in. This for 3 days in a row, and I don't know if it'll do it for a fourth day. Open has been a really great trade off of the open. Whatever, there's no other way I'm going to say this. But it did finally break back to 250. It looks like it's resuming its downward trend. So I'm going to jump in. It's breaking down through a flat bottom at 35, but the problem with that is you need an uptick to get the fill anyways. So I'm just going to sit here and hope that there's an up. There you go. And when I say this, it's down 19% today, which means the uptick rule is in effect. Down over 10%. That means if you want to hit the bid to go short on this stock, the last print needs to be two set upside. So just a resumption trade back into the low of the day. I simply was looking at the 250 level to $2. It only went 10%. Yesterday, you got a heck of a lot more taking the same position off of the open. It went all the way down. It went from 380 to straight to 280 on the open push. But I would suspect that volatility is going to decrease over time on this kind of a name. But all the meme stocks are going to be like this. They only go for a little bit. Take your profit and run on all of these. That's why I want to scalp into the low of the day. And then we'll work on to the next trade after that. AMD still looking relatively weak, unfortunately. And Pranet in the chat saying anyone in Lockheed? I don't know. I hope not, man. I know it's up 2 points, but couldn't you just be in Northrop? They both report. You have two names in the defense sector that report yesterday. One of them gets destroyed, and the other one goes up. I don't even have a Northrop Grumman chart up, but I know which one I'd prefer just on that reaction alone. The good news for LMT is it's trying to regain this monster 420 level on the daily chart. Still in a downward trend. I mean, look, the chart speaks for itself here. It might be a good value, but at the same time, you can probably pick up a better name in the space. And on top of that, let it settle down. One up day after a move like this, I don't know if that would make me super confident here in Lockheed. As I said, Northrop much better on their report.
And if you guys are looking to chart any of said names, please use eSignal. Scan that QR code right there on your screen right now. Trade smarter, not harder with eSignal. Again, the big thing about eSignal, for me anyways, are the screeners, right? I mean, all those scanners giving you sort of trades that have been popping off. I'll show them to you right after this, but make sure you do scan. You get your first month free if you are interested in joining the charts that Neil and I use and all that kind of love. Join us right now with eSignal. We want to thank them for, again, sponsoring this segment of the show. So thank you to eSignal for that. And I mean, it's just like right here. Here's the trade rate that I was just talking about. I've just sort of, you can see I've been sort of scanning around with it. There it is. So you guys brought to our attention. Wolf is right on here, one of the #1 names as well. This is trade rate. So these are stocks that are sort of going hard right now. Wolf, Tesla, Open Door, NVIDIA,
Look at this thing.
LBRT, yeah, exactly. So we just talked about that. Neil has that up as well, but here's LBRT up 13.25, now trying to go 17%, so that's on there. PLTR down to 148 again, okay. Obviously Donut, Wolf, and so on and so forth trying to go. So this is a good one, LBRT trying to go. So yeah, this is what we're talking about. Big Bear AI 771 dancing around as well. So yeah, that's eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code, get involved. Again, like as we mentioned, with eSignal and join us today on all of that. Big Bear AI does go back down through 770. Not much happening though for me on that side. We are not really taking anything out. I did change though. We're going to get out if it breaks 760. I'm not going to give it all the way down to 750. We talked about it getting played back into VWAP. So let's just respect the VWAP level right now. And if it does hit out for us, great. If not, great as well. We'll get out at 760 if it does break down below that. Obviously, it's not great if we get stopped out, but that's part of the game there. So we get some out at 80. We got out about 15%. That's it. So this is a losing trade right here for Big Bear AI. Let's wait to see if it goes. And I heard Neil mention, like, when memes start to go, you want to get out. So let's not be too patient with it. If it does break down below VWAP, then we do want to get out of that stock again. And I mean, just some of the other notes there. We did have the Nikkei yesterday climbed over 3%. So when you're looking at stocks in Japan, and again, on that deal, we still wait. We've got Brendan's at the desk. We've got news in our ear as well. So if there's anything blasting off, although my Benzinga just disconnected, so I don't know what's going on there, but we're waiting. So 4.5% there for EWJ. We did see the Nikkei jump 3%, so more movement this morning in Japan. So if you guys are over there, look out for some love in the Japanese market. That could be going. India as well jumped 540 points, which was a nice move there for the Indian stock market, as that's been super hot. But yeah, we'll just wait around, man. I mean, honestly, this Webull trade, we're in and out of that one as we get going. We maybe can look at some SoFi or something like that, but no better of a time than, as we just talked about, some financials with Webull, Robinhood, and SoFi. Let's go over to Brendan at the desk and figure out what sectors maybe we need to be watching. Sector watch.
Hey guys, yeah, mixed board to deal with as far as the S&P 500 is concerned. Was just reading a note on this one, actually. It didn't really move on this, but CVGW, just a heads up, thinly traded, but short note out on that. JCap Capital short on CVGW. That's how the overall market's shaping up right now. It's worth noting industrials faring much better than the rest. Boeing to the upside this morning to the tune of about 0.8% right now. Remember, part of that Japan deal is going to see Japan buying a whole bunch of Boeing planes going forward. So they're benefiting from that news this morning. GEV as well standing out 12% to the upside as well as GE. There's Google coming up tonight. 0.6 to the downside. Tesla downside ever so slightly as well. NVIDIA standing out here. If you remember, if you were with us in the pre-market, we were talking a little bit about TXN and that forecast that came up on the wrong side of things, maybe hitting some of the semiconductors. Broadcom is negative. Some of the others, there's TXN 11% to the downside. Some of the others, though, QCOM, AMD, NVIDIA, all higher. Banks higher across the board. XLF looking pretty good so far today. Healthcare stocks as well standing out to the upside once again, 1.2%. Eli Lilly leads that, along with Merck, 1.6%. Everything else there or thereabouts. There's Tesla, 0.2 right now. What's red to start, guys?
Yeah, red to start, and now just barely green is Tesla there. And I'm telling you, like this market is looking a little bit weak. Some of the meme names that have been going crazy are continuing to head a bit to the downside. I just took, only because open's bouncing off the low another time here. I always say this, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go, which is obvious. If it holds the low of the day and does not break in the middle of the day here, as we're getting into almost 11 o'clock, then you can expect a bit of an upward move. So it's got to be a scalp trade. I'm getting out of this if it breaks 35 and then waiting for the volume weighted average price. I only wanted to break down at 250 and then it showed like a flat bottom here at 235. If that cannot hold this trend into the downside, then it is what it is. I'll try to keep it very, very clean here. It never went against us the first time. If it goes against us this time, I'm just jumping at above that 35. And you mentioned SoFi, and we were talking about some of the fintech names. I like V-shaped recoveries. And SoFi is putting in a pretty good one. And look at that daily chart. That's a very pretty candle yesterday. And this is what it looks like, that dip and V-shape and then dip and then V-shape. SoFi 2140 is the pre-market high here. That's a breakout trade for me. Like I'm always bullish on that kind of a reversal on the daily. So your bias goes in long. Obviously in the open, it was kind of nasty there, but stair step to the upside. If you can take out 21.4, I think that looks very good for SoFi. So I'm going to take a shot at that break. It has to happen it was like 2 days ago. I remember I sat there the entire day waiting for a breakout on Rigetti that never came. And then eventually, I remember I was like literally dip buying the low of the day and had to cancel that order. So just because I want the break at 2140 doesn't mean it's going to break that price. But I am going to get my order out just in case.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I think sitting there is important. Like that's why how we got to Webull and how we got some of these trades, including Nvidia and whatnot as well. So interesting there to talk about some of the banks. You know, this has been a great situation for banks. I mean, especially as we look over and try to figure out like where they want to go from here. JP Morgan is up near its highs as well as we worry about the rate environment, right? I mean, that's I think what's on everybody's mind right now. Banks up more than everything else right now. Today up 0.684, JP Morgan, when the ES, as we just talked about, up 0.21. So not much happening, but really trying to hold some of those highs. We're now through bank earnings. And yeah, it's been well received for sure. JP Morgan trying to make those moves through 295. You know, this sort of a calm area here, especially if these tariffs get settled, you know, maybe the projections here, no recession, things like that, and then no longer that scare in the market. JP Morgan has had a nice move back down in, and then all the beats, right? I mean, Bank of America beat expectations. I'm just reading this right here. Goldman Sachs beat, JP Morgan beat. So all of these companies came out and beat and guided better than expected. So some nice moves happening right there. The financial sector ETF, which is XLF, is up year to date around 9%, which is a little bit less in the market, but still nicely holding there as you get some exposure in different areas. I mean, not everyone, we can't just all be long tech names. And when we are, I mean, it's been a good run for it, but you know, you do want to diversify a little bit. So that's XLF with a nice move, and XLF even themselves looking to get going as well. Remember, man, if the Fed does cut the rate, you know, that should be good for them, but stronger bond yields also. I mean, these are the smart, you know, the banks are supposed to be the smartest guys around. So they'll be able to manage their books against any of these rates. And I mean, again, if we don't have Powell making any cuts anytime soon, then yeah, I mean, that's par for the course. We'll wait to see if we do get that September cut. But for right now, XLF and JP Morgan and the rest of them doing quite fine. You know, we do wait tonight for Tesla report. This is kind of what we expected from Tesla today, and this is why I didn't really want to look at it. Tesla right now is basically where it was at the open. I mean, let's give or take $2 upside. We did have that move down. We were waiting for a little lower than that. Only moved down about $2, $3. Then it made that move to the high side there of about $5. And now we just kind of hover now in and around that 330 to 333. So, you know, bouncing around there on Tesla, waiting to hear what that next shoe to drop is. And I said that to Randy, and it was like, I don't know, aren't we expecting good things from Tesla? Because all the negative reports are sort of already out there. So we'll see, you know, if Tesla can come out and surprise a little bit there with better robo-taxi talk. That's sort of what I'm thinking coming up for Tesla. And then that would, of course, affect a name like Uber. So we can wait to see if Uber's doing anything on a day like today. This could be a very, very interesting side note. So wait out for today to see if Uber and everybody else has a reaction potentially to the Tesla print. So that could be something that I look for there tonight on Uber. So watch out to see if there is a play on that one. And then, yeah, what's up, man? What's up, Hamster? You want to talk about Wendy's? Sure, man. Who's got those chicken tendies right now? I believe it's WEN.
How about that Frosty, baby?
Yeah, man, those 99-cent Frosties right now here in Canada. But there's a nice move up. I didn't see too many Wendy's in the United States. We had Chick-fil-A. The family loved the Chick-fil-A, of course. We have Chick-fil-A here now in the GTA, so it's not that special for us, but they like that. We had Shake Shack. I told you Crumble Cookie there, something like that. Nothing else too iconic. We had the lobster rolls. We had,
I mean, that's what when you're on the coast.
Oh, we had Popeyes, but we had Popeyes because when we're driving, it's 9 hours, so we stopped halfway each time.
It's a legit.
Whatever was there, we wound up getting. Something called Nan's Kitchen was amazing.
Nan's Kitchen?
There, yeah, they everything. I had like a nice little bowl, some flank steak on a bowl with farro and all this stuff. It was absolutely fantastic.
That'll work.
Which
reminds me of something.
We're gonna do what's for lunch coming up soon.
I was about to say, because I know Joe is would be getting anxious otherwise.
You want to do it now, Joe? You want to do it now? Let's do it now then.
Joe's in a hoodie today?
Let's just do it now, man. It's cold up here.
This guy wears a dress shirt every single day. The dude's in a hoodie.
No, he was wearing. Remember we saw that?
Well, yeah, of course. He's in all black today. But.
Off the jump right there. All right. All right. So what is for lunch? You know, this morning was okay. This morning you had It says on here, what day is today? Oh, that's July 30th. Oh no, I'm on the wrong day. I gotta get the other one. I'm on next week's. Right there, I'll get it in a minute. We have to go back soon. I just want to talk quickly about Big Bear AI, and we'll do what's for lunch in a couple seconds. But Big Bear AI, we averaged it in here at 66s, I think. So not I think we did right there. So not great. Average. We didn't take that many more shares. Average price now 74. We went from 76 down to 74. Yeah, Nan's Kitchen, it's called. It was in Massachusetts. There's a few of them going around. Absolutely great food, man. Those chicken sandwiches were hot fire, but I got the bowl. It was really, really cool there. Anyways, yeah. So far, so good, man. We've got NVIDIA, the TQs, Bull, and BBAI. Other than that, nothing else, man. I'm glad we got out of that. Apple, it's trying to break near day's low as well. Something's wrong with Apple, man. It's down 1% right now today, and it's not looking very strong against a relatively strong market. Yeah.
Alphabet's at the low of the day as well, going into their earnings tonight, so they're not looking very good. Like, if you're looking for strength in the market, don't forget, GE Vernova, the power name, they're up 13%. And if that kind of a stable name in the space where, you know, they were kind of a nuclear play as well, a small one and a more stable one, this is why you're getting a little bit of love. I think you're getting some pull up in here in Oklo, which is bringing that up 13. Sorry, it was 13%, but 11.5% on Oklo. Seen a lot of people talking about this one in the chat. So a couple of strong power names. And look, you got resistance going in on this daily chart on Oklo, no question about it. But this is one of the strongest names out there. Oh, no breakout on SoFi. SoFi starting to pull back. I might play a dip. I do like the long in SoFi. I'm just going to go over. This is the next trade I'm looking at. Yeah, it's consolidating. It's not really breaking out yet. So I guess I'll look for a dip into the volume weighted average price because I love that V shape. I love the look here on the daily after that bottoming tail candle for SoFi. Remember, they don't report till next week, Tuesday. I believe is it 29th?
Yes.
Is it Tuesday? Yeah. Okay, so it should be next week, Tuesday, that SoFi is going to report. I still hold on to the belief that profit taking in front of the report makes some sense because even when they beat, they seem to not care. I don't know what it is about that stock. It just always seems to sell the news, even on a good report. But that's just how it is. Until then, I'm looking for some longs today, pull back into the volume weighted average price or the breakout of the top. Either way is fine. Shout out to you, Aura Alpha. We appreciate you. And Yavuz Khan, Amazon. I haven't looked at Amazon today. Yesterday, the last couple of sessions, Amazon's been good, but a lot of that had to do with that 226 dude. Whoever was at the 226 level for the entirety of the day on the 18th, on Friday, where you just scalp short underneath the whole time. And then when it broke, the next day you go long, it dipped and it bounced off 226 yesterday. So the only price I want to transact is let it drop into 226 and then take the reversion to the long side on Amazon. That's where my head's been at for 3 days. Buy it only at that price, and it's nowhere close to it just yet. But up 0.2, so it's a little bit better than the market. I'll grant it that.
It's doing something right there. But now we can go what's for lunch. We got what's for lunch, right? Okay. It's Wednesday. It's July the 23rd. It's not super exciting. I mean, we think we've had this a lot, and it's but something pretty good. And if you've had a couple of these today, then you may appreciate what is coming through today. And if it's true. Oh, by the way, you got any tuna on the salad recently? Because
we have not had tuna.
Okay, because
since you left.
Shoot. Okay, because I did request some more of that. So obviously request denied.
Unfortunately.
On that one. So appreciate that right there. But all right. So today though is Cajun crusted chicken. Doesn't say the kind of chicken there, probably a chicken breast. It seems like it's been more likely than not with apparently couscous and corn succotash. It does not say side of chef's salad, but obviously there would be there as well. It's a chicken dinner winner, and that is what's for lunch. So it's not like a huge lunch day or anything. Tomorrow should be exciting. I see what that already is there. So that should be okay. We'll wait to see what's going on tomorrow.
I'm excited for Friday.
We'll take out some more. Yeah, I just saw that as well.
That was really good last. We had the same thing last week.
Okay, perfect. So that'll be worth looking into on tomorrow. Thursday, tomorrow, Friday.
Oh no.
Thursday, Friday. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay. All right. So now NVIDIA up near VWAP as we're getting ready to close out. We do have, of course, the flagship show coming on right after this. It will be Joe and Sharif taking us through the midday when there's been lots of stuff happening. So lots of different names. We've been covering many of those names here today. Rocket Lab apparently moving around as well. We can take a look at GameStop as well. That's not moving other than to the downside. The halting name that not halting, but the one sort of meme stock that had halted today was Cost, and it's not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. So, something to look out for there. KOSS might be something to watch out for, but I'm just in BBAI right now. We do have to go back over to Brendan for Money Talks. Let's go check out that dollar.
Not seeing too wide or big moves, guys, right across the board as far as foreign exchange is concerned so far this morning. This is actually the 10-year. I wanted to note on a daily chart, 10-year still green on the day. If you zoom out even further, as far as rates are concerned, go out to the 30-year, also green on the day. So hurting as far as what has happened over the past couple of days. Remember, rates downside basically all week long. Seeing a bit of a bounce back so far today, hurting equities a little bit. As far as the economic data goes this morning, not a heck of a lot to move the market. Just remember, coming up tomorrow, we'll get initial jobless claims. We'll also get some PMI data, 9:45, and then some housing data at 10 o'clock. Next week is going to be a big week, though, reading on GDP and then a reading on PCE to come midweek next week. So nothing until then as far as a look at how the overall economy is doing south of the border. Rates still the biggest question, though, guys, from the Fed. Back to you.
Yeah, rates still a big question. That market does care. We're going to have a 20-year coming up, and that's at 1 p.m. That's not necessarily the biggest in terms of auctions. I just got back finally. We're looking a little bit more bullish on AMD above the 157. So every single time I've gotten in, it's been essentially right above that price in the 20s or 30s. And we just had, there's your bottoming tail on I still have a 1-minute chart up, which is fine. Doesn't matter, but this is a 3-minute chart. It'll look a little bit more. There's a bottoming tail candle into the volume weighted average price, and then a break of the next bar, which I go long into on advanced micro devices. So essentially the same long. It's gone 2 for, well, I shouldn't say anything. I'm 1 for 2 on it, but up because the breakout gave right through 158. So we'll see if we can get back into that 158 level. The market seems to want the volume weighted average price. It does look like Open Door was a short for the entirety of the day because it just broke the low again. If you're wondering where the bottom might be on the stock, and I emphasize might, this was it was like a 50-cent stock in June. So it could reverse the entirety, or you could look at some big levels, like 180 area was gigantic for this thing in both directions. So if it breaks $2, I think maybe you look for a bid at the 180 area. At least that's where I'd be anticipating a bid. If there's a massive break at 2 even, I'd probably try to get 99s. The reality is, I'm thinking when 2 breaks, because it's short sell restricted, you're not going to get filled. That said, I'm going to throw the order anyways and just see if we get picked up. And if I get picked up, great. If I don't get the fill because it's short sell, because the uptick rule is in effect, then so be it. But this is just trending to the downside, and I really just want to play in this one direction as it breaks the low of the day. You wouldn't have gotten filled just now on that this low of the day break either. You couldn't grab that 225. I'll try the 2 even, but you didn't get the 225 either. We'll see if we can't get another lower high to play the short. That's what we did here. If I get another shot, I'm only going short this stock until it gets to at least about $1.80.
So it's going to be a good day today because we are now in a dollar club right now for our trade of the day. It's NVIDIA long at 168. So there's the NVIDIA long at 168. We sat there and took it at 168.25, and there it is right now, 169.31. So we'll take out another piece up there as we continue to climb a little bit higher right now on NVDA. We're going to go over to the other show in just a couple minutes, but it looks like we will have to suffer with Big Bear AI. It doesn't look like it wants to go, man. If we break through VWAP, we've already talked about getting some out right there. I mean, I'd rather it go upside, but I can't control what it wants to do. So we'll have to wait here. I feel like we got a decent price now, especially because we are at VWAP. But the meme names, you don't really want to suffer through this. It's like, if it leaves it, it leaves it. And I don't really need it to come back in. It's really been testing the 200 period moving average right there. So watch out for Big Bear AI and that little level. I mean, that's a much better long, but we're going to wait to see if it plays off of VWAP. I mean, we've got to make a move, and we're in it right now. So that's that. Yeah, for NVIDIA, man, I mean, mean, we have about 7 or 8% left of this trade, so these are my outs. You know, we were able to get a lot out right there initially at 80s. Like within the first 5 minutes, when we're able to take, and again, when you're trading a little bit bigger and you get this kind of a move immediately, it is good to take it because you could always be wrong, and it does come back in right there. So we pretty much were wrong, and then we were right. So taking out, we're almost out of 50% off that move initially, but that was a really good play, right? To get out there, I feel like I would do that 10 times out of 10 to 200. Then it came right back. We got it out again, then view up, and then we hold just a little bit for that higher play. So let's see if that will help us out a little bit there for NVIDIA going through it. The top, and again, the big stories today, Texas Instruments down that 12% and more maybe into the close. We had Enphase off earnings as well, ENPH. That had to move down, and wow, that one continues to go lower. That was, oh, that should have been a big trade for me, and we didn't take it. And it's just lazy because we weren't looking at it, but we talked about that right there into that short near the end of the day. So Enphase could have been something special, but it wasn't. And that's about it for me, man. XYZ making a pullback as well today. That's Block as they approached a nice level from the day before on that S&P 500 inclusion as that. Looking pretty good there to the upside, XYZ. And then unfortunately, and we're going to get it right now, I know Joe and Sharif will be talking about crypto, Bitcoin not really having an exciting day, to be honest with you.
Every time you look up, 118.
Yeah, 118. So there it is right down there, 118 and change, with iBit sort of saying hold my beer a little bit today as well by not doing much. But now, maybe now, we get that breakout just a little bit. It looks like Big Bear does hold for now. We'll wait to see if we get higher. We're long at 74s. We still want this 80 level at least. So that's what we're waiting for there with Big Bear AI. So yeah, that's about it, man. NVIDIA now, wow, NVIDIA's going, I know you're long. Okay, good. We're both long these chip names. Right now, NVIDIA now $1.40 in the money and getting higher right now. So even that 5 to 7% that we have left is still working out for us. And then obviously Bull as well. We only have, again, we have 10% left pretty much of both of these names with BBAI full boat left on that. So
it is 11.
Yeah, let's go.
I know we see we'll be flipping over, but hey, we got a super chat from Alex. I want to make sure we get to it. I'm going to show the chart. It is American Battery Technology. That's all you have for us. Just the name. So I can bring it up for you, and we'll end off with this. Bouncing off the volume weighted average price, we always like that when you're getting that kind of a technical move. I will point out, it just doubled, like just now, you're doubling up from this recent move in the middle of the month. So this recent buy, it's been multiple days in a row. That's a double up. Technically, I would suspect some people are going to be taking a little bit of profit at these levels. That's why you're chopping around this 320 level. But congratulations, anyone that caught this. Anytime a stock hits that double up after 5 or 6 days in a row, I tend to think there's going to be profit taking because that's what people do in small caps. They like to roll with, they just roll with house's money when they take some profit off there. Like hopefully you're doing that as the market's coming back to the upside. We'll be back at 2. But for now, let's go to the professor and Joey Chills. It is cold in here.
Everybody's got names for this guy.
It's Joey Shivers, Neil. What is up? Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm not going to do it, Joey. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Shout out to my boy, Joey Shivers. Welcome to everybody, guys. Been a hell of a morning here on the markets. Where are the people at? Let's go, YouTube. We are waiting. People need to trade. Bring them in quicker, YouTube. Let's go. Hossman, Travis Martin. We got the OG Gora. We got Pan, Freddie, 5,000. Shout out to Levi Corbett and Ben, Jacques, Jeremy, Vern, Britt. We got Bora. We got Kevin, Scott H, small cap gapper, trader extraordinaire. We got Vinci Life, something or another. Merc Zimis, Yaz, Showtime, Super, no, yes, Jamie. We got Jamie. BD Show. We got Sahil. Roger, Bayard, Justin, Rosie Gray Glasses, BTC, she says, or he says, who knows. Danko, we got Durant, we got Jameis Willis, Tony McCormack, Frank Larkin. Where are the new names? Let's go. Daniel L, Afterstar. I'm seeing a lot of new names today. I really like it. Mike, the Stock Impaler. We got Big, oh wow, okay, I'm not gonna say that one. Smile Alley. Well, we got Dad Coin. We got Isaac Davis, JJ, or Dad Coin. All right, we got everybody, man. We got the Tranquil channel. If you're looking for Tranquil, Between Sean and I, there's not going to be any tranquil. All right? It's just not going to work out that way, guys.
No,
shout out to everybody in the chat. Joseph Wilson, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic session so far. I mean, it's been somewhat of a mixed start here. So we got some names going up, some names going down. Generally the narrative of what the stock market does. But what were we trading this morning? That was QBTS. So let's break this down here momentarily, guys. So I went short. I'm like, okay, never mind. What am I doing here? Just hop out of that. As we flush, I was out at the perfect time, and I'm like, okay, as soon as some of these pre-market highs are breached, we're punching.
Okay.
Get involved there at the break of that pre-market zone. Boom, boom, we take a little bit off, and then what do? We add 130%, we take some off there, and then once it comes to our break-even stop, we just hop out. But there was an additional leg here continuing to climb higher in QBTS, so it's unfortunate we didn't get the full run, but we'll take it. We got the meat of the move there, and that's something positive. We'll build off of that. I was looking at the TQs for a short, and I'm like, no, you know what? I'm just going to avoid that. I know Katina Man's been crushing it today, but back to QBTS, you can see that we have now breached this downtrend line, opening up on the 5-minute on the backside of this trend. Let's see if it's going to be a continuous slow grind. Where you ideally want to get involved in this is at the lows here, all right? So just keep that in mind. Don't necessarily want to chase. Maybe you get the retest of this level, or it could possibly establish a new lower high. And that, with that being said, you want to watch out for that stuff, all right? Also, one more thing, guys. We know we got some big-time earnings reports this evening. So make sure you tune into that. I think it's going to be Sharif and Katina Man. And Neil, okay, sounds good. But one thing to note here, let's take a look. So these are the expected moves. We'll be touching on this quite often throughout the day. And here it is. Google looking at about a 5.4% expected move with a high of around $200 and a low of around 179.64. And then the same in the likes of Tesla, 6.8%, 355 being the high, 310 being the lows. We're going to touch on the options chain momentarily, but let's see what Sharif's got cooking.
All right, guys, we're involved right now with a couple of stocks. Pally, taking multiple prints on this one. Long 14, scalped up aggressively into 21. It is now back down into my entry, though. PALI is the ticker. Be careful with this one. So this was coming from south of VWAP, and what I see here is an aggressively lower high pattern. In addition to the lower high pattern, look at what it does when it makes a new area high, or an area high. It doesn't have to be a daily high. This candle over here, 945, very telling, breaks out there from 107, rockets in 1 5-minute candle up to 36, drops in 1 5-minute candle from 31 all the way down into 94 pennies, loses the dollar, by the way, does the same business over here, right at this 1020 candle, rockets up from 110 all the way up to 125. The next candle, which ends up being red, actually moves up to 131, but look where it drops down to 105. So what do I mean? Why am I telling you all this? Because if this one spikes into a new area high, get ready for the reversal. It will likely reverse. If it's done it once and twice, it will likely do it. Obi, he is the one thrice. So keep your eye out on that one, all right? So I'm keeping my eye on it as well. I've also involved myself here in a new trade, WOLF. This one was howling to the upside, but it has now kind of found a little bit of resistance at 2. So here's the deal. I got it initially at 2, but I have my planned DCAs, planned dollar cost average entries, and I'm putting them at strategic locations. First, DCA, $1.92. Why is it sitting at $1.92? Because the 10 EMA is sitting at 189, so I want to front run it. So if the 10 EMA, which has acted as support on the day, ends up being support this time around, I want to front run it with a buy order. But I have another DCA. Why? Because the 10 EMA is just one area of possible support. The other one that I use often, if you've been watching the show for a while, is the volume weighted average price. That's sitting at 183. So I front run that with a $1.85 order. So let's see what we get. We're close to getting filled on that 192 order. WOLF, it's up 38 some odd %. Having trouble though with that $2 area. Let's go back over here and take a gander at PALI. So I got a quick scalp there into 15s to de-risk, but really looking for that continuity at least into the quarter dollar. What I'm expecting, in all honesty, with Pally is a lower high. Okay, I just don't know exactly where the lower high is going to be. I mean, how would I know? I'm not Nostradamus. So we're looking for a spike into the low 120s. I feel that that is a reasonable expectation given the previous area lower high. So that we're going to keep an eye out on that. Let's go back quickly to my other friend Wolf, still unfilled on that one. We got 01s, it's showing me 97s. There's a lot more going on, Joey, so I'm just going to show them the side charts real quick so we can let them know exactly what's popping off here. So PALI, I've already talked about that. CTOR, I'm 0 for 1 on that. Full disclosure, we're negative on CTOR. I tried to take a pullback into the volume weighted average price. It didn't hold. Didn't hold VWAP, didn't hold the 10 EMA. This one likely will lose its spot on the side chart quite soon. So will RGC, because it's breaking down below VWAP. This displeases me. So those two are on the fritz. But INMB, guys, is continuing to go. Not a big percentage mover on the day, 20 1/3%. But look at that, just absolute respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Alas, it is putting in a topping tail candle right now, awfully close to that $3 psychological level that we could encounter selling at. A pull into the 10 EMA, I'm a buyer, just full disclosure. And then ATYR, full disclosure, we can't trade this on our system, don't know why. Trades on the NASDAQ, should have permissions, I'll throw in a ticket. But in any event, it is also putting in higher highs and higher lows to the tune of 32.5%. This one can get going, and the pullbacks haven't been as aggressive as the moves up, save and except for this topping tail candle. And at 935, right? I mean, you expect volatility at the open. If you're not going to get volatility at the open, then you got another thing coming, baby. You got to definitely expect that. So I'm going to keep my eye on that one. And then HIMS, which is obviously a derivative of HIMS. This is HIMZ or Z for my American friends there. This is also looking like a buy program here, Joey, where the last time it basically touched the 10 EMA was at 930. So it hasn't been at the 10 exponential moving average at all as of late. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. And last but not least here, certainly not least, VYNE up 19 2/3%, a little light on volume, okay? But I do like the double bottom into that $130, finding support at the volume weighted average price, a predictable area that you could be setting up resting orders at. Let's see if we can take out that high of 8.
All right, good luck there, guys. All right, so I want us to focus on these quote highlights here on the level 2. You can see we have a slight imbalance on the ask, and as we start to fill these immediates and we climb higher on the ladder, I want you to focus on that 1945. Sorry, there's a little bit of a supply zone, but if we have the ability to absorb that, I think we can break through this high of the day, and that's kind of the thesis behind this trade here, guys, is that we can absorb this and continue to climb higher. The volume did start to expand, as you see. We break out, we join it on that front, and there it is, a clean flush on the ask, and now we're starting to head into this zone. And these are the orders that I was referring to. That's quite some size through 145, and if we break through this, I think we have the ability to squeeze and go through the high of the day. So that's the objective. This is exactly what I was looking for, and I'm glad that those immediate asks started to get filled. And you've seen that clean flush on the time of sales as well. And there you go, bang. We'll take it right there. And look at the imbalance. Look at the imbalance on the level 2 here, Sharif. This is exactly what you want to see for a strong order book if you're looking for the move to the top side. Yes, it's a supply zone, but now if someone wants to absorb that and believes that the price deserves to go higher, then you can see those start to get filled. But that's exactly why you use quote highlights to look for the imbalance on the book, and then you have the ability to base trades off of that as well too. So I identified that, and then now we base something there. I'm going to take a little bit off because we have rejected it, but I do believe that we're going to continue to grind higher. So I'll leave some on. We'll take 10 cents roughly, just a little bit under on that one, and we won't complain about it whatsoever. The way it's looking on the 5-minute, that we're going to continue to grind. And there you go. You catch another pop to the top side. We'll remove a little bit more liquidity here. Nothing substantial. Let's see if we can catch that fill. And there it is. So yeah, really good look there on QBTS. And this is what I was saying to Stevenson earlier in the day. I'm like, hey, I've been trading QBTS. Is my entry the best one? Absolutely not. Of course, in an ideal world, you would like to get it around the lower end of this range. But I'm like, all right, let's be patient. If this is going to be a strong stock, I think there's going to be another primetime opportunity to get involved with it. I see the imbalance on the order book, and then we base a trade off of that one there. So it worked out. Obviously, nothing is 100% in trading, but that's exactly something that you want to use. And if your platform allows you to have quote highlights, I highly suggest you do so, because that's going to give you a lot. If you're looking for a breakout trade, a breach of a specific level, you want to be able to identify where the strength and the weakness is, and if there's a ladder leading up to those specific targets that you're looking for. And we've seen that as a prime example right there on the tape, guys. So that's what we got cooking up in QBTS. Now, I told you guys I'm in some VIX calls as well. Let's see how those work out, Sharif. I need the market to start selling, but one thing to note, The beauty about the VIX is that you have the ability to get in around the lows, right? So we'll zoom out, and head towards the daily. But here it is. How much lower can the VIX essentially go? We see it goes down to around $11 or $12. But are we in that type of environment where we're not worried about anything? Maybe, possibly, from what we're seeing from a volatility standpoint in the decay, yeah, but things can also start to ramp up as well, too. Can I be in prematurely? Absolutely, but we're still going to hold on to these, and then hopefully during earnings seasons, we see that volatility in the average true range of certain stocks start to expand, and that's going to leave the VIX up higher for us. My average is about 1608 on the VIX, so let's see if we get those big-time volatility spikes, and I mean, if we run into this top end of the zone, that's Ponyboy Golden.
All right, they're apparently shout out to Walt Winchell. Thank you, Walt, for that. As we know, Adair's on vacation today, but we do have a new IPO, and it just started trading, not just at 10:45, so it's half an hour deep. It just got into the highs. The ticker, guys, CRE. CRE is the ticker. Looks like this bad boy opened up literally at the low of day of $4, and it really hasn't looked back since. Higher highs and higher lows. It's certainly off the high of the day, guys, at 527. 527, but look at what it's doing over here. It's dropping back down into that 460 area. The only thing about this one, Assassino, is it has higher lows. And so that means the trend is still intact. CRE has just earned its way onto the side chart. We're going to take off one of these crappers that's dropping below the volume weighted average price that displeased me greatly. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Thank you very much, Walt Winchell, for that. But look at this one. Go, Pally. Joe, we got to do this. We got to do it, Joe.
Do it.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Why do I catch myself saying that these days? It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Oh, because of that. Shout out to White Man Can't Jump. Still one of my favorite movies ever, but yes, PALI, oh baby. Taking out the area highs, we're still holding a piece. I've taken out a substantial amount, good move into that 27 penny area. The high of the day is 36. Also, Wolf, we were able to scalp a little bit there. This one is suffering from resistance at $2. So that's the bad news on WOLF. The good news is, at least for the moment, we've got 4 candles in a row. Just as I say that, I love my luck. Just as I say that, I was going to say 4 candles in a row with higher lows. And as I say that, this current 5-minute candle has made a new low relative to the
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Ooh. That's crazy.
Bro, you don't have to ever invite me. I'll stop whatever I'm doing and jam with this thing, bro. No, seriously though. So Wolf, we're waiting for this one. I'm still waiting for a 192 add. I'm still interested in adding at the 10 exponential moving average. And here it comes, coming in at 93. I just love for it to trigger me here at 92. I can chase it here, which would not be the wisest decision, or would it be? Because now it's finding support again. I'm gonna let this one cook. All right, if it wants to come trigger me. Otherwise, I just don't want to chase it another penny. We're talking about $2 stocks here, so a penny or two does make a difference with respect to your cost basis. So what's it called? Coming a little bit back down there on the 5-minute. So now we're at 92s, but there's a buyer at 92. Let's see if we can front run this a little bit. That's what I'm going to do there, and cancel the order. There we go. Nice. Got the order quickly. So we got 97s on now. So let's go ahead and set up just a little bit below that 99 or that $2 area. We're gonna set up at 99s. So let's see what we can get on Wolf. I still want the VWAP dip though, which I canceled accidentally. VWAP now sitting at 85. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna set up at 87s. WOLF, there we go. We're going to set up at 87. So let's go all the way down here and post at 87. So we'll see what we get there, and we will not get upset. Let's load up CRE though. Where is my other trading screen? We got to load up CRE, Joey, over here. Yep. This is on the NQ. Yes, it is on the NQ. And here we go. We're having trouble with 490, but what I like about this current candle is it has higher lows, but also has lower highs. The high of this candle is essentially 489, 490. What's the spread look like? Not bad. About 5 pennies now. Not too bad of a spread. Can't really complain about that. Let's see if we can work into something here. It's just my out would have to be below the $0.50. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share small. We're going to get in small, and it's not even letting me in because of the spread. So we're going to get in small, and it's really going here, and the spread's opening up. Let's see if I can get the mid print. Oh, it's really going. Jeez, it doesn't let me. There we go. Now we got in. So where we gone? We got in at 85s. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up. Now this poses a bit of a problem because I had to chase it. So if I had to chase it, that means I've got to give it a bit more room where I want to get out, which is the $0.50. Why the $0.50? Well, that is the current bar low. Right? So let's see what we get here. Now, I don't mind dollar cost averaging into that $0.50 if it was to pull back in. So I'm going to go ahead and set up. So we're in at 85s. I'll sit at 62s, okay? Let's see if we can get something in and around that level for a possible buy if this one does dip in. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. We're involved in Wolf. We're involved in CRE, which is an IPO, and we're involved in PALI. Not for long, though. On PLI, very little left.
Good look there, guys. Yeah, just to touch back on CRE here, the offering includes about 1,450,000 Class A common shares with an additional 217,500 shares available for purchase by underwriters under a 45-day option. So there you go. Get this IPO continuing to move higher with an open of around $4 and a high of around $5.24. Yep. But then also XYZ, Brando brought us this as well. Jack Dorsey, Square now lets merchants accept BTC payments, which is really big. So we'll take a look at this name, and we're starting to move to the downside. But who knows? Anything can happen, and this stock can absolutely turn around if more people catch wind of this. So a nice gap up, and then now you can see we're just consolidating in the middle of this gap here, and then maybe we can run into some more of this resistance and see if we can break some more of this downtrend. So good looks on XYZ and CRE. We're still sitting in this D wave here, QBTS, hovering around this specific area, 1935, and a nice solid base being formed. And that's kind of what we want to see, guys. So we'll be patient on this one. Hold it for the breach of the high of the day if it wants to head there, and then look for that break and hold up into 1960. But if it comes back in, then maybe we double top and it heads right back towards the volume weighted average price. But you can see the strength within this name. So we're going to continuously hammer it until otherwise. If the sentiment shifts, then we'll just hop out and find something else to trade. But yeah, the VIX heading to the downside, not the best look. Ether as well too, guys. So we can see in the first half an hour of the session, or sorry, this is the open, but then after the first couple of minutes, 15 minutes, we kind of cool off, sell off here, and then now we're just consolidating within this tight range. So we'll keep an eye out on this one in case it wants to take an additional leg lower. I have added a little bit more around these neck of the woods. I grabbed some yesterday, and then we DCA into this one because I believe this is going to be a longer term hold on ETH, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing on that one. But let's go D-Wave here. So this one's looking really, really good. We got that break right there, Shreve. Okay. So we're going to take a little bit more off. Bang, there it is on the 1 minute time frame. And this is what I'm talking about, the imbalance on the book, and you can still see that it's really strong on the immediate ask. So just keep that in mind. We're going to continuously hold this. It's now breached. Maybe I'll take a little bit more off at the breach, but you can see the volume drastically starting to expand here, guys. So that is some big time moves, and that's what you want to do. If it works once, take it again, because the chance of it working twice are up there, right? So long stock, strong stock, it got the upgrade this morning, and that's exactly why I was looking at this name here, Shreve.
Bang. All right, CRE, we took a bunch of prints to the high side into 5. Alas, it is coming back down, right back into our entry, but feels good to de-risk a little bit into that high. My 504 order goes unprinted. Likewise, with my dip trade waiting around that $0.50, is this current candle, even though it's ugly right now because it kind of feels like a topping tail candle, has in fact a higher high and a higher low, bless you, relative to the prior candle. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles. I'm involved in this trade. I want to see it through and possibly get a nice squeeze to the upside. But it does feel, based upon the wicks and how the wicks have kind of been interacting here with the price, that $5 seller remains kind of ardent in their position. And the reason I say that is because there's been no closing prints above that $5 area, despite 4 candles having breached 5. Neither or none of those 4 have actually printed above, or closed, excuse me, above that $5 area. So I'm alive to that fact. I'm going to continue with the trade, though. Let's continue to keep an eye out on this one. I still want to get my DCA maybe a little closer to that $0.50. Now, let me think about this a little bit more. So that the area had 55. So I'm waiting at 62, right? Okay. So I'm thinking I'm going to move up my order. No, I think it's reasonable there. I think it's reasonable. I think I'm just going to leave that order the way it is. All right, now, Wolf, we've taken a couple of prints, but this one is coming back down into the 10. I still haven't gotten my DCA at the 10, at the volume weighted average price, but Wolf coming back down. We've taken 3 prints on this, but we're still holding shares here, so definitely out of the money at the moment on WOLF. Let's keep an eye, though, on PALI, man. This one continues to go higher highs and higher lows. It's really the higher lows here that is more operative, because I think we're still below that wick at 131. Maybe not for long, though. We're long 14s. It's showing me 30s now. Good move here for PALI. The high of the day is 36. So this one could, squeeze possibly here above the high day. I think that's where I'm going to wait, actually. I'm going to wait for a high day breach. Yeah, we'll just post at 37s, and if it ends up squeezing up there, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. All right, let's go back to CRE over here, still going unprinted. There we go. Now we get the print. Now it's make or break time. So on CRE, we have 67s now as a result of the ad. So let's go ahead and post here on CRE to the high side. I'm going to also wait in the 70s, see if we can get a bump back up. But anything below that $0.50, I think gets me out of the trade, Joey, because that would be a lower high candle. It looks like it's coming back down now. This might be trouble for me. What do you got?
Good look there. Stevenson and I are talking about some calls. I'm curious, when did you buy it at? And you have the 153 call, so you have about just under 2 weeks, or a little bit. Yeah, 2 weeks or less here. Let's see, August 1st. So yeah, a week and a half. That's the thing, right? So, and it's a good lesson learned. So we'll kind of touch on what Sharif and I were doing with this CoreWeave trade. And then maybe, I don't know what the scenario was necessarily, Stevenson, with your SMCI contract here. But essentially, if you did buy that extremely out the money, you just have to understand kind of what follows that. If you're buying out the money contracts, you need it to work relatively quick. Otherwise, you're just going to lose value of the contract just alone to theta. No, I have a 53 call. Yeah, but when did you buy it is my question, because it hasn't traded at $53 for some time. So what I'm thinking here is that you bought an out the money call, but you didn't give yourself enough time in order to do so. So as you get closer to expiration, say you bought it a month out, and within a couple weeks into expiration, theta is going to rapidly start to increase and then chew up the value of that contract. And if it doesn't start to excel relatively quick towards your strike, you're just going to lose money. So now at this point, I believe you're going to need to head to $53, and then it needs to exceed that in order for you to make any form of money. So you bought it this morning? Okay, very interesting. See, that's the thing. You gotta watch out for these, excuse me, these attractive prices on the earlier dated contracts, right? It all seems nice. Oh, I'm paying $1.50, I'm paying $1.60, but there's obviously going to be somewhat of a catch. So if this doesn't start to work relatively quick, just close the position and don't allow it to expire worthless, all right? So just keep that in mind. We'll zoom in from a 5-minute standpoint. It's not looking too bad. 51.87, there is some key resistance right here at that 52 level. So if you have the ability to breach that, I think you'll be okay. But otherwise, guys, it's a narrative that I always tell the options traders. Just buy the time, buy the time, buy the time. You're already leveraging your system, so you may as well use the derivative in the vehicle correctly, all right? So just keep that in mind. If you do head up into this area, then I think you'll be okay. But coming next Friday, you might be in a little bit of a trouble if you don't continue on this trajectory here, Sharif.
All right, guys, HIMS is continuing to go. I'm looking at, why don't we have HIMZ in our system? Bro, what is happening today? It's on the NASDAQ. Oh my goodness. Nope. No, this is a derivative, Brendo. Okay, so yeah, we can't trade that one. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. It's breaking out though, guys. 26.62. There's no red candles here. This is ridiculous. This is an obvious buy program. From 9:30 till now on the 5-minute chart, there's 4 red candles from all of these. So this is certainly very, very strong. Certainly a buyer at $26, guys. The 10 exponential on the 5 is showing me 25.50. 26.62 is the high of the day. It's up 27 and change percent. So keep your eye out on this one. This can definitely go if you've got access to it. It's really good, really strong. Obviously, a derivative HIMS, which is the real one that's running. Okay, we just got stopped out at a CRE as it lost a $0.50, so we'll give back a little bit there on CRE, but I want to watch how it trades at VWAP. There is certainly some resistance here initially with the very limited data that we have at $4.30, which also happens to conflate with the volume weighted average price. So let's see if there's buying in and around this area here on CRE at $4.30. Previous area of local resistance also happens to be the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can possibly weasel into here, maybe give it to like 20s or something. But that was a big move down here. I want to see if this loses it before I jump into it. Now, by waiting, obviously I get a worse price, which is okay with me because we've definitely got a lot of room to move to the high side, about $1 from where we're currently trading and the high of the day. Jeez Louise. Randy. All right, so it is finding a little bit of support here. So let's see if we can possibly chase this one into the said high. Does it let us in? It does. So we'll give it to current bar low being 422. So we'll go ahead and set up a stop, Joey, at 419. What do you got?
Good look there, guys. All right, so here it is. We got all out of QBTS at that breach of the high of the day. It was actually accidental. I meant to just take a little bit off, but it closed the full position. So it's nice when everything works in your favor because you can see that we're starting to come back in towards VWAP. So keep that in mind. The Q's still steady grinding higher, all right? So I'm kind of surprised by this. It's been back-to-back sessions where the first 15 minutes, a half an hour, have been flushes to the downside, and then it's just been a slow grind and chop to the east side. So keep that in mind. Here's the definitive base, guys. So it's not a coincidence that we've been bouncing off this $86 level multiple times and then now starting to rebound. Where can it be at a next potential resistance zone? That is going to be at those pre-market lows. So keep an eye out for a small grind towards those levels, but also monitor the volume profile. Look how it's stair-stepping down. So if I see any form of indecision, that's going to tell me the bulls are relatively weak, and then you can maybe potentially look for a fade. I'm not going to be shorting too many names today because I told myself, hey, we're going to look for the longs. We're stronger. We have more data collected on that front, and we're going to go with what we know best, all right? Even if it does set up pretty good, I need to have an A++++ set up in order for me to take that trade. But these slow grinds to the top side are slightly dangerous and can definitely lure you into potential shorts. And then we have examples like yesterday where Tesla does that massive dump when we had those couple of volatility spikes and then goes on an all-day grind. Same with the likes of Google as well too. So just keep that in mind. It's really tough to short this market right now for me, in my opinion, because the laggers are starting to play catch-up. And who am I referring to? Who? Google and Amazon. So they're really playing catch-up big time. I talked about that 181 breakout here on Google. I'll pull it up momentarily. And essentially the stock hasn't looked back. It's been on an X amount of days of green streaks, so you don't necessarily want to go against this. So boom, that 181 break, and then you get a move all the way into 192. Now we're only about 5% off of those all-time highs. All right, come on, please be good to me. Please be good to me. There we go. All right, 8%, right? 8% there on Google off those all-time highs. We're looking at a 7% expected move on the earnings report. So what can that lead us? If we exceed the expected move to the top side, what's going to happen with Google? All-time high, Sharif. So that's going to be a really, really potentially good look. I told you, there's two major metrics that I'm going to be looking at. Okay. Cloud growth and how much market share OpenAI has stolen from them for their search. That's all I'm really curious about. CapEx, whatever. I'm not too worried about that, but cloud growth, yeah, it's cap, eh? Damn.
It's good. It's CapEx cap.
Yeah, CapEx cap. So hopefully you don't cap on the CapEx. You know what I mean? So, but I know these guys are spending a lot of cash, but those are the two main things that I'm going to be looking forward to, and I'm excited to see what's going on. And the same thing in the likes of Amazon. What is AWS doing? Does it beat the street's estimates on growth? If so, we're only 5% off of the all-time highs, and I think if we do exceed it to the top side, then I know they're not reporting tonight, but whenever they do, probably sometime next week, we're only 6.5%. Solid report. You're at all-time highs. What's that going to do to the Qs? Drag it even higher, guys.
Well said, Joey. I happen to agree with that. We'll cover obviously the expectations for a lot of these aftermarket earnings plays when we do the news shortly, guys. All right. In CRE here, I was able to scalp a couple of little outs there into the $0.50. It's still, I don't know, man. I don't know. This one's it feels like it's gonna drop. So we'll see how this one does. We're involved in it, so come what may here. It's still above the volume weighted average price, but not really finding the kind of support you'd expect at VWAP or a previous area of resistance. So CRE, the IPO, a little dicey right now. We're already negatory on it. Now, what we're doing well on is PALI. So I punched back in, added into PALI on the retracement. I'm looking for higher lows here and to continue kind of that strength. Already a couple of scalps already on after the ad, that is. We'll see if this one's got the juice to take out that 130. There's certainly been selling at 130, but it is putting in what I perceive to be an ascending wedge pattern, which is very bullish, aka a flat top break, that flat top being essentially 130. We'll see if we can get that strength through the level or what the deal is there. All right, Wolf coming back on the radar over here. I'm in at 94s. It's showing me 91s now, so we're a little out of the money on WOLF, but looking for this one to hold VWAP and pump back up. It's still above the volume weighted average price and has a higher low. So I'm seeing this area low into 180. We're still a little bit above that, printing 189 right now. Okay, so it's make or break time here, Joey. I don't know what I'm going to do with this CRE because CRE is right back into the volume weighted average price. It's got lower highs on a bunch of straight candles right there. The only thing kind of keeping me in the trade is that we have a higher low versus relative to the prior bar, which is around 422. So this is a bit concerning right now on CRE. Not much left for me in terms of patience on that one. We're going to take it out if it ends up dropping. So PALI, give me a topping tail candle over here. And now we're a little bit out of the money after scalping and adding on PALI. It drops back down below my entry. So I want to keep my eye on this one. Anything below 110.
Sharif,
go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Palantir is really starting to move to the top side. Palantir is moving, and you can see the volume starting to expand as well. Thank you for the chat for pointing that out. That's the beauty of it. Blast off Palantir.
When did it start blasting off? Give me time.
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago or so. The volume really started to pick up, but it's been relatively strong. You can see the genuity and the strength within these bullish prints here, guys. Consolidation, boom, volume sustained, and what happens? You continuously grind higher. So that's some strong signals. But keep in mind, we tap right into this pre-market high right here, Sharif, and reject it to the penny. 150, 150, we'll call it 151. We'll call it that. But here, you remember that song?
No.
Really?
No.
Wow. All right, man. Ow, that was a little lackluster. Everybody remembers 150. All right, but yeah, Palantir looking really good here, guys. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. You definitely want to wait for the pullback and keep an eye on the volume profile. So as we're starting to pull back and you're starting to see the volume slowly start to decay, that can give you a good opportunity to get in around the lows. And then if the volume steps back into the top side, then you're going to be laughing and having a really good time. You're going to be pizzaing when you're supposed to be pizzaing and pizzaing, and then French frying when you're supposed to French fry. But anyways, not too far off of those all-time highs here, guys. Let's see. We're only a couple percentage marks. We don't need that, but there's a couple names that I do want to focus on. I know someone was talking to me about Circle, and but I want to talk about Robinhood momentarily, and then I want to talk about Coinbase. All right? So here you can see displayed, we just go on this absolute monster run from the April lows. Big time move from the trough there up to where the previous peak was, 289%. But I just want you to focus on the indecision print at an extreme high. I was like, oh wow, okay, so you have this gap up day, you push price higher, and then eventually closes flat. All right, so that's a big time positive short signal right there. And we're gonna see it on a couple of the names here. Look at Coin, the exact same signal. You gap up, you push price higher. The bears have the ability to push price to break even, and then you have a couple down days. So those are some key signals that we're looking for at extreme highs and extreme lows. That can give you some good setups. And considering that it's been on a slow, steady grind higher, guess what? Pug Life just brought this up. The chances of the at-the-money IV are going to be relatively cool, so you're not going to be paying out the wazoo for premium, all right? But now, as you start to move lower,
don't worry about
guess what? Premium is going to start to increase as well, too.
Ram was displeased about your use of the word wazoo.
Why?
She didn't know what it meant.
Oh.
So maybe we can...
Maybe we can, maybe GPT it.
GPT here, this guy's deadly. All right, guys, let's just call out a spade bad trade here on, where is it at? I think I took it off the screen. On CRE, lost VWAP, made a lower low, so I'm out. It's going to be a loser for me. Sucks to be me. We tried to trade this non-small cap gapper, moving like one. But yeah, definitely should have stayed within my wheelhouse there, and we'll take an L on CRE. So we'll move on from that. I'm continuing to keep my eye here on PALI. That scare gave me with that lower low. Looks like it was momentary, and now we're kind of working our way back up. Still off the highs, certainly, and that seller at 130 is still to be feared because we don't have any closing prints above 130. We've wicked above that level several times, with the high being $1.36, but I'm still quite ambitious in this one, at least at some point in the day, acting as or manifesting in a flat top break through that $1.30. So I'm keeping my eye on PALI. I'm also keeping my eye on Wolf. I got my ad there at the volume weighted average price, but I'm kind of concerned that this one, maybe finding local support at VWAP, but as we've been talking a lot about lately, my observation with a lot of these small cap gappers is once they lose the 10 EMA, they start using the 10 EMA as resistance to the top side. And I perceive this one to kind of be doing that at the moment. So we'll see if this one can get off the schneid, as my friend Neil likes to say, off the volume weighted average price and start putting in some higher highs and higher lows. I see you, Julie. Oklo up 12%. It's not one of the ones I trade. I won't trade anything other than small cap gappers, so I won't be able to trade Oklo. But your boy Joey Options, certainly we'd be interested in something like that. That's more around his wheelhouse. INMB, another one I'm looking at here. This one just touched the 10 EMA, I think, for the first time since around 10:10 a.m. And that 10 EMA came in at 291. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of pop back up. INMB looked like a great buy program there, but that 307 pop had a bunch of selling come in. So let's see if we can get something in here. And then I'll just give this basically to the loss of the 10 EMA. So we're going to give this to 88s, and then we won't have to risk too much over here and then fall into some trouble. So INMB, we're in at 295. Go ahead and throw in the stop there, and we'll throw in some beak wetters possibly into that $3 area. Let's go ahead and set up just like this. We'll see if we can get a nice little pop there on INB. Let's go back to Wolf. All right, Wolf Speed. Oh my God, we got a print on Wolf Speed. Say it ain't so. So we did get a print. It looks like it's finding some support here, Joey, at the 10 EMA. I don't want to start celebrating only to find lower highs and lower lows, but it looks like, at least for the moment, we've got maybe some buying over here. So PALI, though, is one that I really need to start keeping my eye on. I am aware of the higher lows, but there's a bunch of topping tail candles now that are manifesting here into that low 120s, which means people are shorting this at more aggressive levels every time. So I want to give this one as tight a room as I can, but I did add into this position, so we're still holding some shares. Let's see how this cookie ended up crumbling, Joey, but yeah, a bit of a tough one there. Back to Wolf Speed, how we doing? Still with one measly print. That seller at 191, really preventing us from ascending, and that's the same seller that we were observing last time with a few hundred lots there posted on the level 2. So we'll keep an eye out on those guys.
All right, good luck there. All right, so I'm just looking at Ether here, guys, for a potential move. We know that this has been hot last week, really hot. Big time gap up there. That's massive. All these gap ups. We had some really solid trading sessions here. You can see that last week here, guys. Boom, 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 just continuous grind higher. Now starting to consolidate, but one thing from an intraday standpoint, let's keep this in mind. I would love to get in around these lows just in case this is going to be a potential failed breakout and then it decides to move lower. But if we crack through this downtrend and then sit on the backside, maybe we can get a move into some of these support levels or that can act as potential resistance. And then once you have the ability to breach that, then you want to go to that next stage and that next level that can put us around those pre-market highs. And that would put us at a new high of the day on Ethereum. So I really like this right now. Going to be patient, wait for that precise entry just in case it does this. Actually, no, I'm going to eat my words really quick. I'm going to get involved here. We're going to go half size here on this one, guys, just in case it does decide that it wants to snap. We're going to be involved, and then we'll have the ability to add a little bit more to the position if it does decide that it wants to fail break, and then we'll add for the hold of the lows. And if it breaches this, so what is that, about 20-something cents? Okay, so that's not substantial whatsoever. We can most definitely add some, but what we're consistently forming right here is higher lows, right? So you just want to see that. That is a positive sign, a wedge type pattern being formed, and then maybe we can break, considering that is a strong stock, and there's a lot of positive momentum behind this. We talked about this yesterday. We like Ethereum. Since Liberation Day, let's actually pull this up right now, Sharif, because we don't want to just speculate. We want to give you precise numbers at all times. But what we're going to do is we're going to compare Bitcoin and Ethereum's gains from Liberation Day lows. So April lows, we're going to take a look at it from a percentage metric to see what we got going on. All right, ETH. Oh, no, we don't want that one. We just want Ether. All right, so here it is. We'll zoom out, we'll head on to the daily and see what we got going on. Some nice stuff, and I think we're still about 20-30% off of the previous all-time highs. So we're gonna go at the same day. We'll go April 7th, I think that's when everything was kind of crazy, 156%, Sharif.
Okay.
From those April lows. Now, just give me a guesstimate. What do you think off of those April lows, what is a percentage return on Bitcoin?
Off those April lows.
Yeah.
So I know we went down to 75,000. I know that for a fact. I added there. So we went up to 123. So I can just do the math.
Yeah, you do that. All right, so you just,
it's like 60 some odd
yeah,
percent.
that's exactly roughly what it is. So there you go. And this is what I'm talking about, Ethereum outperforming 57% to where we're currently trading at, 60% roughly. So yeah, there it is, right? And we know with the Genius Act, who's going to be the primary beneficiary?
Who?
Ethereum.
Boom.
All these stable coins on that network. Was watching a little video on it as well last night too. So very interesting stuff. I'm going to be getting involved more with this name and Bitcoin as well.
I love it. And tell everybody, bro, that you own 2 ETH coins before, bro.
Oh yeah, I did. I owned I think
so
a little bit more.
This is not your first foray into ETH. Not. You've known about this for a hot minute.
It's funny. So it kind of all came in at once, right?
Yep.
So I had a friend of mine, he's like, hey, Joe, have you heard of Dogecoin? And then my cousin a couple months earlier was like, hey, check out this Ethereum. It was about $900 at the time, $1,000. I'm like, okay, very interesting. Knew absolutely nothing about it. But I'm like, hey, speculation, a form of gambling, sign me up. Obviously, you don't want to keep it in that same mentality. So what did I do? I did put a little bit of money into that, and then also Dogecoin as well. And then that's when I really started to dip into Bitcoin, which I'm like, hey, I just watched, there's a documentary on Prime called Cryptopia. And yeah, anyways, it just talks about Bitcoin, and this one guy says it's going to $1 million. Instantly, what do? I just go and I start putting money into Bitcoin, right? That's just what I do. But that's how things started, right? I watched a little bit of Netflix, YouTube Prime, and I hear people talking about these things, and we get involved. And I actually started watching a documentary last night on how Bitcoin has impacted countries in Africa, and it was very interesting stuff.
Very interesting.
Yeah. And this was made in 2014, and these people were making predictions about Bitcoin and what it could do in the future. Yeah, and there's a cool segment in it. So what happened was they made a transaction. There's a school, obviously, unfortunately, a poor community within it, but they paid using Bitcoin, old school method, and they turned on the lights. Yeah, very interesting stuff. I don't know how exactly they did it, but they're like, hey, they did an example. They're like, hey, we're going to pay this. We're going to do a transaction on the blockchain. And then sure enough, they had the ability to turn on the lights. Bro. Yeah, it was really interesting stuff. And then with that being said, I had to Google what a transaction on the blockchain actually looked like. So it's just pure code, which was very interesting.
I love it. I love it. Interesting stuff, guys. All right, let's get back into Wolf over here. Seller at 95s, but we've got some higher lows. So I've taken out several prints here. We're not really making an aggressive attempt quite yet anyway at that $2 area. Maybe that comes. It's a lot of chop and churn here in the low 90s on Wolf Speed, up 35 and a fifth percent. We'll see how this cookie crumbles. We got shares in this one, so let's give it the old college try. Back in IMNB after getting stopped out. We'll give this one another shot. This one double bottoming at a level, so I've got my stop right below this area over here. Let's see if we can fill the 94 print there. Not exactly popping up quite yet either. PAL I've said very little about because it's been basically holding just the same level here for a hot minute. If it loses VWAP, and it feels like it is because it's putting in substantially lower highs now for a while, I think I'm going to flatten out this trade, and then we'll get back in if it is warranted. So I'm kind of concerned though about Wolf Speed coming back down now, the red candle. I don't want to give this again to the volume weighted average price with a lower high. I don't think that that's the right setup. I need continuity here. I need higher highs and higher lows, and we're just not getting that. So I did scalp out, got positive back on it again. I can flatten out here for an even trade, but I don't know what will be the point of that. I'll just feel really bad if it ends up moving up. So I'm just going to pack my patience on this one. So that's the look. INMB, same story on this one. We flattened out on PALI. So we're now only involved in 2 trades. Helped me concentrate a little bit better, but definitely looking for some continuity here, guys. It's been kind of choppy for these small cap gappers today. None really giving you that direction. I'm keeping my eye on the scanners, see if anything's popping up anew. Nothing really, standing out. Oh, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. REPL. I'm late to the party on this one. It looks like it really got going here. It started, I was going to say repelling, but repelling means going down. It started moving up here into 375 at around 10 o'clock or so. So REPL is the ticker. It is really breaking out into highs. I'm just trying to load it up on the side chart over here so we can weasel into it. Yeah, I feel like I haven't had the right ones to look at today, but REPL certainly strong. What was yesterday's price action? So this one gapped back down. This gapped down aggressively. So I don't know what the hell this is. I don't really care either. It looks like an earnings play in the pre-market or some sort of news catalyst. There was stagnation here at around 340, and then you're getting the second bull flag. So bull flag number 1, and then we get the top break there at 340. We're forming bull flag number 2. REPL at the day high above high 33.1%. Let's see if this one's got the juice to keep going. It certainly has had support at the 10 EMA. Getting away from it right now. Let's see if this one comes back down, gives us an opportunity to get in, or is it going to be one of those ones where we're going to have to punch in at high and then maybe sit in the flag formation for a little bit. So let's go ahead and load up REPL. Take off HIMZ, REPL. Let's go like that, and there it is. It's on the NQ. Breaking out as we speak, Joseph, into that 377. It's got a long way to go given where it came back down from yesterday. So be careful with this one. There might be a lot of bag holders over here into the top side as a result of yesterday's price action. But this could also be, a lot of shorts covering. Right? When shorts cover, they have to buy. So this could be a lot of short covering given yesterday's price action. Be on the lookout for this one, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. All right, so let's see what we got going. It's official bears are out to play. NVDA printed topping tail, and Q's printed a hammer at top. Different tail. English is confusing, I understand that. At top, do you agree on the 15? Let's take a look. Yeah, so I can see some topping, some selling pressure right here on the 5-minute. I'll zoom out to see what we got going on from a 15-minute perspective, just because that's what you're looking at. Right above the volume weighted average price, is this...
Did you get disconnected too?
Okay, I thought I was like,
you know what's funny?
It's
I'm like, jokes how we both actually get it at the same time.
You know what's funny? I'm like, oh, did I have an order out or something? I'm like, no, I'm not prepared for anything.
Yeah, I know. It's like I'm trying to concentrate right now.
I was going to look at you to see if anything happened, but no, I'm glad that you got that as well.
You're good.
I didn't want anything outstanding. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, this isn't like an isolated candle or anything along those lines, but you can see the selling pressure displayed within the price action, so just keep that in mind here, guys. We have that double top right here as well, so yeah, a good look. We'll take a look at the Qs, because I know you mentioned that because we are on that 15-minute time frame. I don't see anything just yet, and what I'm seeing displayed is that it might want to slowly grind into this pre-market low, and if it does, I would be looking for any forms of rejection around that neck of the woods there, guys, all right? So just keep that in mind, and thank you, Pathic, for pointing that out. It's always good to have multiple eyes on something certain. All right, so Joe Mama, what's up, guys? I'm back after a trading break. Joseph, can you talk about taking breaks in mental health trading? I suffered greatly, but not staying active and sitting in a screen all day isn't healthy. So yeah, I mean, you got to find what works for you and what doesn't work for you. There's no beating around the bush that trading is extremely mentally taxing. The more you get comfortable with that, the better off you are. Just understand. It's weird because as we're growing up, I don't know if you grew up in the States or Canada, you go to school, it's not necessarily, I'm not going to say it's okay to be wrong, but to pass a test, you have to be right. And you're kind of just molded and your brain is wired in order for you to they continuously pass. That's why you study, is because you want to get as many of the answers correctly. Well, with trading, you kind of have to rewire your brain and start accepting the fact that you're going to be wrong the majority of the time, unless you have a high accuracy. Accuracy is exactly what I'm looking for. But you have to start rewiring your brain to understand that, hey, 70% of the time, 60% of the time, 80% of the time, I'm going to be wrong. But when I am right, I'm really right. And that's what's really, really hard for a lot of traders to go through. And it's just, it's an ongoing process of just rewiring your brain that you're going to be continuously wrong. And that's where the taxation comes from, is because you're not used to being wrong, because you go through school, you got to pass the test, etc. But that's not the case here in trading. Get used to being wrong, and then when you're right, you have to be extremely right, and I think that's where a lot of the mental taxation comes from, Sharif.
All right, finally, man, getting a little luck my way here on REPL, added substantially into 65 and then into 60, and now we're rocketing back up into 74s. I have no more orders sitting, so let's go ahead and wait over here. Let's post these orders. Hope we don't jinx it. And then we'll post in the 80s as well. Let's see, there we go. 75's now showing up. 77 is a high, guys. So expect some resistance around here unless we can blow through some sellers. 76 now showing up on REPL. It's up almost 34%. Definitely some selling here at 76. Iceberg ordered. 77's now manifesting. 78 now, the high of the day. Good trade here finally on REPL. Yeah, these ones that were pulling back into support have not been the move today. The ones that have been going are the ones that are actually on the breakout right now. So REPL, good to the high side right now on this one. 78 high. I don't want to take this out too quickly. This one to the T. To the T, held the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. You don't see it on the white charts, but I'll just give you a quick gander there.
Something's
on
going on with Ether. What a big time. Oh, we just added
what happened?
More. Something, Ether just got a big time. Something's going on in the market here. Big time move to the top side. Look at the TQs here.
I see it.
We take a scalp there on Ethereum.
Yeah.
Wow. What
Something's
a move.
going on.
Yeah. I'm going to take a little bit off here. Have to be exact, because that punch and pray was crazy. Yeah, let's go.
Great
what a
move.
big time move there on Ethereum. Yeah, we'll take that all day, Sharif. But something stepped into this market. We now broke that downtrend on Ethereum. I remove a little bit of liquidity there, but the Qs and the SPY just went absolutely parabolic right there, breaking up, and the volume most definitely stepped in. I think we're going to be heading over, I don't know if I heard anything just yet, but there's most definitely going to be some news on this there, guys. So be cautious. If you get and you're involved on the right side of that pop, take some off, just in case you get that reversal move back towards the downside. So keep that in mind.
Nothing
nice
yet,
pop there.
Brendo
Nothing
says.
quite yet. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But yeah, that was a big time spike, and hopefully you guys are on the wrong side of the trade. It just blew through a bunch of short stops right there, and it just absorbed liquidity and just grabbed and just climbed higher and higher. But the Qs and the SPY, massive spike to the top side there, Sharif. And it looks like in Ethereum, this move might be sustained there, my brother.
All right, man. Let's just wet the beak here on REPL as this one zigs and zags. I'm just keeping my eye on this one, but Wolf, I'm going to get stopped out here any second. Wolf is losing the volume weighted average price. If it comes back down into the 80s over here, where are we long? We're 87 long, so we're 1 penny out of the money right now on WOLF. I'll let that one go. I've given it the stop. Now I'm keeping my eye on Repel. I've substantially de-risked on REPL. We got 63s on. It's showing me 66s, so it's certainly off the high. Keeping my eye out on that. I'm also keeping my eye on INMB. It is finding support here, generally in the high to mid 80s, popping back into 90. We have 90s on. We've barely got any prints here, so I'm looking for some buying to step in on INMB. It was a buy program almost to start, but kind of feels like it's getting a little weak now. So we'll have to pack our patience with that. Also keeping my eye back, let's just go over here. I'm going to take it out on Repel if it comes against me by any amount. So let's go ahead and go 362, stop. Okay, so we'll give that basically to 359 just in case, and then we'll put for a break-even trade on that one. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. So Financial Times reports the EU and the US are close to a 15% tariff deal. Unsurprising. Thank you, Brendo, for that. And I say unsurprising because once the Japan deal got struck, Donald made statements that he was close with a deal with the European Union. That is going to be good news for a lot of these European car makers. We already saw how the Japanese car makers responded to the tariff deal today with Japan. You had double digits for a lot of them. I'm talking about the Toyotas, Mazdas, Hondas. They were all markedly up in the morning. That's a huge deal, man. I mean, how many Japanese cars do you think driving around the United States? How many European cars do you think are in the United States? So just, I know some of them are made locally, obviously, but that is an important deal. Okay, so Wolf is breaking down. So that trade was wrong. We're going to flatten out there. And I had substantial size on that one. So I'm a little disappointed with myself for that. But hey, I wouldn't have traded it any differently. It came into VWAP and I was looking for support at the volume weighted average price. Too bad. So we're out of that one. Now I'm going to really focus here on REPL, the remaining amount, and INMB, looking for this one to continue to hold support in the mid-80s and then rocket back up. So that's the reaction to the news right now, guys. It is a trade deal, possibly likely, with the European Union for around 15%. I'm just trying to go into my news blotter here to see if I can get you guys any details on that EU. Let's type in EU. Why would they have anything about the EU here, Joey? I mean, that's not a big deal. No. Now, here it is. U.S. stocks move higher after the Financial Times reports U.S. and EU close in. So it's exactly what Brendo wrote before. Nothing new added to that. So that's all we have for you guys right now with respect to this little price action that just popped the market up.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. And Ribby and I in the chat were talking. He's like, goodbye to the VIX calls. Yeah, but we did get a little spike in the VIX, right? So that's just massive expansion. Obviously, we look at the inverse correlation between the two, but I think this is kind of an event where you're just trading within a tight average true range within the intraday, but then you get that news catalyst that just sends everything, excels everything, right? So you're gonna look at the money IVs. The chances are it's started to increase considering we just expanded drastically within price action. But in the long term, it may be bad just due to the fact that it's going to slowly decay. And then if we continue to grind higher, then that's when you're going to start to see that volatility cool off. All right. So I appreciate that. No, but that's what I was just thinking about, though, right, Rivian? Because you and I in Pug Life were always talking about options and stuff like that. And you brought a good point. I had to bring it up to see what was going on. It's like, but no, we got that expansion within price. So essentially, the VIX should slightly pick up. This is, yeah, so that's what I'm looking at there, all right? Yeah, we're gonna, okay, so there it is, guys. It is now lunchtime. We're gonna hold on to this Ethereum position to see what we got going on. That was a nice punch, right on that volatility spike. We doubled up the position right there, Sharif. But now, we're heading to Neil with his lesson of the day.
Bang. Get it, Neil.
Thank you, guys. Lesson of the day brought to you by our friends over at Top One Futures, everybody. If you're looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or, hey, even Bitcoin, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading toward your next payout. And whether you're trading futures, whether you're trading equity, heck, anything that's going to be moving on a chart, you want volatility. We like volatility. We love volatility. But there's a term that I like to use, which is like you want to try to sniper trades if you can. And that just means the more volatile a stock is, or futures, doesn't really matter, the more precise you want to be with your entries. When the risk is bigger and the opportunities as well, you don't want to get wrapped up in fighting a stock or going too far against the grain. You want that spot where you can get in, and as Joe said, understand that in trading you're going to lose oftentimes as much as you win or more than you win. But when there's a big opportunity out there, you want to get that precise entry to where you can try to win big and lose small. And I want to give you 2 examples of that kind of an entry. And it doesn't matter what style of trade you use for the sniper entry, but you want to have a plan of action as to what you're doing with it before. The first example is going to be something like HIMS. Now, obviously, if you've broken out long on HIMS, you're just absolutely chilling, stone cold chilling. Sharif likes stone cold chilling. Everyone should, although it is kind of chilly in here right now. I don't know about that. But when we talk about looking for entries to trade with good risk to reward, I want to find a trading strategy like this, where it has gone up from the open 49. By the time I'm looking at this stock, you've gone almost 10% up. The volume weighted average price is over $1.50 away, and I can find myself in a trade where I'm shorting it with less than 25 cents worth of risk, and there's $1 to $1.50. And the reason why that works is I know that if I have a trend break set up, my entry is going to be clean. I did use a 1 minute instead of a 3 minute. I'm not going to bother switching it here, but I get in, I give it to a prior bar in that one, and the second it's not working, that's fine. I get a scalp trade out at first spot, at first support, and when it breaks back up, I have a very, very tight stop. This is the type of setup that only needs to work 1 time out of 3 for me. And if it works 1 time out of 3, you're profitable. Why? Because you've sniped your entry. I'm not trying to get filled at other places. And even when I play it here, same strategy. I play it right here, same strategy, trend break, take some profit out, it stops me out. I get a wick top, I still like it because it gave the wick top. I jump right back in again with a tight stop, scalp it, and then actually tighten my stop up here. All throughout the way, it's still upward trending. And I'm flat on the stock. I'm actually flat on HMS. And that's with taking a bit of profit, but having a tight stop. Any of those moves get down to the volume weighted average price, and it's my best stock today. All the while, not even risking that much. Now, how many times do you have the opportunity to get a big win, and when it doesn't work out, you're taking a small loss? It never could have been my biggest loser today unless I missed my stop. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for when I'm sniping an entry. And sometimes sniping an entry is a little bit less defined because you could just be taking a breakdown trade. Now, candidly, open, I got very fortunate on open today when we want to snipe an entry. And when we look at the last couple of days, we knew what we wanted to do after that move to the downside. Yesterday, you were shorting it off the $4 level. Forget about the breakdown. Today, it didn't go to 3, which is the next even dollar, which you're all over if it does, but then 250. Pre-market lows 250. A sniper entry can also be a breakout or a breakdown. It breaks 250, it's SSR. I missed the trade because as it's going down, you need an uptick to be able to get the fill. I don't get it. I leave the order in and pray that it bounces back into my order. It did and gave me the fill. That's a sniper entry. Why? Because my stop is literally at 251. If that even spends a split second or a single print above that breakout price, I'm out. But your risk to, I'm not taking any profit until it gets to 40. So my first out is 7 cents in the money, my stop is 4 cents, and the move goes 25. So my average out works out to about a 13 or 14 cent win with 4 cents worth of risk. That's a sniper entry. And ultimately, you could do this a million ways. Look, I could have changed it up and been like short into this level or whatever, and it would have worked. But I don't want to play it that way. I want to play it where tight stops, tight entry, another flat bottom break. If it doesn't work, fine, I can get out of dodge. I can find my way back in. Topping tail candle, sniper entry, work it back to the low. Now, you can play it a million ways. You could short every single up move and just hold it. That would work too. But if you do that on the days where it's trending up like this, then what's going to happen is the days that you lose are going to wipe out the days that you win. And ultimately, that's what matters. So when something is trending or going parabolic, if you can find an execution strategy that gets you one place to buy, one place to sell in a certain direction with a good tight stop relative to your risk to reward, it's such a safer way to play than just sort of saying, I like the long, I like the short, and then you could end up fighting the trend. I'd rather just find places to join the trend and get that and get that nice entry point where it doesn't have to win 80% of the time for me to win, then sit there trying to fight the stock. No, it's a short, let me just keep shorting it on the way back in, or it's a long, let me just keep buying those dips. If you can find those perfect entries and refine your trading style, everything when it comes to risk management becomes more simple. It's easier to stay disciplined if you have a specific strategy of entry and exit that you can easily explain to yourself or to somebody else and put orders out there without having to overthink it. That's your lesson of the day. Good luck. This market is wild. Love that deal with the EU. Nice spike to the upside. AMD now 2.5% up. Chips are back, baby. Bye.
Thank you very much, Neil. Awesome as always. All right, guys. Some stuff to update you on. There's another small cap gapper that's working its way onto the scene. It's still south of that dollar right now. It goes by the ticker SHOT. SHOT 99.81 high. I'm talking about 4 decimal places, not $99. So just on the door of that dollar area, yeah, where the bears have been keeping this one down below the dollar. It's on its way. It's done about not that many shares, 6.63 million. With you, this one has been trading since basically 9:30 onward. So you can see about 600,000 shares per 5-minute candle there at the high. But the problem with this one is it's still south of that dollar. Now, I could be a buyer here at 90 pennies, just given what it did there initially with resistance. So I can keep my eye on that one. We'll see how that one goes. INMB is coming back down now into the volume weighted average price. I was able to de-risk substantially up here, so I feel good adding into the volume weighted average price, which is currently at 79s to 80s. So let's see if we can get a move into that level into about, let me see if I can front run that. I'll front run it at 81. Let's see if we can get the fill there, Joey. I'll let you iron that out for a second, then I'll tell everybody about REPL. This one just made a new high into 81s. Be on the lookout here for Repel, up 34%, holding the 10 EMA quite well. Let's see if this one's got the juice to take out the high at 81s. Joey, what happened?
No, I pressed the wrong key, and I did mean to add here, but then I doubled my ad by accident, so I didn't mean to do that. I meant to place an order at 65s, and then it flushed right against me. So yeah, what a dog's breakfast, man. That was not fun. But yeah, I mean, I was going for the break of this zone right here. You slowly start to curl over, and then that's what I was looking for, that move. But then I by accidentally pressed the wrong key, and it just added me a little bit more right there. So we'll see if we can hold on to this. That now lifts my stop up to about 29.50. So we don't got too much room on this one, guys. 27.49, sorry, I should say, because I'm going to get out break even if it does decide to break through this resistance level. And there you can see that this move isn't being sustained, but I think there might be another opportunity to get involved. You just want to keep an ite out on that. So yeah, it's unfortunate that I made that mistake, because now I just got to get out of this trade, right? Because I'm not going to allow a winning trade to turn into a loser whatsoever. So yeah, there it is. We'll take some off, but a nice breakout. You can see we got that volatility spike. Boom, we double it up, take some off there, and I had about 40% remaining. Add a little bit more just to get it to about a little bit more than a half risk unit, and then I made that mistake, and then now we make that flush. So there it is, starting to pull back in. Same with across the board, right? You got the Qs starting to come back in towards the volume weighted average price, so another big time volatility spike, giving up the majority of that move here already. But there it is, some key resistance zones, support levels, sorry. Now you're getting that base, but now if it cracks to the downside, maybe this was enough liquidity absorbed in order for us to continue its descent. But yeah, Bitcoin really staying aggressive. Ethereum now back into VWAP, so I'm glad that we got out of this one. See, that's the thing, right, guys? When you put on a trade, you don't want to give money back on the winning trade, so just hop out. If it comes back to your break even and you still really like that trade, you could just hop right back in if you really still feel that type of way, all right? So just keep that in mind. But yeah, we're starting to get some aggressive selling in some of these crypto names. Bitcoin right back at the volume weighted average price, so keep an eye out for this one. It's been respecting it pretty well throughout the intraday session, right? So you can see that we've been trading around that level, nice base around that 67, and then sure enough, you climb, you get that volatility spike, and now giving up a little bit more of that movement. That's the thing. It's hard to sustain the volume, especially if they don't believe that there's higher value in the underlying asset. But let's pull up the options chain real quick before we send it back to Sharif on Bitcoin to see what we got going on with that one. Is there any high levels of open interest? Why have we been kind of going back into a consolidation after we've been on that previous move? And I think this will tell us a lot here. So on this week's expiration cycle, we want to find the highest level of open interest, and that's going to be at the 69 strike price. Now let's go zoom out and see what we got going on for the week, and if we've traded anywhere around that realm. So we'll go to an hourly chart. Where was our high? 68.43, Sharif. 68.43, even 68.70 roughly there. So, or is it Monday, Tuesday? Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah.
Yes,
so
sir.
there it is. So there it is, a high of 68.46. We'll call it 50s flat on this week. And the highest level of open interest is right at that 69 strike price, 47,500. Right below that, we have that 68 strike price with 30,100 current open contracts. Let's take a look at ETHA.
Okay.
I want to see what this thing's up to.
What's it up to?
I haven't even looked at the chain yet on it, to be honest with you, brother. It's crazy. 30 strike price, 21,800 contracts. Let's pull up ETHA to see what we got going on. I'm curious to when this thing became optionable. What was the high? 29.34, starting to pull back. But that's the largest amount of size that I see across the board on this week's expiration cycle. That's going to be both on the call and the put side.
All right, guys. Rappel doing quite well over here, guys. So it's been holding the 10 EMA, a new high day into 382s. I'm still posted at 86s. We get the 82 print there. I haven't added to this one since initially getting in on Rappel at 65 or 63s. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I don't mind adding to it into the 10 EMA, but I did get burned on the Pally ad, right? So we did add into that one, then that lost VWAP. So we ended up giving back a little bit there on PALI. So I want to be kind of cautious with where I add today. The small cap gappers, it's not really their day. There are not too many that are running aggressively right now. REPL, maybe some others, HIMZ, which is not really a small cap gapper. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about these ones today. We'll keep an eye on it. I don't want to be aggressive though if it's not warranted to be aggressive. So packing my patience there. Now what I'm keeping my eye on right now is INMB. So we're in at 81s. This is the volume weighted average price. So it's going to have to hold up here. I've tried to give it a little bit of room to account for any slippage below VWAP, but you just never really know how these ones are going to get. So VWAP, keeping my eye on this one, looking for a pop back up on IMB. I'm still seeing ATYR, which we don't have in our system, but this one had a lot of support at the volume weighted average price as well. It's off the highs though, 710 HOD right now on this one. It's back down in 681, but VWAP has been an interesting area of support for it. What else do we got? Rappel I mentioned. HIMZ back into that 10 EMA. Looks like the buy program has kind of shut off at least for a little bit now on HIMZ. You can see the declining profile, volume profile that is. Essentially from 1120, 1130 onwards, it's been making lower lows, lower highs, excuse me. So yeah, be on the lookout for the declining volume on this one because it could start selling off. And it's already losing the 10 EMA, coming into $26 now, $24 the volume weighted average price. So you're gonna have to wait a little bit for this one to weasel its way back down if it's gonna find support at VWAP. So keeping my eye on that. Wolf Speed, I got stopped out of this, as I mentioned earlier, but there does seem to be a buyer here at 80, which is about 5 pennies below the volume weighted average price. It's trying to break back above that now, but I've seen this story before where it popped back up off VWAP only to get you in to make newer lows subsequent. So unless we get something above 195 where I can say to myself, look, you've cleared a prior area high, I'm not going to get involved with Wolf. In fact, I've kind of taken it off the side chart so that or the trading screen, so I'm not really kind of compelled to trade it. So now what I'm really focusing on is REPL and INMB. I've got shares on INMB. If we get a nice price spike up on this one into 3, it would just be aces. We're showing 84s right now, where I actually have my first order. It's not clearing that level, so we're not going to get the print showing 83s on the bid. The spread doing its thing, 25 yet again. So we'll keep that in view. What else we got over here? That's basically it. So PMN, I haven't said anything about this one, but it's, let me show you guys SHOT, because you guys have been talking about SHOT in the chat a lot. This is the one that I said was kind of straddling that $1 area. This is the 5-minute on SHOT, and you can see it's putting in higher lows for a possible attempt of a break of $1. And here we go. Are we at the day's high yet on SHOT? What is the day high technically? It is now $1, despite the fact we're not above it right now. So keep your eye on this one. It's been putting in some higher lows. Definitely some buying here, likely at 90 pennies, given that 90 pennies was basically the flat top break today. Now we have the dollar with which to contend. So keep your eye on SHOT if you like these small cap gappers. I think this one might have a shot. All right, back to INMB. We get the print at 84s. Now it's showing me 85s. Let's see if this one can pop back up and give us a few prints here. Next level I'm waiting at, Joey, 88.
Cool. Let's go, guys. Let's see what we got going on. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their, not yet, no?
Do they have to be savvy?
No, they have to be savvy.
Okay.
Otherwise, yeah, I don't think you fit the requirements. They're savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market.
Yes.
Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. There it is. Yeah, so what a dump here that we're experiencing in the crypto space. Shereen.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Can I say something to you, man? It feels like crypto has been a hedge as of late. I don't want to go ahead and say that yet, because I think a couple of weeks ago we did see correlation with the NQ.
Yeah.
But I want to say maybe over a rolling 6-week period, I think there's been more dissimilarities than similarities with the NQ, and I'm not averse to that. If I want to punch into the Qs, Joey, I'll punch into the Qs.
Yeah.
But I don't want to punch into Bitcoin and get Qs price action.
Yeah.
And so I
agree with you on that.
Yeah,
right?
and so when I woke up this morning and you had that Japan deal, in fact, it was last night, I saw it on Squawk Box Asia that that Donald announced the Japan deal. But the point was, as soon as we got that deal, you saw some selling off in Bitcoin. Which, okay, I get that. It's short-term coverings of the hedge, but I do want to see the break of the correlation. I don't want the correlation, right?
You want to see more divergence between,
dude. Yeah. Like, I
agree with you, right?
You know what I mean?
It's like, hey, it's like you don't kind of, for an example, you don't want to mix, like everybody has friend groups, right? And sometimes it's not good to mix the different friend groups.
Well said.
Right? You know what I mean?
Said. I never mix friend groups.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a hard and fast rule, baby.
So you don't mix the two.
No.
And I think that's kind of the case in crypto. And as for the past 6 weeks, I mean, look at the move that Ethereum's been on. A lot of us thought this was like dead money. It's like Ethereum this, Ethereum that. It sucked. Well, guess what? Genius Act doesn't suck so much
I was one
anymore.
of those people.
Dude,
I'll admit it. I'll admit it, man.
A lot of us were. Everybody's like, why would you buy Ethereum over Bitcoin? Like, you don't know what you're doing. Okay, well, clearly we didn't know what we were doing, because with the Genius Act, this is the primary beneficiary. Like the blockchain, smart contract. We've been talking about smart contracts for quite some time, but now I think this gives the ability for more adoption within that realm. And I think what's going on with the Genius Act is just so perfect for Ethereum. And I'm really curious to see where this can lead this, like 5-10 years down the road.
And let's just call another spade a spade, man. The stable coin legislation, especially with the ones pegged to the US dollar, is super bullish for the US in 2 ways. One, for demand for US currency, because you have to offset the inflows with dollars or US debt, treasuries. Now, it's not going to, I don't think, bring down the yield curve from the longer dated. Why? Because they're all going to be short-term treasuries that the stable coin issuing companies are going to have to hold.
5 years.
Exactly. Even sub that, Joey, some 6 months, a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So not bad in terms of, definitely getting demand for treasuries. But if you're looking for the 10-year, the 30-year to kind of drop down in the yield because demand for them are going to go higher, I don't think the stable coin issuers are going to be putting in the 30-year.
No.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
usually more like for like insurance funds.
There you go.
Put by the 30.
There you go.
Stuff like that. So very, very valid point. I think that the outlook for this is absolutely fantastic. And it's funny. So I was watching a little bit of the news, and there's this company called the Ethereum Machine.
Okay.
So it's a guy. I think the company owns about 400,000 Ethereum, and what it's kind of like a it's the MicroStrategy of Ethereum. And essentially what they're doing is they're going to generate yield for you. So it's different. So they're going to stake the Ethereum, and they're going to be, that will generate the yield, but then you also get you're looking to get the appreciation of the underlying asset and the stock price while you can generate profits from the yield as well too. And that's why the individual is building his case on why you shouldn't necessarily buy ETHA, because you won't have the ability to generate that yield, but you can get exposure to that with this Ethereum machine. And I'm not too sure if he's going to be IPOing relatively soon, but it's very interesting.
Interesting.
Stuff. Yeah.
Ram. You just got your crypto segment right there, girl. Clip that.
You're welcome.
That was some good stuff right there. Come on.
Hey, and we didn't even mean to do it. That's the best when it's organic.
We didn't. And it's super appropriate given stablecoin legislation. And when I do the news shortly, guys, I'm going to show you what Goldman's doing today. They're tokenizing money market funds with your boys there at Bank of Mellon, New York. We'll get to that one in a hot second because it's super interesting as well. To me, this is very, very bullish in terms of opening up the financial markets. I want to shout out Justin Turner. I like how you spell your name, Justin, Juston. Shout out to Assassino as well for sending me this. Justin says as follows: love you all. I didn't usually speak. Thank you for all your effort and your talent that you share here. I'm sick, and Trader TV is the truth. No, you're the truth. Thank you very much, Justin, for that comment. So much so.
Who's really the truth, Neil? Who's the truth? Who is that guy?
So much so that they liked that comment so much so that you inspired Neil to come in midday.
Preach is all I got to say. And I want to shout out, that was a great segment you guys just, whether it's a segment or you guys are just shooting, you know what, talking about crypto, that was great. And hats off to both of you. And there's one thing I want to say. When I did last night, I was talking about open, and there was a troubling comment that came in the chat. Because someone actually posted in the chat, and I believe you, that they said, I can't take sniper entries on this stock because when I traded at my broker, there's an 8-cent spread. Now, I was in disbelief. I actually had this conversation with Brendan and even the president of our company here at Real Trading. And I simply said, I didn't want to use the terminology in my response that you're being scammed. But you know what? That's the right thing to say. Open Door did a 1.8 billion shares of volume 2 days ago. It did 1 billion shares yesterday. It's done 360 million shares today. It is 100% trading with a ridiculous amount of liquidity at a 1-cent spread. And if anybody out there is having to execute with an 8-cent spread on this stock, they're flat out being cheated. And know that you are being cheated, and know that as a trader you deserve better. And I you know what? I'm not the kind of person that usually would have done this. And it was after the conversation with the president of the company that said, no, this is what I should be saying. Letting you know that you're getting scammed. That's just the truth. So at the end of the day, your broker works for you. And your platform should work for you, and it should be giving you the tools to succeed. And if it's not, find somebody that is. At Real Trading, we have access to pretty much everything, and we can short this and that and get locates, but that's ridiculous. 8-cent spread on a stock with that kind of volume?
That's crazy,
Like,
Neil.
get out of here.
That's crazy.
Get out of here. Like, it almost sounds criminal to me. Like, it's a flat-out scam. So hopefully you can find yourself a better situation there, because everyone just wants to be able to have the opportunity to trade and have.
But Neil, I want to build on your point before you go. There are some brokerages, Neil, that will only use one market maker, one gateway, right? And so you're kind of restricted to that one gateway. So if the spread is 8 pennies on that gateway, it's take it or leave it.
Well, what's extreme about this is even if that were the case, Open is so liquid that every gateway is at the 1-cent spread.
That's fair.
Because it's literally the most highest volume stock in the last 3 days.
That's
like
fair,
if it was a small capper with limited volume and limited liquidity, fine. But this is the most liquid stock in the market at this moment. And that's what really bothered me.
Fair.
Like, something you're getting scammed. There's more liquidity on this stock than you find pretty much anywhere. Call anything up and it doesn't have Open's liquidity. Anyways, I'll let you guys get back to it.
I appreciate it.
I just hope that viewer can find a better situation.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And thank you, Neil, for coming in midday. Alexis Bliss, is Ram Adara? No. Yes. They are two different people. Adara is the girl that sits at the big desk with the reddish brown hair. Ram, you don't see her kind of just like weaseling in and out behind the scenes. Sometimes she's mean. Sometimes you'll hear her from behind the mic. No, two different people. Ram sits like right in front of Joseph and I. So if we're kind of looking that way and yelling at Ram, she is one of the production people. Adara obviously has vacation time. She's back home visiting fam. We wish her a great time there. So they are not the same people. Galvin G says, I don't believe you. All right, bro. How about it? All right, let's keep an eye here on REPL. This one continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. That's where I am right there. So right there, that computer screen right there, that's her computer. I don't know if she's there. Is she there? No, she's not there. So that's where Rammer is. You guys can see Brendo is right there in the corner. Joey obviously sits over here. And then we got the big kahunas to the right of me, but that is Brendo at the big desk right there filling in for Adara. There you go. Neil and Sean, the OGs doing their thing. And that's Ram. That culprit right there, that's her. Zoom in on her, Assassino. Yes, that's Ram. So she's part of the production team. If you see TikToks, if you see Instagram short reels, if you see YouTube shorts, she's the one putting them together. So yeah, show love for Ram in the chat. If you like some of our online social media content, she's behind all that good stuff right there. All right, let's get back to REPL. It's the only trade that I'm currently involved in. It's the only one that's continually putting in higher highs and higher lows. Everything else I'm displeased with, okay? So much so, I flattened out of INMB for a little bit of a winner here as it came back down, and more pleased I could not be with that decision as it did come back into my entry. Now, what pushed me out of INMB was not lack of patience. What it was obvious area lower highs. So if I base my 1135 candle as the area high, which is the day high, so I got to use that, 307, then we look. What's the next area high? 298, couldn't even work to 3. And then what was it followed by? A red candle, fantastic. And then this candle over here that found support at the volume weighted average price, that 1215 candle. What was it followed by? Yet another red candle. So it's lower high, lower low, lower low. That ain't the move if you're going long. So we'll stop out of this one and take some quick profits on that. Am I positive on this piece of crap? Hold on, INMB. No, I'm down very little on it. So at least I made some back because I was actually more negative on it. So INMB we'll keep an eye on. If it wants to find support at the volume weighted average price, we'll get back involved. Otherwise, I want no smoke with it. Wolf Speed, I saw this one was trying to dupe me into another long over here. Starts putting in 4 candles off the volume weighted average price to make new highs. And then look at this candle. Touches 190, drops all the way back down into the high 70s. So Wolf Speed, absolutely not for me at the moment. But there's others. There's others, but they're lacking liquidity. Where is that one? VYNE I had over here. Let me show you guys this one. It's super illiquid. It's just not the day for small caps today. Even though this one's got a 1 penny spread, it's barely doing any volume, but it's got a lot of support. Whatever reason, at the volume weighted average price, somebody's buying it up here, and they have been basically all day since 11 o'clock. It's been defending the volume weighted average price, and now it's getting into that $1.40 area where it's had resistance essentially all day. So if that one takes out the level, we could get involved. Otherwise, I'm just not seeing the small caps with the continuity today. So if that's the case, we're not going to be punching into these willy-nilly. We'll stick with the ones that are winning. So INMB is the only one really that's continuing to go, and I'm keeping my eye on this one for a deeper retracement, namely because we've obviously got into the high there at 385. I didn't take prints. I was waiting at 87, and we're above the 10 EMA. So we have been due here for a deeper pullback, at least from my observation on REPL, for a hot minute. And the last time we were below the 10 EMA on a closing basis was never. This thing has been above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart since 9:30. You've had all of one wick below the 10 EMA. It happened one time here at 10:55, and that's it. Everything else has found support at the 10 EMA. This is the candle that I got involved in, that 1150 candle off 58s, and then we added as this one moved up. So REPL, the only one really that I like at the moment. HIMZ, we can't trade, but this one had good support off the 20 exponential. Neither can we with ATYR. This one also has fantastic support off the volume weighted average price. It's having trouble though with 7. There's been a lot of selling in and around that 7 area, despite the fact that the high of the day is 710. Keep your eye out though if you can trade this one, ATYR, it's putting in lower highs. So what I'd be looking for is a decisive clearing of $7, not a quick wick above it and then a drop back down. So be on the lookout for that. Otherwise, Joey, it's just not the day for these small caps. So I'm going to pack my patience and really wait for that setup.
Yeah, good. No, good for understanding.
Oh, good reminder there.
Yeah, good. Good for understanding when it's not your day. Agora realized that, and I think that's a veteran move, especially if you're just at home trading on your desk. You don't want to just continuously tilt out and be like, been there, done that. So it's not a good time. Eventually, what you asked me this morning, Sharif, what would you rather feel, the pain of discipline or the pain of regret?
Dude, it's one of the, it's so stupid how I encountered this. Can I tell you?
Yeah, absolutely.
The stupidity is rampant, but it's so real, this statement. It's a stupid TikTok video of some Japanese guy dancing to the song. He made up a song that has these words. Do you want the pain of discipline or the pain of, because you're going to get both. You're going to get either way. Which one actually pays dividends, though?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying to you this morning. The pain of discipline is temporary because eventually it'll pay off. The regret can always linger and loom.
Now, let's not pretend that there are people out there that can't put regret out of their mind, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
You can kind of, just be like, oh, yeah, whatever.
You're over it quick. You know.
No, man, I am not.
I'm
not one of those people.
There's no way. A good saying. I remember at the gym they removed that. They had a big saying. The bridge between goals and accomplishments is discipline, and that stuck with me for a long time.
That's big.
Yeah, it's really big, man.
And then he goes on to say, do you want the pain of progress or do you want the pain of regress?
Yeah, exactly. Either way.
Either way, it's going to be painful, baby.
Yeah, but
some people in the chat saying discipline is not pain. I find discipline to be quite painful. When I get up at 5 in the morning and I smash a sesh, it's painful. When I have to basically go to work after work, it's painful. It's painful. It's not pleasurable. I'd rather be at home watching YouTube. I mean, I'm whatever, running, out with the boys, playing tennis, Duolingo, which I do anyway. No, seriously though, guys. Discipline does have to
pull that headline up. Can you pull that headline up one more time for us there? Fabian, I seen this at Meta now creating a wristband that you can control computers with just the twitch.
Oh, okay. So like the Apple Watch?
Yeah. So boom. Maybe.
Doesn't it already have? Aren't there already finger controls on the Apple Watch?
Is there?
Yeah.
Can you use finger control?
This is older. This is 6, but the new one's
All right. So
the 11th finger.
The 11th finger. Cool.
Okay, Fabian.
All right. Make sure you guys put in the tickers that you want to see on the afternoon rundown, guys. You want to put in the $sign and then the ticker following that. So leading the way, we got HIMS with 60 subs, Tesla 46, but then SDST, I think that's more along your realm there, Sharif, with 49 subs. So they're sitting in that second place. But Tesla, I would not be surprised. But guys, put that $sign and then the ticker. And it's probably best you go with some of the top leaders just in case. But if you want to throw something out there, who knows what? Anything can catch fire. And then boom, next thing you know, you're climbing higher. But my God, I think I was looking for you earlier in the day. I think it's Jeff Josie. Yeah, were you and I talking earlier this morning? You're saying, "Hey, Joe, hop into a trade." I said, "Hey, patience, brother, patience, right? You want to get more into sniper mode right now." And then here you can see this is what we were waiting for on Ethereum, and I was just fortunate enough to get to be involved in this volatility to the top side, right? That's just complete fluke. Did I know anything along those lines was coming? Absolutely not, especially regarding the EU deal. So yeah, just again, but that's what they say. Sometimes luck is just, I forget how the saying goes, but luck is obviously something involved that comes with a little bit of skill as well too, right? You put yourself in the right place at the right time, and sure enough, some lucky things can happen, and we've just been fortunate enough to do so. So there it is. But now we've turned negative on the day, 2.2%. So my long shares aren't doing too good. Dang, we're gonna have to buy a little bit more. I think this is going to be more of a long-term play, either mid to long-term, anyways, 3 to 6 months, maybe even if that, a couple months. But I think we'll start to get the ball rolling. It's been on a monstrous move as the past couple of weeks have passed. And things need to cool down a little bit. So they fill this gap, 26, we'll add a little bit more, and then maybe we can take that additional climb higher and put in and race towards those previous all-time highs, which is, I believe, just under $5,000 on Ethereum. So yeah, good look there, guys. Make sure you put the $sign and then the ticker you got going on. And what else are you looking at? Oh, Jesus in the chat was asking me about some puts on the Qs, and I said, hey, brother, hey, brother. I said, you remember that song? Yeah.
That's like one that I actually know, Joey.
Rest in peace to Avicii. Wait, right? Because as soon as this happens, Pug Life and Rivian and I were talking about this. As soon as you get that volatility spike, it's going to be automatically reflected in the options premium. Until that really starts to cool off, you want to see the volatility decay. And if you do believe that, or you still have this bearish outlook where you want to buy those puts, you want to wait for the IV to slowly cool off so you're not paying an outstanding premium, an extended premium there, Sharif.
All right, guys. Just keeping my eye still on REPL. Where's this one at? Still hanging out at the highs. It feels like it's holding the 10 EMA on the 5, but not really rocketing up. 385, and it's been 385 is a high, and it's been straddling 375. I want to say for going on now almost half an hour. So really unsure how to think about this one. I still have a couple of outs left. I'm still waiting at 87s. That requires a high at daybreak, so we'll keep tabs on that one. I weaseled also into RNAS over here. Let's see if it can kind of get back above 16. Small position here on RNAS. I don't mind defending the top end of the prior area bull flag, which is around 15.5. It's showing me 84s at the moment, but certainly having some trouble selling at 16. What I'm looking at is the 5-second chart to see if there's buyers that are going to step in at around 15.50. At around 12.08 to about maybe 12.13, there was a seller at 15.50 before we decisively took out 15.50 at around 12.15. So what I'm looking for is possibly a buyer to step in at around the $0.50, the prior area where we were selling off. But it does seem like this one is still putting lower highs in on the 5-second chart, so it's not really rocketing up. RNAZ, we'll see what this one's got. It's about 67% in the green right now, but definitely a little bit off the highs. Wolf Speed continues to sell off. Bless you, Raymond. This one continues to sell off, so I was happy I didn't get lured into that long on the pullback into VWAP. It is substantially below VWAP. Now get that fly, Katina, man. Those things have been annoying the hell out of everybody the last few days over here. INMB continuing to sell off, guys. Be on the lookout for possible hold at VWAP. It is right at the volume weighted average price, but this one hasn't caught a bid since, I want to say, 11:35. So we are over an hour now of just straight selling on IMB. So be on the lookout for that as well, Joey. ATYR is the one that's really going here, looking in to get into the high of the day. ATYR, not one that we can trade, but 33% in the green. Look at it. It's right above, or looking to take out 7 again. It's awfully close to 7. And then if it can clear 7, there's a good chance it squeezes above the high of the day, because that's 710 right there. So it's literally right at the corner. We'll see what ATYR has to offer, Joey.
Absolutely. Okay, so Brando brought this to us earlier this morning. So there it is, Jack Dorsey now allowing BTC payments, which is very, very interesting. It's not even moving with the market right now, so slow, steady grind higher. That's really, really, really cool, and I think that's great, a good step in the right direction. And then you can see it not moving with the market as the TQs and the SPY are pulling back. XYZ block is just on the steady grind to the top side and breaching some of these e-liquid areas. Actually, we'll see that first. I don't want to eat my words too quickly. Oh, so there it is. Run into that pre-market low where you can see a lot of that e-liquidity is. Like I'm pointing at it like you guys can see. I love it when I do that. But I think that's going to be a next level. And if it has the ability to breach and hold, watch out. There is a double top right here almost to the penny, right at that $89 or $81 level. So keep an eye out for that as well too. But a lot of good levels that you could potentially play on this name. Did the volume start to pick up? No, it's nice, cool, and moderate. So there it is. Nice steady ground higher. No ability to breach any of these lows. What was prior resistance now acting as support. And then you just get that move higher. Wow, what a great opportunity on that one there. So yeah, it's unfortunate that we missed that, but I won't complain. Glad that this is where you got to get out when you're supposed to get out, right? Like we hop in, add, boom, 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 we add a little bit more, and then it comes to our break-even stop, and then we just get out of there. Imagine I just held this, I would have given back the majority of all the profits on the day, not even on that trade alone. But yeah, so there it is, Jack Dorsey, Square now lets merchants accept BTC payments, all right? Tesla starting to head towards the low. Don't forget, we got earnings. What's going to happen? Are we going to sell into it, or are we going to buy or start buying things up around 2 o'clock? I think that's, if there is going to be any signs of strength in this, maybe we'll turn around in the latter half of the session and start to climb higher. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. perspective, there it is, consistent lower highs right there. I think if it breaks, this is a really key pivot level. If it does break and it just goes absolutely crazy, the shorts are going to get squeezed, and I would not be surprised. That is to the downside if it does exceed this 374 level, because we know what Tesla can get up to. There's no questioning that. So keep an eye on that. And then Google as well. We got this evening. Yeah. Solid. I think this is going to be the end of its green streak there. I don't know. Some days are closing red, but anyways, yeah. Going to be the end of that, right into some key levels. Only 5% off the previous all-time highs. Watch out for the break of that expected move, and then sure enough, you never know what can happen the following session there, Sharif.
All right, guys, REPL continuing to dance with that high of the day, right back into the low 80s, high 70s. Does this one have the juice to take out 385? I mean, it's been knocking the door of 385 for a hot minute, so it hasn't been able to take it out, but it feels like a prolonged bull flag. But we saw this pattern before. Have a look over here when we kind of had that prolonged look as well, and then we got that continuity. So, you know, you don't always get a third bull flag, right? Most of the time you'll get two, not most, but, you know, more than three, certainly. Whether or not we get three here is going to be, who knows? Who knows? But what I'm really trying to debate myself is do I start building a position into this area, especially with that buyer at 75 really showing his hand over and over and over? I think I'm going to. So if that means giving back some and give him back some, I have to add into the positions that are actually winning, because the other ones really don't have that good continuity. So adding into Repel that fundamentally changes my my buy order. I think somebody needs to open the door for Sean, guys. He's locked out. Because he's locked out, locked out. All right, so let's set up some orders here, possibly into the high of the day on REPL. We'll keep an eye out on that one. It's the only one that's got the juice, guys. Everything else kind of breaking down. I'm still keeping my eye on RNAS. Nothing really doing there. Didn't get the ad. A couple of pennies out of the money here. Looking for a VWAP, generally a hold at the volume-weighted average price, but we're off the highs here, Joey. So still putting in lower lows, lower highs on the 5-second chart on RNAS, but we're still above VWAP.
Bro.
Looking for that move back up a little bit. What do you got?
Nothing. I'm just CP always. What are you saying there, brother? That doesn't make 2 cents.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Uber will let women drivers and riders request to avoid being paired with men starting next month, for CNBC. Oh, all right, Ramin. Yeah, swear word and then yeah. So, I mean, I remember the story that you told us about your...
What about men?
Do you don't want to be...
I don't want to, yeah.
You want...
Yeah?
You want the opposite?
Well, what if why can't I have that option? Why do only women get that option?
All right, then. All right, yeah, so there you go. We want that option too, to see.
I don't want to take it. I just want to have the option.
Just have the ability to do so. Yeah, if you ask me, dude, I'm just gonna take the bike. If you know,
yeah, well, I know.
Right?
That's what you're doing, baby.
So
I know that's what you're doing.
Anywhere substantially to go, I'm hopping on the e-bike,
I know
the
you
ride
are.
share here in the city, and I'm just just having a great time. But yeah, no, let's see what else we got going on here. Sharif, I told you, it took me an hour to get from here to North York, all on the side street. Just do. Thing goes 30 kilometers an hour if you put a little work on it.
That's actually not a bad move, though, bro. I mean, because especially where you're coming from. You're coming from the north, and if you know Toronto, if you go north, it's all uphill. If you're going south, it's all downhill. So it's an easier way coming from the north side to the.
So I took the regular one south, but then I took the e-bike north to make it easier.
Oh,
yeah,
smart.
You know what I mean?
Smart,
so, yeah.
man. Good call, Joey Options. There you go, baby.
Using our nugget to its full capacity there. No, in all seriousness, blocks starting to come back in here. Google, pretty weak on the session. We'll take a look at it from its intraday. We're just consolidating, hovering around these lows. So I'm curious to what's going to happen with this name come that earnings report. I told you there's two primary metrics that I'm going to be looking at. Amazon, says Jameson. Let's take a look at that one. It better be doing something, Jameson. Otherwise, oh, yo, come on, man. A little lackluster, but it is trading off of those lows. I'll give you that. But still a nice consolidation. I'm sure they report sometime next week or the following. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on these ones. Not too much going on in the market right now. We had that one volatility spike. It's just now came back into the middle of the range. Bitcoin bouncing off of the lows, establishing a higher low, which is a positive sign. Ethereum put in a nice base right around that 2718. So this could be a multiple bottom scenario. If you want to get, yeah, I like this, I might hop right back in. But okay, never mind. As I talk about it, it is starting to head that way. So anything south of that, maybe we'll look for some indecisions on that front, and then we'll look to take a long on there, Sharif.
All right, sir. All right. Keeping my eye still here on RNAS. There we go. We just got the ad. So what do we have now on RNAS? 39s. Okay, so let's throw out some of the beak wetters over here. 39, let's just wait in the low 40s, see if this one wants to hold the volume weighted average price. I think anything below 15 gets me out of this trade, right? Because that is the volume weighted average price. So let's go ahead and throw our stop now for that level, and then we'll have to give it a little bit of room because it's not exactly spready, but it could get a little spready. So we'll throw that order out there with the 39s now showing me 38s. Not a bad look. Let's see if we can get a pop back up. Now, I did get a measly print there in the 60s as it did pop up into that level, still above VWAP, but it's still putting in lower highs. Now, how's our repel trade doing? Also, well, I forgot to mention that I got into a HIMS as well, looking to take this one up to the top side. Got a print there to, I think, in the 60s, looking for a little bit more here as this one makes higher highs and higher lows. Let's have a look at REPL. Yeah, just got a quick print there, a couple of prints there to the upside on that latest ad, but still south of the high of the day. It's about 4 or 5 pennies south of that high of the day, so that could be a little bit of trouble right now. Let's see if this one wants to break up or what its situation is. Yeah, back to HIMS because we couldn't trade Z. Let's see if this one wants to pop back up. It's got a nice little pattern under it, but there is a seller on HIMZ at around 54s. Let me put HIMS so I have a better view here. Excuse me, give me a second. There we go. Some selling coming in at 56 penny area, still got a higher low. Prior bar low is 56. So if it loses 56, that's going to be the end of the trade because that would be a lower low. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a curl back up into the area high. So that's one thing to look at. And then now the other one that I'm involved in, there we go, REPL, taking out more levels as it goes into 81s, 82s again, awfully close to that high of the day. Rodri next. Is there news for the SPY to be moving upwards? Yes, there is. The European Union and the United States are likely going to strike a trade deal to the tune of 15%. Hope that answers your question. All right, anything you got there, Joey?
Yeah, so we got a $2.
Katina Man's long Tesla.
Katina Man's long Tesla. We got a $2 super chat from our guy, Rod Remix.
Yeah, I just answered it.
Oh, did you? Sorry, yeah, I was
it's okay. It's all
right.
good.
So is there news for SPY? No, it's just climbing higher. There was that news, obviously, with the EU.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Katina Man is long SPY. Tesla, I'm just repeating everything Sharif just said. And then here we go, ETHA breaking through some of these lows. We're going to look for any form of indecision right there. But yeah, Healing Paying Naturally, nice to know that you're familiar and used to own a nice company in the city. But this is what we got going on. Wow, what a flush to the downside. I'm going to have to add a little bit more. I think there's going to be a big time DCA, and it's going to chew up a lot of my capital, but that's okay. I'm all right with that. I do like the forward outlook for Ethereum. Amazon not doing too much. That's why you got to get out when you're supposed to. XYZ starting to pull off of that pre-market low area that we were referring to earlier. You can see, boom, a big time rejection. $80 all the way to $79.75. Boom, and looking for this level to hold, and then maybe you can get a bounce and a continuation in that one. Sorry to deal with your, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you guys seen that? Yeah, I don't want to get too involved in that, but just in case there's some, might have to escalate that situation. But as for anything, just chilling. We'll take a look at a couple things on the options chain, the overall market. Take a look at Qs. See what that's got going on, just from an open interest standpoint. 2 days till expiry. 13,000 at 565 strike price. What was our high of the day on the Qs exactly? We'll take a gander, see if there's any correlation whatsoever, and if that's in place. So 563, so not quite. We'll take a look at it from what's been going on for the week, and then after that, we'll see what we got going on. But that's the daily. Let's go to a 1 hour chart. We'll expand this. We'll find Monday. 566 was the high. All right, so you can see there's a little bit of a supply zone, not enough demand in order for us to breach and continue higher. But then we also have a put wall at 560. What was the low on the week? 558.74. All right, so that's coming into play. Is there any substantial size on the SPY? It's been trading a little bit better than the Qs as of late, and we'll go over the top performing sectors here momentarily and see what's been the hottest over the past week.
All right, guys, big news from Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast, trading on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Starting July 1st, 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move towards electric transport. So VinFast is in prime position to benefit from this with major investments in the EV tech, both battery production as well as charging networks. It has a very strong head start. While others scramble, VinFast is ready, and this policy only sharpens its edge. Check out VinFast, guys, under ticker VFS on the NASDAQ. Shout out to them. Great look for VinFast. Been seeing a lot more on these cars, lately on the road. Okay, so let's just get to the trade. Currently got stopped out of RNAS as this one lost the volume weighted average price, so no continuity there. Was able to take out one beak wetter. We'll go really negative on this one. HIMS, we're taking some prints there, 49. Took out some there in the mid-60s. There's a seller of note here keeping this one down below the mid-60s. I've been waiting at 69 for a long time, going unprinted, showing me 67s now. Unable to cross. So there's literally a seller at every penny. Every time we ascend, 66, 67, 65, now we're at 68. This is trading like a small cap gapper, even though it's not. There we go, now into 70s, taking out some levels there, so we'll get some prints. There we go, into 72, 75, good breakout here for HIMS. I was trying to trade HIMZ, not available on our system. But there we go, into the 80s or so. Now I'm gonna post at 92. Let's see if we can get that continuity above $57. I'll submit to you that the real level today, despite the fact that the high of the day is 57.31, 57 is the real level because there have been no closing prints above 57, only wicks. So be on the lookout for selling as we get a lot closer to that whole dollar level now. Showing me 80s, good local area high, big seller at 80s, preventing this one from ascending. Back down into the 70s we go. So it's got 4 green candles in a row. It's time for a pullback possibly as we zig and zag. Now showing me 79s again, that seller at 80, can't shake them. So again, back into 79 we go. Let's see if we can start putting in some higher lows on the 5-second chart. Let me have a look at that so we see exactly what we're doing. Not really. We're putting in higher lows, but that seller at 80 is really blockading us from ascending any further. There does seem to be some buying possible here in the mid-60s. I want to say at around 65 to 67. We'll have to see if that ends up happening or not. So I'm keeping my patience packed here with HIMS, looking to take out some moves to the high side. Let's go ahead, though, and move up the stop from prior area low. And now we're just going to give it about 9 pennies worth of risk. We're in at 49, and we'll give it down to 39. Okay, so there we go. We'll throw in that stop there. We'll see what happens there. All right, back into 78, 77s. Again, we go. What's up, Katina Man? Tesla's trying to go, says Katina Man. Be on the lookout for TSLA up 1/5% on the day. How's that other one doing? REPL still hanging out near the bull flag range, still a buyer at 75. We'll see if that buyer keeps stepping in. There's really no size posted, though, on the level 2 bit side of the equation, but you can see it reflected in the price action that there has been a buyer in and around that level. So pack our patience and keep an eye on that. Back to HIMS. Just keeping my eye here on the 5-second chart on the top screen, moving up into 73. Aggressive selling bringing us back down into the mid-60s. So there is selling basically at every level, and now we've been putting in lower highs for almost a minute and change. So this one, be on the lookout for some buying at 60. If it loses 60, we could definitely see some lower lows. Likely in about 56 1/4, then the next area of support that I see, 56 1/3 to 56 1/4. I'll get stopped out before that. So I'll get stopped out if it loses that 49 penny area. I've tried to give it a little bit of room, but not the best day for me today. So we're going to have a bit of tighter stops here just to keep everything on the up and up. So keeping my eye on this one, definitely looking for a break above 57, Joey.
Good look there. All right, so yeah, just talking to to one of my boys there, and they obviously send a list of what we got going on for the bachelor party this weekend. And my guy has, yeah, but the list is long. I accept everything, but he's got like 4 or 5 veggie trays on there. I'm like, dude, you're going up with a bunch of 30-year-old men. No one's gonna eat the veggie trays. Like, as much as we like them, drop the veggie trays. That's an extra $100 that we could save. And it's crazy. Stick with the fruit trays. It's like, listen.
Or the meat.
I get it. You go to the family function. You go to the family barbecue. You bring the veggie tray. This is a bachelor party. You're not bringing the veggie trays. Oh. All right. That's how I feel. I'm just telling how I feel. That's all. All right. We're back into some Ethereum. I think that's logical. I don't know, guys. Agree with me? Disagree with me? Let me know. But here I am. We're back into some Ethereum. You can see that we got a volume spike, sorry, I should say, on the 5-minute, right below the support level. So I'm just giving it 20 pennies. So as soon as it comes down into 27, I'll just hop out, and then it's a half risk unit. I'll give about a little bit under half of what I made on the trade on this one to see if this one works out. I think it's worth it because Bitcoin's kind of bouncing, and we're starting to see somewhat of a bounce in the overall market as well. The SPY, just a slow grind, ran right into VWAP, didn't even get into some of these support levels, and then now it's just slowly curled over. Watch out for the lower high to be established. And then maybe that will slowly curl over. You break through some of these support levels, and I think that you can go and test the lower end of this range here. So, yeah. That's what I got cooking up. Let's go Ethereum. If it's worked once, try to take it again to see if it works a second time. And that's what the same thesis that we had there on QBTS. I haven't even looked at it since that second trade, but it's been respecting VWAP throughout the whole trading session. Okay. So what do you want to do, Sharif? You want to probably take it long off of the volume weighted average price. Okay. So that's what we got going on QBTS. Another potential entry right there. Tesla, I know Katina Man's in this from 333s. He's right in at the support level to see if this will hold. If it breaches, he's probably only going to give it $1 or so, and then he's out of that trade. Yeah, it's Simple Sunshine. Over under 5 Bluetooth speakers bringing. No, we're probably gonna have
That's a great question because everybody's bringing their own. That's experience talking right there. You can tell.
You know what's funny?
Yes, sir.
We were talking about that yesterday, and everybody in the chat's like, "I'm banned from the Bluetooth," and I'm like, "No, yeah."
Why? What'd you do?
No, because I play
you did
style
something.
of music, right?
Okay.
No, but then I dropped some other things. Well, listen, I still like some of the rap music, etc. And they're like, no, we're going up north, Joey. We're not doing that. What happened?
No, I'm just complaining to myself. I got nothing to say.
A breather. So yeah, your boy. Apparently I'm only allowed a certain amount of time on the Bluetooth, so we'll try to do the best.
That says something, though, eh? That says something because the way that your friends, like the biases your friends have towards you. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny though, because when we were younger in high school, I found all the music and I started all the music trends. Okay. But now apparently we're past that point, and we're now on to more classic rock and stuff like that. But I put in a couple good house music tunes and stuff.
Let me ask you something. Yeah. Was junior high for you? Because this was my experience.
I didn't go to junior high.
You didn't go to junior high?
No, it was straight elementary school to high school.
But you still have like 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Because you
didn't have a separate school.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
Forget. I didn't really want to focus on the separate school part, but in your junior high years, that's what I mean. 6, 7. Were you a rock alternative metal guy, and then when you graduated to high school, it flipped to rap?
Oh yeah.
And why does everybody go through this phase?
So what it was like when I was young.
Hold on. Did you guys go through that? Did you guys have like a metal alternative kind of thing in junior high, and then rap in high school? Because that was my experience. I don't know.
So
what'd you say, Neil? Neil's coming in hot. Katina Man's just trading Tesla.
My junior high was it was mostly hip hop and dance hall. Okay. Like reggae music. There was some rock as well, but my school was like more than half the school was into hip hop at the time.
Okay.
That's how it was.
That was your junior high experience.
Yeah, my junior high experience was mostly hip hop. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, for me, well, I mean, I told you one of my first albums ever was the Swollen Members.
Right.
Gifted Swollen Members, and then it was the Eminem show shortly after that.
Right.
I was involved in that, but then when I moved up north, started playing hockey, it was the transition to Fall Out Boy, Billy Talent, who else was I listening to? Good Charlotte, Sum 41, and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So that was the kind of the transition. And then as soon as I started to start watching YouTube videos and playing Grand Theft Auto, it was all about
man.
about other things. The
There you go.
You know what I mean?
So my advice is a little different because I'm 10 years older than you, right?
yeah.
But like to us, it was like 9-inch nails and like I don't know. There was a bunch of others, Soundgarden and who else? Pearl Jam was hot at the time as well. Shout out to you guys in the chat, man. Who's this guy? Unlimited Potential. I definitely went through that at LOL. I'm 35, so you're kind of you're more Joseph's age though.
Yeah.
Mr. Turner, thank you for the super chat. $2. Put on some of that Fur Elsie Moonlight Sonata. We would, but YouTube would ding us. You know how they do. They do not want you playing other people's music. It was just a quick breakdancing video, and we got dinged the other day there for the breakdancing video. All right, guys. We're doing okay here finally on HIMS. Had to take the S1 and we're in a little bit below the $0.50 and here we go. It feels like we're knocking on the door of that whole dollar at 57. I've taken out a bunch of prints looking for continuity above 80, but every time we make higher highs, I just want to show you on the 5-second chart what it's kind of looking like. Every time we get into this area over here, there's aggressive selling. Look at this candle over here. Look at this candle over here, this one over here. But what's operative, I think, are the higher lows. So be on the lookout for the generally higher area troughs as compared to their predecessors. But yeah, taking out a nice little amount here on HIMS, but I'm ambitious that this one can take out 57s. Back into 85 we go. I want to say local area high. Local area high certainly is 88, where the majority of the selling has come in those at around 86 to 87. So that's what I'm keeping my eye here on HIMS. Nothing else to do for me other than to go through that. Pug Life, this jokes. I went full circle, rock, rap, freestyle, alternative, EDM, hip hop, and back to rock and alternative. Going to watch Volbeat and Hailstorm on Saturday. That sounds like a jam, my man.
I don't even know who those guys are.
Just pretend.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good.
No, I got into EDM, obviously, a lot older. I wasn't even into EDM at all in high school. It was really more in my university years that I got into it. So definitely I've been kind of kicking the cans a little bit on EDM music as of late. I feel like going to Veld. I don't know why.
I wanted to go to Electric
I'm 100
Island.
and I want to go to Veld.
That's fine, man. Hey,
right?
man, live your life.
Electric Island is a little bit too, I don't know. I've been there before and there's a lot of, it's not my jam there, but yeah. So
Same.
Veld is it's just like a bigger party.
Yeah.
Veld, what we're talking about, guys, is like an EDM party in Toronto. This big fairgrounds that's owned by the federal government. It's literally in the middle of the city. It's a huge piece of land. It used to be an airport. They don't use it as an airport anymore. It was actually owned by Bombardier. Now they have a huge stadium there where they're doing all the outdoor concerts. So that's kind of the area we're talking about there. It's very close to where I live too. So actually, you know what? I could see all the fireworks from the Coldplay concert. You went to Coldplay, didn't you? You went to Oasis. You're going to Oasis.
So you didn't see the CEO and his friend?
That was Boston. Yeah. That was in Toronto. No, but the Coldplay, all the fireworks from Coldplay, I can see from my place.
Oh, that's it.
Even though I'm in the valley too, which is like you don't have a view in the valley. Say it again.
This guy, watch out for this guy.
I love it. It's a running gag on the show. Joey, you have anything before I do the news?
Yeah, let's go. Come on, Ethereum. You can do it. As I say to Milo, you can do it, buddy. You can do it. Because he's a little scary guy. He's really, really timid. But he's also like 8 pounds too. And if that max, it's probably 7.5, 6 pounds. But yeah, here it is. D-Wave looking pretty good. Getting that bounce in Ethereum that we're looking for here, 27.13 trading at right now, where our average price is 19. Wow, we need that downtrend to break, and then I think we're going to be sitting pretty in Suntan City. Now, all right, let's see if this breaks. Multiple tests, double bottom essentially right there on QBTS D-Wave with the upgrade here this morning as well too to $20. We go to a high of around 1960. Let's take a look at the chain.
All right, look at it.
That's what we do around here, man. Because I wanted to get involved in this. I'm actually going to break this up. See, I'm kind of spread thin right now. So I have 4 swings going on. I have 5, actually. So I have IBIT calls, Google shares, NVIDIA shares, ETH shares, and VIX calls. So I'm a little spread thin, but I did like what was going on with QBTS. And
hold on, pause it a second. Is the stream messed up? What's wrong with everybody? Is the stream?
Guys, what's going on?
Yeah.
Trader TV
Cut the cable. Stream goes down every. Okay. We're having issues with the stream, guys. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Joey. But people were complaining about that in the chat. We just want to make sure it's down, Katina, man. Okay, so the stream is down, guys. All right, we'll keep talking until it kind of
wonder if they can hear
bumps
us.
back up. Yeah, I'll just click it over here. Have a look. Yeah, we ad blockers. What's going on? Yeah, the stream is down, guys. Not seeing it right now, so we are down at the moment. Okay, so let's put it in the chat over here. We know stream is down. Checking now. Okay, all right. So production team, if you guys can hear us, there we go. Now we're back live.
We're back, baby.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Not sure exactly what happened there, but we're back. We're doing it freaking live. Joey, you were saying something.
Yeah, we're just looking at D-Wave options chain right here, guys. So this is where we're probably going to see that size right at that $20 target, right where that upgrade was landed. And then we haven't quite breached that yet. But what I was looking at here on D-Wave was a potential swing trade. So why was I looking at this? Look at this break, the flat top break. Hold this level, and then maybe you can take that additional leg a lot higher. I wouldn't hold it for too long. You get 1 to 2 points. You get 2 points is, I think, the primary objective, and then you get it. So you have to go substantially heavy. It's like 5 contracts, 500 shares, whatever it may be, and you take that $1,000 and you get out of Dodge. What was I gonna pull up here? Let's go Tesla. It's tanking. I thought you're short. I mean, you're long. Oh, you're going short.
Katina
Now.
Man is now flipped short on Tesla, guys. Be on the lookout.
Yeah. I might have to hop out of this dollar club, reverse dollar, or real dollar club there. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Tesla short by the Katina Man as the market takes a move to the downside. We can't get right back to that level that we were experiencing here on ETHA. As soon as we break 27, I'm out of that one, and we'll take a small loss on that trade.
All right, Joey, we're going to do the news now, baby. Let's talk about Enphase. Oh, baby. Where's it at right now? Let's find out what this great stock has been doing as of late. Today, Enphase, oh my God. All right, we're down 15%. It's a tough look, guys. Tough look. I mean, it's not the best environment for them. We know that the subsidies are coming to an end, et cetera, et cetera. So let's talk about it. Shares dropped substantially in the pre-market, more now. 14.68% I see on the side chart there in the pre-market. It was down a little bit, about 7, down now to 36.25 following disappointing earnings and a guidance report. Stock's now down. Actually, I'll tell you exactly how much it's down year to date. In the pre-market, it was around 38%. Show yourself. So it is now down 47.2%. Tough look as the pressure mounts here from the Trump administration efforts to basically cut the renewable tax credits, renewable energy tax credits. Let's talk about how their earnings report did. So adjusted EPS came in at 69 pennies. That beat the analyst expectation of 62 on revenue of $363 million, well ahead of that 359. It's not well ahead, slightly ahead of 359 million consensus by the analysts. Despite the beat, the guidance and the sector risks weighed heavily on sentiment. As a result, it's down almost 15%. Let's talk about those, the guidance. Q3 revenue forecast, 330 to 370 million. That fell short of the 369. The midpoint, of course, fell short. The high end meets it, but that's not what the street is looking for there. Tariffs could add between 3 to 5% cut, I should say, between 3 to 5 percentage points on gross margins, which is not what you're looking for there, according to the CEO. Management did cite lower U.S. demand and an uncertain tax credit pathway as key overhangs for the company. And you can see, as I mentioned, down 14.75%. Just to give you an idea what the analysts are thinking about this. TD Cowen sees fewer catalysts than they had in the first half and the second half, so not really a good look there. And he cut the price target down from 45 to 40, but he maintained that held. Ben Callow from Baird, kind of the same thing there. Tesla's tanking, guys. Keep your eye out on that. Ben Callow, he prefers the utility sector for solar over residential, but does warn that tax concerns could hit both. So nobody's kind of spared at the moment right now. So Joey, Enphase down 14.75.
Yeah, really, really tough look there on Enphase. Let's zoom out. I know you just went over it from a technical standpoint as well, too, Sharif. So it's been taking it on the noggin today. There's no questioning that. Earnings report, Darren and I believe, covered last night. And there it is, $40 all the way to 36. This is not a company that you want to own for the long term. I can tell you that right now, because when was the last time it peaked? June of 2024.
Jeez.
And yeah, and what are we looking at from a percentage metric?
What are we looking at?
72%, 73. So there it is. Not a good look in end phase, hot garbage, not investable.
All right, Katina Man's in Tesla, and we're going to do these Tesla earnings preview right now. So Elon Musk, as we know, launched the America Party, kind of trying to distance himself from the Republicans. I don't know why this thing is not stopping me out. What's going on? It's that kind of day. Investors fear that this political involvement could distract him from Tesla's core business, but he's claimed that he's back to working 7 days and he's sleeping at the office. So, despite the fact that that's not good for your health, Tesla shareholders will be quite happy with that as they want him to focus on the company. Tesla, let's talk about the robotaxi, one of the big wild cards we're going to hear about today, likely on the earnings call, if not actually in the report release. Their self-driving pilot in Austin included a dozen Model Ys, as well as a safety driver. The results were pretty good, despite what this loser who wrote this article here, I'm not going to mention her name, she's not worth it. Musk promised a San Francisco Bay Area launch as well within a month or two, but when you check with California to see whether or not he's applied for a license, they say he hasn't. So when is it going to be, Elon? Is it just going to be in Austin, or are we going to get a San Francisco one as well? And how about that $25,000 low-cost electric vehicle? He'd previously scrapped plans for it to kind of focus on the robotaxi, but then he later reversed course and says it'll be sub $30,000. So June was the official deadline that he put, but production has not yet started, nor have we heard anything about the car. Sources are suggesting here months of delays for this Model 2 or Model Q, whatever you want to call it. Analysts did forecast at around 50,000 low-cost, sub $30,000 EVs at a $25,000-ish price point in 2025. I have my suspicions greatly about that, with visible alpha polls showing expectations are rising amongst analysts. Let's talk about the refreshed Model Y, codenamed Juniper. That also came in or got released this year, and it was expected to kind of move the needle with respect to sales. I don't know about that. Q2 deliveries fell 13.5% year over year, down to about 384,000 vehicles. Production pauses as well as redesigns, like for the headlights, the dash, and the touchscreen may not be enough in the Juniper Model Y to kind of offset demand weakness. Q3 outlook for Tesla is quite cautious. They expect about 11.2% decline, year-over-year decline in sales, despite the discounts and the low interest rates that they're offering. And last but not least here for Tesla, regulatory credit sales. Basically, they sell these because they're an electric vehicle company and they're green. And basically, they sell those to other companies that are not green to offset some costs. So regulatory credit sales, which is what they call a key margin buffer, likely to plunge after the legislative changes. Now, that all ends September 30th, so there will be no more EV tax credits. And they're saying it might be about their revenue in 24 from that green credit sales was $2.8 billion. 2025, though, Joey, expected to see steep declines in regulatory tax credit sales.
Yeah, so yesterday reported that California registrations down 21.1%. Right. I don't know if you touched on that. So very interesting stuff.
I did not know.
We also have that. So keep that in mind, guys. So the registrations in California are down year over year. But then we also have this as well, too. So keep an eye out on the three. So that's what it was currently trading at. But this is our expected move, 6.8%, with a high of around 355.97 and a low of around 310.55. Do I love this stock? Absolutely not. Do I like Elon? I do. I just think that he gets in his own way sometimes.
Who's this guy telling me not to come to California? Shut the hell up. All right, let's talk about Trump and Japan trade deal. Boosting auto stocks. So Trump announced a new U.S.-Japan trade deal, reducing auto tariffs from 25% to 15% to kind of ease the pressure on a lot of these Japanese automakers. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. The auto exports, which make up about 28.5% of all of Japan's exports, had been plunging down actually 26.7% in June alone. That's year over year on the month. Markets welcome certainly the new de-escalation between the two countries. Economists noted the new rate is still far higher, but a lot better than feared. And what I mean, and there's also a massive investment deal that part of this trade agreement. Trump called it perhaps the largest deal ever made. He's got an affinity for hyperbole, obviously, claiming Japan will invest $550 billion into the U.S., with America receiving about 90% of the profits there. The deal includes opening Japan's markets to both cars, trucks, as well as rice and other agricultural goods. And he also said it's going to create, it's going to open the door for other goods. Didn't specify what. He also said it's going to create about hundreds of thousands of jobs. Liquefied natural gas is also a part of a follow-up deal. Further trade announcements with Europe expected in the coming days, building on this Japan deal. So you had the Nikkei surge about 2%, with auto stocks leading the way. To give you some examples here, Mazda was up 17%, Toyota 11, Mitsubishi 13, Honda 8, Nissan 8. So good luck for this deal, Joey. I like the fact that we're actually getting some deals done. And, you know, it always hurts the negotiating party when they're under pressure to make a deal. So when you have like the media coming out to you every day saying, where are the deals at? Where are the deals at? And you have so much pressure to get a deal, right? It hurts your negotiating hand with the other party. And there's that one side. The other side is the Supreme Court's gonna decide whether or not he has the executive power to actually do this. Remember, it got upheld in appellate court, so the Supreme Court's going to decide on July 31st.
Based off the fentanyl claims, is that?
No, it was a completely different thing.
Before, but remember when he got caught a little bit of heat.
Yeah, you're right about that. But that's not the move now. The move now is whether or not he has the authority. Remember, it got upheld in the Court of Appeal, and now it's going to the Supreme Court. So what I'm trying to get at here, not to talk about the legal stuff, to say, if you're the other side of the party, you're Japan, you're Indonesia, you have less of a motivation to strike a deal before July 31st, because what if it comes out negative for Trump? It might, probably won't. He's been getting most of the Supreme Court his way, decisions his way. But what incentive do you have to make one before that, other than the deadline he posted on August 1st?
Absolutely. So you're saying so I hear what you're saying. So if you just prolong it, then eventually it seems like you can somewhat have the ball in your court.
A little bit,
right?
So he's been kind of hurt in two ways. What I'm trying to get at here: one, he's constantly under pressure to strike a deal from the media, internally as well from the other political party, as well as the fact that the overhang of the legality of what he's doing, and so there hasn't been as many deals, perhaps, as he had thought or we wanted to see by now, right? So that's
that's why our guy JD was saying, hey, you need to keep continuously pushing this deadline out.
Right.
He's
Absolutely.
Done it twice, so,
All right, let's keep going over here. Texas Instruments beats Q2. It wasn't a bad guide, guys, but it was definitely not as exuberant as the street wanted. Let's talk about how they did on earnings. EPS came in at $1.41. The street wanted $1.35. Check on the bottom line. How about the top line? $4.45 billion in revenue on $4.36 estimate. Top line, bottom line beat, no problem. Revenue also grew a healthy 16% year over year, kind of led by the strong demand for analog chips, which are integral in AI. We know that, which rose 18% year over year, now up to about $3.5 billion, which beat the estimates for analog chip sales of $3.39 billion. So everything was fine for the current quarter. Net income as well climbed 15% year over year, up to $1.3 billion from the earlier year on the quarter, 1.13. So good look there. Now, how about that guide that we were talking about? Soft Q3 guidance. EPS outlook, they're guiding 136 to 160. The midpoint just slightly above that 150 consensus. So a beat with respect to EPS on guidance. How about revenue? 4.45 to 4.8, with the midpoint being 4.652. As well of the consensus estimate of 4.59. But that was not strong enough to keep the bulls excited, because we saw what happened to Texas Instruments, down about 10%. I think it's SSR. Some of the key segments that they have here, their analog business. As I mentioned, analog chips, integral for AI, heavily exposed as well to auto and industrial. That drove upside, aligning with the broader trends in the legacy chip market. A name that I have in my portfolio, MCHP, also sells these analog chips, and they also sold off in sympathy with the Texas Instruments miss. They also have U.S. expansion in focus. Obviously, they got to build domestically now with the new regulatory headwind. So they reaffirmed a $60 billion chip factory expansion in Texas as well as Utah. And the move supports, obviously, Joey, the reshoring narrative demanded by Donald Trump. So not a bad report, but not good enough for the street.
No, not good enough. So, you want to see a surprise. The street likes surprise, and that wasn't the case. So here you go. You can see this was the earnings report. Last night, Adair and I touched on this. Boom. What happens when you exceed that expected move the following session? You get another leg down there, Sharif. So we're hovering around 187.61, and the expected move was roughly around 5 or 6% on this one. It breached it, and then and then you get that continuation to the downside. You have the option to like and subscribe.
There you go.
This trade has unlimited upside. You like and subscribe.
Shout out to Sava something or another. I don't know where the hell this thing went. Here we go. Fan funding. Shout out to Savage too. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Love you guys. Amazing show. LFGO. Can we look at Netflix? Just looking at the 1170 floor giving out. Joey, do you want to have a look at that?
Absolutely. 1174 floor. I know Adara was involved in this name yesterday. 1174. Oh, that floor. I see what you're getting at. Yeah, that's a consistent support level right there, right? If you want it to breach, well, what you want to do is instead of selling the lows, you can start building your position, but you want to get in at the top end of the range. That's going to drastically improve your risk to reward, because if it breaks and holds, then you can just hop out opposed to having it at the lower end of the range. Or you wait if you're going to sell the lower end of the range for things to turn around and that volume really picks up as you break through support. That's when you want to get involved there on NFL.
All right, let's talk about AT&T. They also reported earnings today. Solid beat, tepid guidance weighs on sentiment, says the article headline. EPS of 54, beating the street of 53. Estimate revenue $30.09 billion, beating the street's estimate of $30.5 billion. A modest beat on both the top and bottom line. Revenue did grow nicely, though, 3.5% year over year, really driven by wireless gains and cost efficiency. The stock dipped, though, at least in the pre-market, as investors kind of expected more, given what Verizon had reported. It was more upbeat than AT&T, so a bit of a sell-off. Don't really know where it's trading at right now. You guys can have a look. With respect to their guidance, full year EPS got narrowed a little bit, $1.97 to $2.07. They had it a little bit wider before, and their free cash flow also expected to take a hit about to $16 billion, but they did reaffirm their prior outlook. Investors kind of may have been hoping for a raise in the guidance, right? Especially after Verizon, as I mentioned, upgraded their own guidance on Monday, and there's really no fresh side catalyst, or fresh upside catalyst, I should say, that was offered on the earnings call, which may have disappointed at least the shorter term traders. So it sold off as a result. The capital plans backed by Trump's tax windfall, they expect as a result of that $6.5 to $8 billion in tax savings, with a $3.5 billion earmark here for the fiber network expansion. The company's also doubling down on its 5G as well as broadband bundling, kind of leveraging the Trump era tax incentives to take advantage of that and pass it on to the consumers. And the broadband was an interesting area for them here, as it was for Verizon as well. Recent broadband growth was kind of fueled by consumer churn from rivals as well as enterprise wins. So it wasn't really organic. It was more taking your competition as well as expanding B2B instead of B2C. AT&T also gaining from Lumen's weakened residential fiber footprint, giving it a tailwind in the suburban expansion. So AT&T, you're probably just in this for the divvy, right? Like, I mean, I can't anticipate too many people looking at this as a growth stock anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not too bad here on the daily, to be honest with you.
Not bad, eh?
No, it's not horrible, you know what I mean? So, I mean, it's doubled in price in a couple of years, but I mean, hey, we'll take it. It's better than depreciating in price. But let's zoom in and see what we got going on from an intraday standpoint. This is really, really nice. And I wish I had my eyes on this morning now that I'm looking at it. This is prime time setup for me. Hammer candle, volume, you breach through the volume weighted average price, and it's just a steady grind to the top side. So just keep that in mind. I got to keep my eyes more on some of these earnings play. You get the initial sell-off. Pre-market puts it in engulfing, says 5-minute hammer candle as well too, supporting volume. And then as soon as you break through some of these pre-market resistance levels, it's off to the races there, Sharif, on AT&T.
All right, let's talk about the other big Mag 7 name that's reporting today after the bell. It goes by the ticker. It's got two tickers. One's 4 letters, one's 5 letters. I'll let you guys guess what it is. Google, Alphabet, EPS, Wall Street expects anyway, of 218, per share. versus the 189 that they printed last year on the quarter on revenue of $94 billion. That implies an 11% bump year over year on the quarter. The bulls, though, will be watching for Google Cloud performance.
Ooh, who said that?
Yeah, exactly, right? The bulls will be watching for Google Cloud performance. Joey, they're forecasting Google Cloud to grow at about 27% year over year, making it one of their top performing segments. It's between that one and YouTube. Any miss, though, in cloud growth could weigh very heavily on the post-earnings sentiment, so be on the lookout for how they report on cloud. Let's talk a little bit about their CapEx, because we know the hyperscalers, save and except for Apple, have been spending hand over fist on the AI build-out. And Alphabet, no different. They spent $54 billion in 2024 on CapEx, which was already a 63% bump year over year, with projections for 2025, that is, expected to be about $75 billion. And in Q1 of this year, of 2025 alone, they already spent $17 billion on CapEx. It's really more AI-related infrastructure spend. Q2 estimates for spend sit around 18, so very similar to what they spent in Q1. So 17 for Q1, projecting 18 for Q2. So you got to say the great majority of that spend, if it's going to be $75 billion, has to be in H2 of this year. Let's talk about their search business. This is the one that everyone is really worried is going to get disrupted, Joey. And Google's search business, which makes up, listen to this, guys, 76% of all their revenue, total revenue, comes in from their search business. Expected to grow, and this says only, but 8% is still healthy. Expected to grow 8% year over year, although still dominant globally, meaning search. AI native search engines like the OpenAI, the Perplexities, they're really gaining mindshare amongst users. Google is countering with their AI mode. Now, if you guys use Google search engine lately, you'll see the AI summaries at the top. Those kind of have been not a bad tool, but margins could still be affected if they face long-term erosion of search. Let's talk about the AI threats and how they affect margins as well. Despite Google search holding a 90% market share outside of China, that is for search, fears persist over how they're going to monetize that, especially now that they're really focusing on AI summaries as opposed to the blue link organic searches, right? Investors are watching closely for signs of cannibalization or weaker click-through rates. So that's something definitely to keep an eye on. Or listen to for the call. Now let's talk a little YouTube here. YouTube and Google Cloud are their two fastest growing segments. YouTube short growth on YouTube and YouTube TV, I should say. Performance remain bright spots, Joey. We'll have to keep an eye on that to see how they report for YouTube.
Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. I brought this up last night as well, too. Those are the two primary metrics that I'm going to be looking at. I want to see cloud growth and search growth. Now, Sundar, they're implementing AI features into the search engine. What did Sundar have to say about that? It's going to lead to more prompts and longer ones as well, too. So we'll keep an eye out on that. That's something I'm really going to be focusing on. I think if they have the ability to beat on cloud, that we have the chance to climb or get relatively close to the previous all-time highs. And if they beat on expectations on search growth, then there's no question, I think, that we're going to continue to see this name grind higher. Beautiful move. This was somewhere around their previous earnings day there. But once we crack through that 181 level, now traded up to 192 roughly, I think that there's somewhat of a buy program. Beautiful channel right here. I think it can be continued with cloud growth. Search growth, very, very important.
Oh, look at that. There you go. That's our mobile feed, guys. Make sure you're checking that out. Yeah. Guys, I'm not long HIMS. I haven't been long HIMS for a while. We got out over here. So the position board is wrong, guys. I just noticed that. I do apologize. I hope nobody was really looking at that. I haven't been long HIMS for a while, since around 110, so about 20 minutes ago. Let's keep going over here. Crypto market takes a dip despite the macro tailwind. So major cryptos are lower, at least today in the morning, despite the bullish macro backdrop from the Trump-Japan deal. I'll just give you some stats over here. CoinGlass reported about a little more than 106,500 liquidations in just a 24-hour period, totaling about $267 million. That's for all of these ETFs, not just Bitcoin. The spot Bitcoin ETF saw yesterday anyway, $67.9 million net inflows, while Ethereum ETFs had about 33.9. So still more dollar value in Bitcoin, but as you can see lately, and as Joey pointed out earlier, ETH has definitely been catching a bit of a tailwind. And some of the technicals here being discussed by the technicians on BTC they're talking about bull flags here. So the BTC is holding steady above its bullish flag. Breakout with clean structure and momentum validated last week. Key levels here to look for are 112,000 as support. They're saying that really kind of has to hold. If so, that move to $140,000 remains in play. Many traders, though, are eyeing that $117,000 to $120,000 range as a retest region before a potential breakout and continuation into this $140,000 area. So, Joey, it's been interesting here for Bitcoin lately. You and I talked about this earlier, the decorrelation between it and the Qs, and, not something that I don't welcome.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we know that what's going on with Ethereum, right? So I think it's only a matter of time. When you get this adoption, everyone's going to be like, hey, I don't want to buy it at this price. So you're going to experience a pullback, and then sure enough, it's going to rip. So if you're over leveraged, it might just wick you out and then continue to climb higher. But think about it from a bigger picture. There's no question that I think that Ethereum now with the Genius Act has the ability to get to all-time highs. Now, the thing is with Bitcoin, I'll say it once, I've said it once, I'm going to say it again. We go on these moves and we enter a consolidation phase, and then we go to another, move, consolidation phase. Now, we have to continuously break these in order to get to 140. I don't know what Tom Lee's talking about $1 million in a couple of years. That would be 10 times of what we're essentially trading at. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. I'll take it. But you're going to need to see some large moves in Bitcoin in order for us to get that target. And the same thing with Ethereum. We're going to reach those all-time highs. It's just a matter of, it's not if, it's just when. But things take some time, especially now that there's a lot of institutional influence.
Well said, Joey. Let's talk about the tokenization of money market funds. This was really interesting. Not like I've ever really been involved in treasuries, but good to know that this is where it's going. So Goldman Sachs and Bank of New York Mellon, are enabling institutional investors to buy tokenized money market funds, MMFS. Ownership will be recorded on Goldman's blockchain platform, kind of streamlining custody as well as transactions. The move marks a key digital asset innovation targeting $7.1 trillion money market fund. We know that it's way bigger than the equities. BlackRock, Fidelity, Federated Hermes, as well, and the asset arm of both Goldman and BNY are already involved in this whole thing. It kind of signals institutional commitment to tokenization as the next major step in the digital asset adoption. And unlike stable coins, there's yield in the money market, right? We know that, right? That's what the 10-year, the 30-year, the yields on those, we're always talking about them. So unlike stable coins, tokenized MMFs pay a yield, making them attractive to, hedge funds, pensions, corporations. It combines the benefits of stable value assets with the yield, which is a key differentiator in the cash management strategy. So not a bad look here from Goldman teaming up with BNY, Joey, to kind of tokenize some of these market funds.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm short some Tesla here to see if we can get a continuation, also just to see if the position board's working. But you can see also just step back into Bitcoin, lower end of the range. I wouldn't be surprised if it snaps and then maybe heads a little bit lower there. But yeah, I'm short Tesla. I'm not going to give this very much room, a couple pennies at most. And if it does continue to grind higher, it did this yesterday. It's almost the exact same pattern as yesterday's session, liquidity grab, and then all day grind higher. And then we also have the earnings report as well too. So just keeping an eye out for that. If it does break through this consolidation zone, I'm out of this trade right there, Sharif.
All right, let's talk about the new accredited investor rule. It got passed by the House yesterday, so let's talk about it. It's called the Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act, and it was passed by the House on Monday, not yesterday, aiming to expand who qualifies as an accredited investor. If you recall, I went on a rant that I don't need to be babysitted by the government, and I don't need anybody screening my investments for me. So now we've kind of gotten a little bit more towards that. There is still a test to be done. So under the bill, individuals, don't have to be institutions, could qualify by passing an SEC-designed knowledge-based test rather than meeting current income or net worth thresholds, which you can't really control at any one time, but you can control your knowledge. The goal here is to democratize access to the private markets like VCs, hedge funds, and pre-IPO equities, areas typically closed to non-wealthy individuals. We know that to be the case. the current standards and the proposed changes. Let's talk about these. So today's rule requires about $200,000 in income, individual income that is, or a $1 million net worth, excluding your primary residence home. So you can't include that in the assessment. These standards haven't been adjusted for inflation in decades, passively expanding eligibility over time. The new test would assess understanding of securities, understanding of risk, as well as liquidity, the financial disclosure issues, shifting the emphasis really here from wealth and how much money you have to your actual sophistication as an investor. I can certainly get behind that. Despite the fact that anyway, I'll get to that in a second. The market impact here could be more capital and more participants as it kind of democratizes, liberalizes some of these off-market investments. The bill is designed to open the private market floodgates, so to speak, offering startups more access to investor capital. Firms like Alto and fintech platforms are already kind of preparing for the increased demand and the participation, and it could bring more diverse investor base into a previously restricted market from these institutional qualified investors, boosting obviously liquidity and valuations in an early investing stage. So I really, really like this, Joey, and we already saw that, you know, Robinhood and SoFi already want to bring you non-public market companies like the SpaceX's and the OpenAI's via tokenization, which has been kind of...
They weren't too happy about that.
They weren't.
They were not happy about that whatsoever. But guys, eSignal, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Yeah, I've been messing around with this thing. I really like eSignal quite a bit. So we're gonna figure out some more stuff, even some good things potentially coming here. So it's gonna bring a lot of new things if we do get what I'm talking about working out. Symbols and just like consistent lists. This is what I'm talking about. This thing is beautiful. I still got to mess around with it a little bit there. To be honest, I don't even know how to log out of it. And so we'll figure that one out here momentarily. I don't think it takes rocket science, obviously, to figure that one out for all my Trailer Park Boys fans. So let's see what everybody else in the chat's up to. I'm just kind of chilling. I took a little bit of size there on Tesla short, just for the continuation to the downside. You get that pullback, you're at the top end of the range. I'll pull it up here just so you can see. Yeah, just a couple pennies there, full risk, boom, 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 and see if we can get this move towards the lower end. If it comes back to my break even, then I'll just hop out of that trade, no problem whatsoever. And let's see what everybody else is cooking up. Joe, well, I think we get the point. The liquidity will come from more funds, opening up funds to hold a bit of crypto, trillions in liquidity added. I don't think so. Yeah, and that's what we're getting at. So, and to the individual who said, like, don't think that I'm bearish on crypto whatsoever, because I'm not. It's the polar opposite. I've been building a pretty decent position in Ethereum as of late, and I'm willing to continue to do so. I've been holding literally IBIT since the IPO. I was involved in Dogecoin in my earlier days. I was involved in Bitcoin and Ethereum as well too, using a Canadian brokerage called CoinSquare, for those who are familiar with that. So yeah, I'm an absolute crypto bull. There's no questioning that. But trillions are not flowing in. You got to make sure you do your facts and double check them. You get the billions of inflows, but as my guy Pug Life said, the total market cap of crypto is 4 trillion. So that's all assets combined. But there's a lot of money inflowing. I think there's going to continue to do so. Bitcoin ETF IBIT, that is the greatest ETF launch of all time. Your boy bought that right at the IPO. We like that. What, guys, let me know in the chat. Grayscale dropped the ball so hard. Why? Hold on 1 second there, Fabian. Grayscale dropped the ball so large on their Bitcoin ETF launch. Their management fees, when no one else was, I think even Kathy, the BlackRock, no management fees. Grayscale decides to put in a management fee, and look what happens. It was leading at one point. It was putting in more volume than IBIT was, and I don't even know what Grayscale has been up to anymore. GBP.
Yeah, I haven't been looking at that
right?
at all.
At all. It's like, does this thing even, is that what it is? What is the grayscale? I don't even remember. I thought it was
BITO, I
GBIT.
think. BITO.
No, that's
GBTC.
GBTC. Yeah,
it
there you
is.
go. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
GBTC.
GBTC. So this was leading at first, but then I think it was the CEO or something put too high of a management fee on the ETF, and everybody's like, why would I trade this when I can own IBIT with no management fee?
Exactly.
And they dropped the ball large, and I think he got fired on.
And they had first mover advantage,
They
man.
had it.
Like
They
they
had
didn't
it.
take advantage
But
of
they
that.
got greedy and put in a ridiculous management fee. I
Right.
think it was like, I forget what it was, but it was fractions. But everything else, Kathy Wood, BlackRock, essentially no management fee, but Grayscale decided
And
to
let's
go
be
in there.
honest, Joey. You want to punch into BlackRock or you want to punch into Grayscale? I
Yeah.
mean, just from the institutional name.
I'm going BlackRock all
right?
day, yeah.
Especially if there's a lower management fee. I mean, that's
Absolutely.
crazy. Right?
That's what really messed them up. They really messed up on that. I'm surprised they haven't changed it since. I don't know why I can't pull it up here on eSig. Can you pull it?
Yeah. It's I got it right here. Hold on.
yeah.
So we're gonna load it up. It's GBTC. Let's load that bad boy up.
There it is.
There it is.
Look at
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
yeah.
So let's throw the daily on that bad boy. See what
Sucks.
kind of what is this hot garbage?
Yeah, man.
Well, it's certainly off the COVID. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so here from the lows,
Well,
let's go.
the tracking error is still the same. It has a relatively close tracking error to Bitcoin,
okay.
right? It's the management fees that messed it up, and
Right.
now that's why the liquidity is scarce in it, because no one's trading it. Because of the management
Yeah,
fee,
what is the
right?
liquidity on that? Like, how many shares have we done today? We got 1.43 million. That's nothing. Let's compare it to IBIT. IBIT is 23.7. So yeah, your point very well taken there, Joseph. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's look at some of the small cap gappers that we had at least in the morning or earlier in the afternoon. There's really not much happening at the moment. Nothing is breaking out at the moment. Only HIMS is looking closer to the high of the day, but that's not really a small cap gapper. Everything kind of breaking down. Keeping my eye on the scanner to see if there's anything coming in new, but it really has not been the day for these small cap gappers, and that's just the way it goes. Like some days they're going to be in play, some days they won't. Just having a look here to see if there's anything new. YYAI, I'm seeing this one make its way onto the scene, but not really exploding at all. YYAI, the ticker. There it is, getting into that $2 area. That's a look at YYAI on the 5. Connexa Sports Technologies. What do? They operate. Am I reading this right? Operates across the love and marriage sector. What the hell does that even mean? I don't even want to trade this.
What the hell is even
Yeah.
that?
What the helly? What the Halle Berry?
What the hell is even that?
So we have that off. we have that one, by the way.
waiting for it. We're not
So YYAI, Joey, it's breaking out into 203 there. There we go. So this, there you go. Shout out to Assassino.
Chill.
205. This is actually breaking out. Chill, daddy. So this one's actually on the warpath to the high side. 205 breakout on YYAI. It's up 44%. Let's load this up on a trading screen and get a gander of how the spread looks on this. YYAI, I'm assuming on the NQ, and I'm right. There it is, taking out a new high day. This one's breaking out, guys. Be on the lookout here. YYAI on the move up. Big move up into 212. This one's blasting through too. Almost 50% in Greensville now. How do we set up here? Let me flip to the 5-second so we can kind of gauge where the micro pullbacks are. Here's the move back into 2. Do we hold 2 here, or what's the situation? Let's take a weaseling little trade there. Let's set up a little bit higher and see if we can get maybe something in the 12s or 11s. There's certainly a seller at 10 keeping us down right now. Let's see if we can take another beak wetter there. Just keeping an eye on this one, looking for that break into 2 mid-teens. Definitely looking for a hold of 2, though. Let's see if we can set up to defend that $2 level. What do we have on? 7, so we're still printing on this. We'll take another beak wetter there as it moves into the high. There it is at 12s now. Seller at 12. Can't shake that seller at 12. Let's wet the beak at 12s, or sorry, 11s. So let's see if we can get the continuity here through this level. YYAI, midday mover here, Joey.
Yeah, nice look there, guys. We took a little scalp on TSLL. Now we're not out of this name here. So you get that move to the downside. Nice precision entry. Thank you, Fabian, for making me take that. So I wanted to be a little bit precise. Yeah, you say, yeah, Joe, I need a little test trade to make sure everything's going. I'm like, all right, let's see what Tesla's up to. Continuation to the downside. You pop in right there. You get this move. Didn't catch the lower end of the range, but then I just got out of that one there just because we're leading into earnings. I wouldn't be surprised if it starts to slowly grind higher. Ethereum right back towards my previous entry points, but you see we got stopped out. Whole point of getting out there. We gave back a little bit of what we gained on this potential trade and that momentum. Boom, boom, all the way to the top side. Boom. Shorty go boom, boom, boom. Did you see that? Oh, yeah, I forget that. Who sings that song?
It's like B2K, I think.
Is it B2K?
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's B2K. So there it is, a nice grind higher back into the Qs, guys, and this is what we were talking about. We seen this yesterday. Wow, look at the SPY go. Wow, no way. We're right at the high of the day. Keep an eye out for this one. Nice, strong volume supporting it as well, too. So a big-time move in the SPY, and we talked about it slowly turning around. So you have this volatility spike, comes back, pulls back, holds some key support levels, and then grinds right back higher. And that's what I was talking about to a couple people in the chat. I'm like, this market, I've tried for a couple of days to be shorting it. It's not ready. It's either it's going to work relatively quick, or it's just going to continue to do these things. We're clearly in a bull market. Dips are being bought, and then that's why you can see these, after every flush, you get this continuous slow grind to the top side, and we've seen that in the likes of 2 sessions so far this, Sharif. In the yesterday, aggressive selling, slow grind higher, you didn't recover as much, but the same thing this morning, flush out of the open for the first half an hour, and then you get a nice, slow, clean grind back to the top side there on the overall market.
Baby, turn around and let me see that. Go bum, bum, bum. All right, don't worry about it, Ram Ram. You're
You don't
10.
know that song? You don't
She's
know that
10,
song?
bro. She doesn't know that song.
No way. That is
Yeah, I know.
crazy.
Well, I mean, she can't control her age, right?
No, but
when you're like 3 years old.
But hey, man, I listen to like older stuff too. That's like some classic
that's true.
stuff.
Adira does
Yeah.
as well. So Ram Ram has no excuse. Adira, I mean,
Where you
Ram Ram,
raised at?
you're like 6 months younger than Adira,
Where you
right?
raised? Oh, Saudi.
Yeah, you don't know that?
No, I didn't know.
You're just
that,
getting to know her now, man?
Well, yeah, she never told me. Now I know.
Oh, okay.
Hit the now you know. No, we're not getting that. All right,
There we go. There's my guy. Shout out to Assassino, bro.
He's on the
Assassino
point,
killing
man.
it on the ones and
Let's
twos.
go.
All right, Joseph, we're doing it freaking live. Finally, man, we get a good trade on our hands right now on YYAI. We got O2s on. I've scalped up into the high of the day, which is 16s. We had some good shareage here. We have some decent shares on. Anything below 2, and it's all over. Okay? So we're going to go with 98s, and then, yeah, anything below that $2, it's all over. Eduardo, come on now, bro. Stop trolling me. I'm not singing again. Now that you want me to sing, Eddie, I'm not going to sing. So shout out to you, my man. You got to tell me not to sing. Then maybe I'll sing. Right? All right, so we're
Don't sing, man. Don't sing.
No, you can't set it up like that, Joe. You got to be surreptitious about it.
You live in karaoke town too, so
I do. I like Koreatown is just a little bit north of where I live, and yeah, man, the Koreans love their karaoke. They love karaoke, Joey.
Yeah, you don't
go there Saturday night.
You remember that Chris Rock scene from
Is it Rush Hour?
Rush Hour, and he's like, yeah, that's me on the mic. I'm close.
That's exactly it. All right, we're having a good time, guys. All right, so what I'm watching
Chris
here,
Tucker.
Chris
Let's
Tucker.
say,
I know. That's what you meant. I figured that's what you meant. So what I'm keeping my eye on here, guys, as you know, I've been keeping my eye on the 5-second chart. It looks like we're in the bull flag phase now of this YYAI breakout. Anything, again, I mentioned below $2 gets me out. We've scalped out nicely here, but we still got some shares. Now, I'm posted at 16s. That is the high of the day, so we did work into 16, but couldn't cross. Let's see if this one's got the juice to stay up above $2. There have been buyers in and around the low 2s, but here we go. Now, we're dipping into 203. I'm long 202s. Anything below 2 gets me out of the trade. And if it ends up wicking me out and moving back along its merry way to the high side, I can always get back in and participate. But this YYAI, really the only small cap gapper that I see anyway, moving. REPL, I'm seeing on the side chart here, found support at the volume weighted average price at around 340. It's now trying to work its way back above the $0.50 REPL, another ticker we were involved in today, but the one I'm focusing on right now is YYAI, coming back into my entry price here at 02. So there it is, dipping back into 2, so this will stop us out. So we'll give back a little bit there, still positive on YYAI. Let's see if it finds support here. Oh, the 10. It did find support at the 10 at 92s. Let's see if it continues to find support there so we can get back in. Yeah, so that was probably wrong thing to do there. Probably should have been basing it on the 10 EMA rather than on 2. Let's give this one another gander over here, see if it finds more support and pops back up. Just looking at the 5 over here, we're still in a downtrend here on the 5-second chart, so I'm not going to jump in quite yet. Yeah, I'll pack my patience here. This one is losing the bid a little bit. So YYAI kind of losing a little bit. Not a bad trade, Joe.
Cool. Yeah. Tesla Long working really well there. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. Congratulations to you. So I'm glad that that's really printing up a storm. So good job, buddy. There you go. You want something? I can give you a pat on the back too, and a hero cookie. I give those out as well. Just
you don't even need cookies.
Yeah, but I give the hero cookies out.
That's a good point.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You got to give them out to those who are less fortunate.
Who are doing well. Hero cookies, right?
Oh, yeah.
Does that mean that they did something well?
They've done something positive, yes. You get a hero cookie if you've done and accomplished something there. So that's what Milo, my little Milo, gets a hero cookie. Good job, buddy. You did this. You get a hero cookie.
Hey.
So yeah, there it is on that one. So yeah, now you know. Bang. Yeah, but that's what we got going on. We got out of this Ethereum trade earlier. We'll just do a quick trade review on what I went through today. QBTS. What happened? Why are you laughing?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Why?
Everything's fine, Joey. Everything's absolutely fine.
Man, yeah, no. I'm not having that anymore. But did I just do that right now? When
This is
was
from
that?
earlier.
Oh, was it? All right, yeah. Send me
Come
that
on,
picture.
bro. That's a face only a mother could love right there. It's still handsome as hell.
That is crazy. That is insane.
Oh,
Wow.
guys, can I show the picture? Nah.
Yeah, show them the picture. Send it to us, and we'll put it up there to see what. Yeah.
This is what Ram does. This is why she's sinister,
She's
bro.
showing me, yeah. Dude, the YouTube short is just pure, just a mockery of me. So yeah, man, crazy stuff, man, crazy stuff. But it's all right.
Hey, you're a good sport about things. You're always a good sport about
man,
stuff, though.
Listen,
straight up.
I can take the beating,
you
right?
can,
but
yeah.
just be prepared to
Yes.
you know what I mean?
But
So,
she doesn't, though.
No, she's
Yeah,
good.
I gotta give her credit. She's not too bad.
She's not too bad. So
bad.
yesterday, like some days, I remember one day I'm just sitting here just working, and she walks by and she goes, "Leave me alone." And I'm like, I didn't even say anything or do anything.
Yeah, that's the day
I
you know.
literally was just living life, and she's like, "Leave me alone." And I'm like, I wasn't gonna say
I
anything
know what
whatsoever.
days not to talk to her. If I see her coming in the morning and she's on the phone and she's in a heated conversation, I don't want to say who she's talking to, but I know it's one of two people she's talking to. And then either way, I don't want to talk to her after that.
And like
right?
she was over there, and she was walking over there, and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "What?" I didn't even say anything.
She'll fight you.
I'm like, all right.
She'll fight
I'm like, all right, whatever, man. That's what we
fight you,
going on.
Joseph.
So,
Yeah.
Tesla Long's working out
Get
really
it.
well there.
Get it, Ram. We love you. You know that.
Let me give this guy a quick shout out here.
Who's that?
Who was it? Let's see. I can't even find his name anymore. That's how relevant it was. But anyway.
Damn, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. And, hey, man, listen. I got terms for days.
I know you do. You're a hockey guy. I mean, I could expect that.
Days. But yeah, no, I'm just chilling right now. Straight fast for trading. Tesla, we took a little scalp on that. I was doing a trade review. That's what I forgot I got into before I befriend. I was being made a mockery of, but that's okay. No, I'm joking. There it is. No,
Why were you even like that? Ram, why'd you even screenshot him like that? What was he doing?
Because, man, she's going to come up with something. It's going to be on the front page of a YouTube short. What did I do?
Hims is breaking out, guys.
Cover that real quick, and I'll do trade review.
All right, well, I'll cover my trade. We're back in, guys. We've scalped up again. This one defended too, so I punched back in. We've scalped up the majority of the position. I have a couple of outs left based on what I currently have, and it's going to go at current bar low. So this is going to have to hold trend. What the hell is the current bar low? 195. So we get out at 194 for the remaining last two outs on this bad boy. Otherwise, we want no smoke. So, Hims. It's breaking out. I feel really bad about how I traded this, but this teaches me to stay in my wheelhouse and not deviate. Just because something's moving like a small cap gapper in terms of volatility and percentage up on the day doesn't mean it trades like one. So HIMS taking out highs. Wow, look at this. I wouldn't have been able to figure out to get into here. I mean, this breached all my, it didn't breach. It didn't respect any of the levels that I would have been eyeing, right? What we had was lower highs. We did have a double bottom at 55.75. Not an area I would have been looking at. 57.50 now the high of the day. This doesn't have a red candle since 125. It's 155 minus 30 seconds right now. So HIMS at the high of the day, up 14% and change. I don't even know what the catalyst is, and I kind of don't care. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, but I'm still in this position on YYAI, looking for a break above 10. I posted at 11, then I posted up at 18s over here, which requires a high day break, because we're currently 216 the high of the day on YYAI. So let's see what this one does, but it's really HIMS show right now, taking out highs into that $0.50, Joey.
Good.
Oh, Vaughn Clark, thank you for the $5 super chat. Is the flat top break over for Ford? Let's see what Ford is doing. So they reported earnings. When did they report earnings? Did they report? Yeah, they did, right? Was it GM that reported?
GM reported.
Thank you.
GM
Yeah, guys.
reported, yeah.
All right, so flat top break. You're talking about the 1145. Yeah, certainly.
Double top, bro.
Yeah.
Double DT right there.
And the thing is, you wicked above it 3 times, but that seller at 1145 was absolutely adamant in their position, because you wicked above it over here at 10:10, you wicked above it at 12:05, and then you did it again at 12:15, all of which failed. But you were putting in higher lows, so I can completely see why you were thinking flat top break, ascending wedge. Didn't end up happening that way. It doesn't always, right? So you just got to take the L's with the dubs, and let me know how it goes next time, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Sharif, we experienced another big spike here. We'll go over the trade review momentarily, but look at the volume step in. So that's going to be the second largest print on the SPY throughout the session. And relatively close to the same thing there on the Qs. But there it goes, a nice recovery, hammer candle, almost a double top formation right there. Let's zoom out and see what did Spile say?
No, it's Neil. He's like, for the record, I know B2K. Like, yes, that's awesome, Neil.
Okay, all right. So just making sure. Neil,
Just
at least
Ram
Neil knows
that doesn't know.
Yeah, that doesn't know.
That's fine.
Fabian, do you know B2K? Let's see if Fabian knows there.
Fabian, you know B2K, the boy band? B2K, the
boy band.
The boy band, B2K. Do you know them? No. Assassino?
No, that's a good man.
It's okay.
It's all right.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, to each their own. Dude, Sharif, this
Yes, sir.
this is interesting, right? Because we waited.
Oh boy.
Katina Man actually asked me earlier in the year. He asked all of us actually, and he said, "Do we believe that the SPY is going to put in a new all-time high?" And I said, "There's 0 chance." Right, this is a little bit premature. This is maybe early April. Why are you hitting me the fail? I'm putting statistics up. This is crazy. I said there's no chance. Well,
It did hit though, right?
Yeah. Well, now we just put in a new all-time high. And we're not even really talking about it here. So there it goes. The SPY putting in a new all-time high on the session. A quiet one, and then we'll take a look at the Qs, and then we'll do a quick trade review before.
Were you adding at the April lows?
No, I would.
You didn't add at the April
No,
lows?
I liquidated Tesla and Google and everything.
I remember that.
around
Yeah,
it.
but that's not. I'm not asking you to tell me about the bad trades. Did you add into any of your your longer term positions?
Robinhood and NVDA.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, Robinhood and NVDA. So that was. Tell me how that one worked out there.
There you go. So even though you predicted,
I did.
Your actions said something a little bit different.
Yeah, I did. Like in full disclosure, I did sell at the lows, but I just essentially broke even on trades that I've been holding for the longer period of time, and just rotated the cash into different names.
It's a beauty.
Right? So that worked out for it. That worked out for it. Hit the mission respect too. That's one of my favorite ones on there. But here it is. Let's see if Assassino's quick on that one. But no, the Q's not. There we go. Yeah.
Hey, that's my guy.
There you go. That's my favorite one. But no, there it is. The Q's slightly lagging there, guys. SPY more balanced and diverse, putting in that new all-time high. All right. So just keep that in mind. A nice quiet one. Quick trade review before we send it back to Shree for the last couple of seconds here. QBTS short got out of that immediately. Flip that long, boom, boom, boom. We take some off, we add a little bit more, and then sure enough, we enter another position, take some off at the high. So that's what we cooked up there on QBTS, and then we also traded ETHA. We'll pull this up. I don't know why it does that. There it is. So this was our move on ETHA. Entered. Get that volatility spike, we double up the position, take some off, look for an add, and then we eventually get stopped out, break even. Look for another attempt on that one. It did not work out, and then a tiny scalp there on Tesla, Sharif.
All right, guys. Added again. So this has been a good one to me here late midday. YYAI, we initially enter, scalp out into 15s. It loses 2. I get back in. We scalp out. We're almost exhausted our shares. Then we get the high the day break. So on the high day break, I add. which I never do. And then we take it out into 225. So YYAI has got the juice right now. But what it seems to be doing, Joey, is every time it makes a new high, there's an aggressive pullback. So don't look for super deep continuity. If you get the continuity, I guess wait for the pullback is what I'm trying to say, because it's been giving you plenty of pullbacks on the way up. So YYAI 230 high a day. I'm looking at the 5-second chart. I think we're still making highs. Keep an eye out on that 15 penny level. That 15 penny level, if we lose it, we could change trend. There is support initially at 15 pennies, and then there's more support at around, yeah, I don't want to give you times because it goes by seconds, but YYAI right back into the high of the day. Here comes that 230. We could get more continuity, I think, if we get that $0.50 break. We're still putting in higher highs over here, so I'm going to try this again, actually. Let's throw in some orders over here into the high side. I'm just going to do these 1 second assassino. Let me get below 214, and that just lost 214, so we have to get out of that. All right. Let's do the ad, baby. What do we got over here? We got top one, guys. Looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the S&P, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in real capital. And you pick your own path. You can choose instant funded, you can choose the challenge path, or even the pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million to traders just like you and have earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account, or scan that QR code, or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Shout out to Top One Futures. All right, so we'll keep an eye here on YYAI. Oh, it's already 201. There we go. Brother. Keep your eye on YYAI, guys. If you guys are looking to trade these small caps, there's still some continuity in this one. 230 high day, Joey. Send them off.
Yeah, e-signal. Make sure you guys check it out. I don't know why mine's not working, but that's okay. We'll figure that one out later. No, guys, I hope everyone's had a good session. A slow grind higher today, similar to what we experienced yesterday. Some big-time names after the bell as well, too, so keep an eye out for that one.
Peace. Thank you, boys. We're rounding into a big afternoon because we got monster earnings after, not literally monster, but big earnings after the bell, led off by Tesla and Alphabet. There's other names too, and we'll dive into ServiceNow is going to be reporting. IBM is going to be reporting. But until then, we got a V-shaped recovery in the market because what was down and is now to the upside, despite the fact there was a big volume spike and there was a headline, essentially Pete Navarro saying, I want to get exactly where it is here, essentially saying he was, let's see what happens with regards to this European trade deal, dismissing reports of a deal being done and saying, let's see what happens. There was a slight spike to the downside in the Qs. Well, basically everything in the market went volume down and then right back to where we were. So it ended up being one of those little buy the dip or liquidity shakeout style trades as the market heads right back to the upside. So obviously there's a lot to get to. We're going to talk about the names that you guys want in the rundown for sure. I just heard and see that Rumble is rumbling its way to $10. Not really sure what's going on here. Maybe it's just one of those squeeze plays on big volume. Well, double checked. I didn't hear anything news-wise. We'll see if there's any news on the X machine. But Rumble on the move. We've seen a lot of small cappers and high short float names go, and they don't have to have a particular catalyst. So, it doesn't have to be anything particular going on with Rumble here. But to get another small cap name making a run.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, man. I mean, who said it's slow market these days? It's not, that's for sure. You got to pick and choose what you're trading. I mean, we have Tesla here, was absolutely monstrous. This is my #1 stock now, Tesla here today. We were long. Once we broke that bottom, we went short, and it really gave it to us right there. And then after that, also, like Webull, come on, man. This is going to be P&L #2 today. We have Tesla #1 now, Webull #2, and then after that, the futures. Actually, the futures are close with the TQs, but there it is right there again with Bull. right into 1650, right? I mean, this is another posted level. And I think it's like as long as you stay with what you're talking about all morning, you're good to go. There's bull 1650 once, twice, boom, that's it. So, you know, put on some shares, take some risk there with Webull. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting close. I mean, I'm excited to see what Google presents us with. We are into a BBAI short now. It's been back and forth. We will talk about that a little bit, but I just want to see what Google was up to as we wait for them. So 190 tonight, down right now about 0.2% now, down 0.7. So we'll wait to see what Google has in store for us. I'm not sure what their guide's going to look like, but you know, we do know that search is going to be something that everyone's interested in. You know, where's that ad revenue coming from right now? So we'll wait to see if Google can get that going, and then plus also the deal with Chrome and Apple, the iOS and everything like that. So we'll wait to hear if we can get some more information about Google. But yeah, man, big time trading. We're still $2 in the money right now on NVIDIA. There's I mean, for those of you watching right now, there's NVIDIA 168, my number one trade idea of the day right there. And look what winds up happening. It's now $2 plus in the money. If you're only gonna have one trade today, why not have this right there? Low of the day, and if we get out right now, we'd have the high of the day. So top to bottom right now on NVDA. So not too bad right now for this trade. So breaking through 170. Now we'll see what it wants to do here into the close. But yeah, man, so far so good. Yeah, vacation was awesome. Thank you so much for everybody for asking. But yeah, we're here to do some work now and try to find some winning trades for you. I hope you guys enjoyed the time when I was off. I have many more days coming off. So if you guys are excited for that, then you know, you've got what you coming for you. Basically every Friday from here on out.
All the tournament styles. Is it all tournaments or just?
A lot of tournaments and then just a lot of Fridays off. We have baseball coming up in Ottawa next couple weeks.
Nice.
So that's
it's got to be. I know baseball is starting to. You get into August, you start getting into some of the championships and.
Yeah. So we're all over.
Is it COBA for you guys or is it?
Oh
different?
Man, co-ed.
COBA. That's like the Ontario's.
No, we're Little League. Oh, by the way, congratulations. High Park, the league that I play in, are the provincial champs.
That's what I was asking about.
Yeah, Little League. So they're going to be going to the Little League World Series.
Yeah, that's what I was.
They just have to.
So but they don't.
They're not OBA. They're not Ontario based.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they're Little League. So.
It's a different championship. I was just wondering if they won that, but
they did. They haven't won the provincials in a long time. So they're
nice.
Where Gia plays is the best. They're the 12s though. They're the 12s. Gia's just 10 years old. So and they're going to qualify hopefully for the Little League World Series. So they're going to go. They're off to BC on Sunday. So nice. British Columbia. They're off to British Columbia. I coached two of them tonight. No, Thursday. So I have two players that are on my team, are on the Red Sox there, and they're going to be getting ready to go. So congratulations to anybody in High Park. I'll show it to you.
Coach is Little League. Dorothy Mantooth is the saint.
Well, here it is right here. Look, it's right on my right on my feed here, right here for Instagram. So it is right here. High Park Majors Little League Ontario Championships. Shout out to my guy Zevon right here, who's on our team. And again, a fantastic group of kids. They're off now to BC, so that's quite a ways away on the other side, the west coast of Canada. And there's a lot of good baseball players in BC. So we say shout out to High Park and congratulations for all.
One of the boys from speaking of BC, like one of the boys from where we grew up that played a year younger than us, Centennial. He was a good player, and he went out and played university in BC.
Okay.
And then went from being a Canadian university player to actually drafted and made it to like AA. I think it was like with the Mets or something, which you do not see. And he was good when he was in Brampton, but he took some serious next steps. When he went out west. So shout out to them. Just look, first of all, this market wants the high of the day and continues to churn. We'll see what names you want to talk about in here for sure. I'm just in some shorts from earlier. It's not the same trade in open. I've just been short open pretty much the entirety of the day. That hasn't changed. But let's see what you guys want us to talk about at the screen with Sharif in the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and they're loaded. Sean's back, baby. And they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. Super easy. Throw that $sign followed by the 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Here's a look at all four major averages. All four major averages in green territory here with the NQ up 0.25%, followed by the ES up 2/3 and the Russell 2000 just a little bit below 1%. The Dow leading the way over 1% in the green. It started out that way and it maintains that way. There is a look at HIMS. Look at that bull flag breakout to the high side. Guys, there's really no catalyst on this, but there is unusual options activity to the call side. Keep your eye out on HIMS.
Yeah, that's what I mean. All the spec is that it's just options moves. It's a 38% short float. Obviously, depending on where you happen to be looking, you might see higher or lower numbers, but this is a squeeze. And look, the gap is filled. Well, okay, most of the gap is filled. It technically doesn't fill this entire gap until you get to 64 or 65, but absolute wildness on HIMS. This is why we talk about it all the time. I was saying, like, make sure if you're trying to play reversions or whatever style, it doesn't really make a difference. In this particular case, for me, it's reversions. AMD. So I just got the dip on AMD. I'm going to explain this one first. I don't see AMD on there. I don't see the chips on there. I'm playing it out in front of 57.75, and then I want to take another shot off VWAP. So I'm in just underneath the 98, but it's been holding 157.75. So I want to play it not necessarily to VWAP, but a bit of a tighter stop, and then work a little bit lower if it does break. So look, HIMS, I might even take a third shot at this. I've shorted pretty much each turn once and then did it twice at the 57 and able to be flat on it, only because I'm getting right out when it's not working and I'm taking profit when it gets to first resistance. I'm just waiting for it to break this trend because this thing is absolutely off to the races. It's doing these like linear moves up. At some point, I'm kind of thinking you're going to get that big move that goes more than 30, 40 cents to the backside, especially when you have a squeeze like this. But it is a pure squeeze play, and there isn't anything obvious in terms of, well, you just short this level without it needing a trend reverse until it gets to like 65. So until it gets, well, 60 is a round number, 60 or 65. If it's not at one of those two, then the only way I want to take a shot at the short is if it breaks a trend on the higher, on like a 3-minute chart for myself. So I'm taking pretty much every one of those trend breaks so far, and we'll see if it gets to 60 or 65. I don't know how much I like this beyond a squeeze without that Novo, after the Novo breakup, but certainly momentum is momentum. We've seen a lot of squeeze names go. I can't think of too many that have lasted more than a couple of days, the last little bit. If it's a pure squeeze, they tend to be coming back rather quickly. So, just make sure you're bagging your profit. We've seen what happened to open. We've seen what happened to the bulk of these types of squeeze plays.
All right, let's go back over. It's my number one P&L name. It's Tesla. Let's go find out the story.
Reports after the bell today expect lower Q2 earnings, guys, as well as Tesla sales dropping in California 21% ahead of the earnings. Catch that with Neil and I on the Market Recap Show.
Look, we left Tesla alone all morning, and we talked about we wanted to wait to see if we can find some sort of a bottom at some point there for Tesla. So this is what I sort of did with it. We came back here. We came back after lunch or started having our lunch, and it gave us this little level right in here of 332. So we were going long off 332. We were posting in the chat, telling everybody we were going long off 332. Once it broke, I mean, maybe I can zoom in here. We had some, yeah, it's a little better. We had some good outs all the way up into VWAP. But then once it wasn't breaking, I was like, you know what? We have a lot of support up here. I mean, why don't we just go the other way? So once we started to break through 332, we had to start this trade at 332 there short. Then we got some there, then we got some there, then whoops, all the way down there into the downside again as it started to really collapse. So that turns out to be a fantastic trader. I mean, our out was going to be up here at 333. Our average price was 332, about 40s or something like that. So when we're able to grab about $4 on a 40-cent worth of risk, that was a good one. We wound up holding a little bit into the end. We got another out right there as we just missed our 330, 329.50, this little area right into here. We're actually waiting right there, missed it, then got it, thankfully, and now all the way back up. And we come back and we just get out another little piece right there. So Tesla ahead of earnings tonight. I mean, probably leave it alone now into the afternoon, but we'll wait. I mean, if we can get back up here, then maybe we'll re-short this. My out still is going to be 333. I don't know. I was going to short it again around 332.50. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening, man. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. I have less than 10% left of this position, but again, have the ability to go flip and flip it over. So that's exactly what we did there with Tesla. We went short, then we flipped it over, and now it's downside. So bye-bye, Tesla. We'll wait to see what winds up happening here. Hopefully, it continues to go down for my sake, but I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't do much here into the close. I think it's going to be a better report. We called a better report on Tesla down here at 220, and the next thing we knew it was at 3. 360. So let's wait to see what happens in and around here. We told you when it was at remember it was 232, and I was like, you can take a shot at 232 to see what winds up happening. And yeah, you got paid off. And I think the same thing again for this afternoon. I mean, 300, we'll see if that can hold. And if it does, then I do think you wind up breaking that 370, and we'll talk about it then. So yeah, I really like Tesla here today into earnings. I think it'll be a good report, and we'll just wait to see what winds up happening. I think there's more surprise upside than downside this afternoon for Tesla.
Yeah, this evening, well, you know what, this evening, but as far as like the next hour and a half goes, that I'm not sure about, but certainly this evening, I like the fact that we clearly, the betting went above the 50 and the 200 period moving average, because like, as Sean was gone, as you were gone, like what was happening on Tesla was almost like comically hilarious. What would happen is it was getting into the 50 period moving average last week. It was just rejection, 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 and now all of a sudden we're finding support there. So when resistance turns into support, you start to flip the script and you start thinking a little bit more bullish. If we get to 220 again, I like that buy. I want to buy back down there if we get to 220, but there hasn't been an opportunity to do so. And I'm not touching Tesla in that long term until after earnings. And again, it's not going to drop enough to get down to 220, but I'd be a buyer again if it got down to that particular price for sure. I just want to see us hold that 50 period. If we do dip in the afternoon, it's like 326. Like it's way down there into the 326 level. So it would be somewhere around that range that I think we could hold on to, but it doesn't seem all that likely where we get to that price. That's why it wasn't on my list, because I felt like the support was going to be a little bit farther away. Knock on wood, if we do get down there, maybe there is a bounce long. Ooh, there's a name I haven't seen before. SDST. What is up with thee?
I have no idea what that is.
Another one of these squeeze names, Neil. I didn't actually have eyes on this during the midday. SDST, again, another one with no catalyst, but with unusual volumes activity. Guys, keep your eye on these meme names ever since Kohl's broke out, as well as Open Door. It's kind of been opening the bag for a lot of these heavily shorted names. So SDST taking out highs.
I don't know. I never.
This one.
I didn't even look at this yet.
Well, this one did move. Yeah, it moved last. It moved. It was like the 14th. Okay, so it's kind of like a second push play here, and really, I almost always expect like the secondary push on day one to sort of fail underneath where the prior level was, and this did a breakaway from 40 cents to 70. And pulled right back into 40 cents. So when it comes in here, usually I think the lower high is going to be able to play. It looks like it might have already happened. That's like 62 cents. So if it can't break 62 today, I think there could be some back end on this. And the other thing to consider is way less volume than when this broke out on the 14th. It's more of a lower float name than it is a short float, because it's only 1 or 2% short, but the float is 50 million. It's done 20 million today. A lot of times with small cappers like this, you want them to have done more volume than the float, and that's a good indication that you're going to get a little bit more follow through. So I'm kind of thinking this is a nothing burger, but 62 does look like the big level it needs to push through. And there's nothing about the volume, as you guys can see right here, that suggests there's anything going on this afternoon. So it's definitely a no trade. There's other stocks that are moving, that are small cappers and penny stocks. This isn't even lighting up on any scanners or anything like that. So yeah, not much to see here.
Yeah, I don't even know how it got onto our list, but again, nice moves. It's been holding this 40 cent level. So I would just say, you're going long, you're up 37% today. It's a good name. I don't know if they got NASDAQ delisted or what, but you're gonna have to watch out to get this thing above $1. I think if you like the stock, you're in the name right now. It could work out, right? Into there, that's 82 cents, 83. If we take out $1, I think there's a lot of room to run. This is what it looks like on the E-signal chart, just in case there was any kind of splits or anything like that. As low as 14 cents, but yeah, it doesn't look like there's any reverse splits or anything like that happening in and around here. So yeah, man, back in July of 24, this was a $17 name. So that's its 52-week high right there, $17. This is its 52-week low of 14 cents. So Stardust Power right now trying to power up. 52-week high, 18, 52-week low, 14 cents. And right now, 50.
It could be worse.
It could always be worse. It could be 14 cents.
We did last week. We did the Mullen. What's the Mullen all-time high and relative? It was like a 1.7
Yeah, trillion.
No, quadrillion.
Look at ACB.
I had to look up the number.
Okay, let's go over to Big Bear AI. This will be actually my worst stock of the day.
2 good days, though, Sean, for Big Bear off the low. Sold off a little bit last week, getting back above 7.5. Again, no catalyst for Big Bear AI, but we know they've worked their way into the airports using their proprietary AI. So, yeah, off the highs, but 2 days in a row green for Big Bear.
Okay, so yeah, look, we love the price. I mean, this is in our swing account. You guys know we're long at $4. It's been great. It's at $8. So, you know, it's a double up. We'll tip our cap to everybody that trailed that trade. But today we are looking at 775 for it to break higher there. And I think that was based off of some levels that we had found up in here right there. So there's 775. And as you can see, man, no bueno. It did not really work out for us at all on that break as we get as high as 785, something like that, 782 or 783, and then you just fell right back in. But again, we didn't break anything too significant. The only problem is when you're trading a little bit bigger shares, you know, we get stopped out there. We actually bought some back and made some back, and then we bought some back right there, 750. That was good, 760. Then we went short. Short was fine because I was thinking, you know what? We keep on having a problem with VWAP. You know, and I was like, as long as we stay under, well, we broke through right there. So that was our last hit. So we were short again, able to get out, like everything was fine. And then we took a VWAP trade and then I gave it basically 5 cents. It broke through 65 and we wound up getting out. So that was the biggest hit right there because we pretty much had not a max position, but like as many shares as we had all day was right there. So that was was right here. So that was the problem there. Took a 6 or 7 cent hit. It went all the way up, and I was like, you know what? Let's just see that 775 again. The highest we ever got was 780. So if Big Bear wants to rip our faces off today, I mean, great, fine. We'll average in a little bit more until we get to that high. Let's just see if it does want to sort of end up down here. I mean, VWAP, now you're above VWAP. So if you think about it, volume weighted average price means that hopefully we can revert back into the mean somewhere around here, which would be that 760. And if we have that, then it's 10 cents back and we're happy, joy. So shout out to Ren and Stimpy. I feel like we should be able to get a decent trade-off right there. We don't have Webull on the trade today, but this 1650, this is going to be actually P&L 1 will be this or Tesla. And, you know, Tesla not on the board. Tesla we just used our noggin for. But Webull, we used our charting abilities and hit this at 1650 twice. And now it's just hovering here around 17. So we'll see if that one wants to work out. But yeah, that's Big Bear AI. Donut. Oh, I guess I don't know if you want to talk about it, but D-Nut is the next one.
Yeah, we'll talk. And you know what? Like as we talk about Donut, that's what I'll mention. Sort of what's going on. Some other small cap traders in there. BBI, not really too much to add to it. All I would say is $7 on. You guys saw what happened to a lot of things yesterday, and this had a pretty hefty reversal twice off the. Well, technically 3 times. 3 times because I would include the 16th. With every time it's broken the $7 level, it's been bought back up on a V shape, bought back up. So it looks pretty bullish over 7. And when you see that type of, it's almost a rounded bottom. It's not really quite, but it looks like it's doing it. A lot of times you get that formation, you can get all the way back into the top. So that's what I would look for if we have any weakness. The $7 level looks pretty good on a higher time frame for Big Bear.
NVIDIA absolutely ripping, but what we're going to talk about right now is big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for that company on your screen. It is VinFast under NASDAQ VFS. Starting July 1st, 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move towards electric transport. VinFast is in prime position to benefit with major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging network. It has a strong head start in this game. While others scramble, VinFast is ready, and this policy only sharpens its edge. Make sure you scan that QR code and check out ticker VFS. You should really be checking out ticker NVIDIA, and that price we got there, 168.25. You're now at 171 there, Sharif, for NVIDIA. Now moving upside big time, $3 in the money off that sticky note post. But let's go over here, talk about Donut, another name that I lost on.
Good trade there, Sean, on NVIDIA. Krispy Kreme enters the meme stock frenzy with hot glazed hype, says this article from Benzinga. Pardon the pun there. Yeah, a lot of selling, though, at 6, guys. It really kind of had its best trade in the aftermarket and the pre-market today. Feels like since that bell rang, though, boys, it's been selling off.
Yeah, and speaking of like meme stocks, there's this YYAI. I looked at like when I looked this thing up, I swear it said they made like the like slingshots for balls, and I'm trying to figure out if there's anything real. There was no story I saw on this YYAI, but it does lend into like donut or Krispy Kreme donut open, which I'll get to in a quick little second as well. They're just all these squeeze names. It's like it's going from one to the other, over and over again. That said, when they lose the bid, this is what we were talking about like last week with Open. When it breaks a trend, and sometimes things will break a trend in the pre-market, right? Like look at, this is a trend line break. If I'd been looking at this instead of Open, then maybe I would have been short, but I was short Open because I was looking at Open. It's just that simple. But trend break, and it's been trending down ever since. At no point has this broken the downtrend, but if I've learned something from Open, look at two places. One, where did this break out from? 420. Where did it bounce? 420. And then the second is when you zoom it to the higher time frame, like a 15-minute chart. The 15 is no good. We'll have to go to a daily chart. When you zoom into a higher time frame, if that doesn't hold, I'd look at where the original move started and had resistance, which is about 350. So that gives you a couple of places to maybe look for a bit of a dip buy, 420, which already bounced once. And if it loses that, let's see if it can hang on to the 350 level on the way back in. And I'll just pivot to Open Door, which 3 days ago was like, this was the one everybody was talking about. And this is what it did when it broke the trend. And then for a few days in a row, it's just been a short. Each day, you get a little bit less out of it. Obviously, the first day it went from $5 to $3. Then we go from $4 to $3. And then today we go from $2.50 to $2. So it's condensing a little bit, which I think could be a good sign, pulling back into some prior highs. I thought maybe you could see some of these lows in here today, but $2 looks like a bit of a jump-off spot. I just got out of the VWAP short because it was a pure continuation play. We said we're shorting it under 250 and then took the VWAP trades after the fact, but you get out of dodge. This might be a little bit of a long back into 250, and then the more I look at it. I might plot myself on the volume-weighted average price. Ooh, high of the day on AMD just happened. I just got filled. I'm going to plot myself on VWAP here and see if we can't get involved in this to the other direction here on Open Door.
Yeah, man, big time profits being held everywhere right now as there goes NVIDIA for $3 now, straight up. So yeah, nice little move there. And yeah, we got our hat on, man, Palantir investor. There it is. You guys want to talk about some PLTR? Straight up $6 or something like that? Wow, 154, man. I have not sold any Palantir in ages. So this is a great move to the upside right here, man. The last time we got something out was around 130 and change. So it's really nice to see Palantir right now kicking higher and higher and higher. I mean, this is like the first 10 bagger that I've actually held. And it's been really good, right? I mean, we have reverse 10 baggers in other names, but this is a good one here for Palantir. So sometimes you got to take shots, man, and we really did that, and that's hence this hat. We got this hat when the stock was like at $9, $10, where it direct listed 920. It did go down to 7. Now you're up through 155. So let's go Palantir, man. Not really on too much news there today, but it is a nice upside play for PLTR. You know, again, looking for those bottoms. I mean, if you would have looked at this thing around 1030, you would have seen that this 148, all you had to do was sort of play it off of that wick bottom, which was 148.25. So you could have taken some here with about 60 or 70 cents worth of risk. You know, to hold it all the way up is something else. I mean, we've done it on NVIDIA, we've done it on Webull here, so why couldn't we done it on Palantir? So a little bit of a missed opportunity for sure on PLTR. We'll wait to see where it gets going right now. But of course, Citadel Securities highlighted that there's over $1 trillion of stock buybacks that they think is going to be planned here throughout, you know, with the new earnings that are coming out today, Tesla, Google, and all that. So that's going to be a major liquidity event. So all these stock buybacks, we'll see if Palantir wants to do something like that as well. I don't think so. They don't have enough cash to do that, but we'll wait to see what happens with big companies like Google and Apple and all these big names that are just sitting on a bunch of cash waiting to do something. Apple should have bought Perplexity and all that a long time ago, and now Perplexity's raising money with Anthropic and all that in the hundreds of billions of dollars. So that's going to be a missed point.
I think they're just trying to go a different route. We'll see how it works out for them. It's obviously, people are saying it's not working out for them, but they seem to want to just go a different route and say, hey, we're going to be a delivery system, and that's it. I think that can work. There's no question, but the market's just choosing to.
It will work.
But I think one thing to keep in mind with the buybacks, though, and we've seen this before, If we get another buyback cycle, remember the point that companies are not able to buy back their shares in the last 10 minutes of the day. And so a lot of times when we get those, when it looks like program buys and some of the big cap tech names that are doing the buybacks, when you see that kind of price action, the ye old mean reversion in the last 10 minutes becomes more of a trade, everybody. And we've seen that play out before. I would suspect because the weaker names in the Mag 7, I don't know if I want to throw Amazon into that bucket. I feel like they're pretty good, but technically speaking, I guess they don't belong with Meta and NVIDIA at this particular point. So you throw them into the bucket with Google and Alphabet, you're probably going to see them using that cash a little bit here. There's a little bit of a pullback happening off of those highs. So I'm going to see if we can't get back in on this next dip on AMD. I mean, most things pulled back a little bit here. And you know what, let's talk about why the chips were in play today. The reason I liked AMD is because it was up and strong. But look, TXN, there wasn't actually anything bad technically in their report. They missed their guidance. Like the midpoint was 148 and the expectation was 150 EPS on the guide. And so it was a small miss. Everything, they beat top and bottom. Revenue growth was actually pretty solid, but this just went down. Now 13% for Texas Instruments and still falling. I don't think I had a long in this one, but we've mentioned this before, and this happened last week specifically a lot. If you see a held bid or offer on a big stock, and what I mean by a held bid is a particular price where there's just a refresher, or someone like you see here was like 187.50, and almost exactly that. It was just a couple of pennies above that price when it was clearly just a refresher buying. And so you buy in front of it. We saw it Amazon 226 last week on the offer, but that guy was not, or I shouldn't say that guy, that order was not there when it broke the last time. So TXN absolutely taking a dump here as the market's at the highs. This is going to be you got to wait and see on this. Like it's through the 200 period moving average. This one is the definition of give it the 3-day rule or let it calm down. It has to stop bleeding. You'd think with a beat top and bottom that there would be a bit of some kind of a bid on this stock, but nothing just yet. It just continues to fall. And remember, it's falling as the market's going up. So even with a relief rally in the overall market, this one still continues to drop. I'm going to get back on the bid of AMD, a chip name that is not puking.
Yeah, NVIDIA, I just put my stop at 170. So if we break through 170, we will scrambled eggs out of NVIDIA. Of course, tonight's big earnings bonanza, right? You'll join Sharif and Neil, and then you'll talk about Tesla tonight. You'll talk about Google. So I think Tesla will surprise to the upside. I think Google will go the other way. I think Google will be a downside move, Tesla upside there today. That would be my prediction, but who knows? It could be the other way around. And I own more Google than Tesla, so it's not like I'm trying to throw any kind of shade on that one. But that is what Tesla's doing right now. Nice little pullback in as well. We just talked about that. 7th inning right now, says Citadel, for those corporate buybacks. We'll see if they do kick off even more. We still have NVIDIA. The thing is, man, NVIDIA and AMD are up 15% this month alone together. So, names like Broadcom continue to support the market higher. And Broadcom, after, kind of a nasty day yesterday, with a big pullback from 290 down to 278, 279, battling back today. It looks like hopefully we'll try to close green today, only up 0.6. So we'll see if that can hold. But Broadcom, wow, what a monster. So many of these names just continue to work from those lows. And I just think that, being up 15, 20% this month alone that's a year, right? you would take a lot of that in a year. You're investing in the NASDAQ or whatever, that's a great little spot there. So that's what's going on. Possible rotations, J&J, some of these other things like Procter & Gamble and J&J, as we get weaker dollars, it seems to be working out right there as J&J just absolutely ripping right there to the top side. But I just want to bring it to everybody's attention that if you're looking at Johnson & Johnson or anything like that, and I have this in my portfolio, of course, you're getting near the top. So I think I'll be probably selling a little bit of this based on we've already been up here. This goes back to September of 2024 and then back in again and back in again. As there's been a sort of a search for yield here, because if we're not going to lower rates, which doesn't look like anymore, or if we do, it's not going to be that whole 6 or 7 rate cuts like that was predicted at the beginning of the year. Johnson & Johnson becomes favorable again. So does Procter & Gamble and some of these, sort of bellwether consumer products that continue to give a solid dividend. And of course, we do like Johnson & Johnson. So that's going to be a good little cyclical rotation. And then obviously, as we go and talk about some of the banks as well, they continue to put up numbers, right? All-time high for JP Morgan is actually, I'll just get its 52-week high right now, 296.40. So, I mean, this is what the banks look like. And I just feel someone put in the chat before, it's like, if you invest in NVIDIA and you're able to hold it for a long time, are you really going to lose? No, you're not, I don't think. And I think the same thing is true here for the banks. I mean, this is what this looks like. This is 2020, right? This is COVID. Oh, no, we're in trouble. No, are you? I mean, we were loading up. And this is why I actually like JP Morgan. Shout out to Daryl and everybody else that was with me in 2020 when we were talking about buying these names. And we're long this name at $80 down here. We had rebought it on the way back in right there. But any kind of a dip like this, man, I really like the banks, and this is a weekly chart, so you're starting to go out here on the top side. I think this breaks through $300, and when it does, I'll be there to push that along as well. So that's JP Morgan and the banks going as well. Tesla and Uber, something going on there, did you say?
Yeah, Tesla I'm still looking. I've heard nothing in my ear. I've seen nothing on X yet. But oh, really? But there was just a volume spike. Apologies for this, Charles. I'm having afternoon chart days. Like Tesla just spiked all the way to 335 half, and then right back in there. And then I saw Uber as well. Maybe this one will look a little bit better for us. Spiking to the downside. Usually, and I'm not hearing anything in my ear.
This is the catalyst I'm talking about.
Yeah, but usually this will have something to do with, it'll be something to do with the robo-taxi, which usually sends it in different directions. Maybe someone's leaked something. I don't know. Maybe someone's leaked something. I have no clue. I've heard nothing in my ear just yet. It could just be the algos reacting to something that was tweeted, but I'm not seeing any kind of a tweet. And it looks like it's coming right back in here. Uber's coming right back in. Tesla's going right back to where it was. So we're not really sure. Like that was a big volume spike. So I feel like there should be usually something, but there's been a lot of this recently. And if you're wondering the market mechanics of why we see some of these overreactions to what might get tweeted out, like when you have the market not moving a super, like how many days have we had? Like 19 days in a row or something like that, the market's less than 1%. Most of the market making is done nowadays by algos, right? Like it's not human market makers sitting there and filling orders. None of that stuff happens anymore. It's just pure algorithmic. And so when anything happens, the first reaction is to drop a bunch of the bid, or the quotes, I should say. So if something is tweeted that's perceived to be positive Tesla, negative Uber, the first reaction isn't that they slam the sell. Like there is some of that happening, but it's simultaneously like 30 to 40% of the market making just pulls. And when they pull the bid, if anybody hits the sell, they're going into less liquidity. And then that's why you get these rubber band actions that happen. It's just a little crazy that we're seeing this with nothing. This is what happened when there was that Pete Navarro came out saying, we'll see. Take it with a grain of salt with this European deal. And then we were right back to where we were because the algos just hit it for a couple of seconds and then they quit it, which is exactly what seems like it's happening here with Uber and Tesla. So just try not to overreact. Like if there isn't actually news, don't be buying any tops. That's why we would tell you if there was an actual story, and I see nothing.
Yeah, no, there's nothing for right now. Yeah, probably just again like.
Well, no, now I see something.
Oh, well,
it just came out now.
What is it?
Tesla and Nevada officials are in early talks on robo-taxi service. That was a little late.
Well, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. That's why I said that Tesla, I think, has a better chance to beat than everybody else, because it's just those news stories that we never know. And robo-taxi's been pretty confident as a catalyst moving forward. So, yeah, man, I like that. I should check to see how much my car has charged downstairs. I was thinking about this Apple trade right here.
9%.
214.65. So I don't know, man. It's barcoding right now. Like I was thinking, if we break this level right here, 214.25, then maybe we could just go short on Apple. It was pretty red today at one point, and it's battled back to zeros. So maybe there's something to be said about going long on Apple because it had that battle back. But I was just thinking, like, as it's 237 right now, we'll have to wait to see here, because deal with Japan, fine. That doesn't really, I mean, everything will affect every tech company, especially if you're talking about Asia. But what you're really waiting for, again, would be the big Chinese announcement. And if Donald Trump is sort of pounding the pavement there with a successful trade deal, as he talks about it, the biggest one yet, there with Japan, you know, how much of sort of the tooting the own horn type of thing is going to happen when and if there's one made with China. And I think that that's going to be huge. And you're going to see Apple really dancing on those days, that's for sure. And there's nothing happening right now. So, you know, if you are into this name, I would just, again, what we do on the show is completely different than, you know, most swing trades or anybody that's trying to actually trade or hold Apple. It's just for today, this 214.70 level right there. I think that would be where we would squeeze out of it. I don't think I'm going to go long on that break. I would much rather go short on a break of 214.25. So I think we can wait for that. If the market does come all the way back in, fine by me, we'll do that. Yeah, remember, valuation right now in the S&P 500 is not necessarily super healthy. Generally speaking, you want between 18 and 19 as a PE, not a forward PE, a current PE. And right now you're at 22 for the SPY. So, you know, things are a little frothy in the market. There's no doubt about that. We've seen the VIX at low levels as well. And actually, now that I think about it,
little bit of a bump.
Really?
Yesterday.
How's that?
No,
oh,
not
yesterday.
Today.
Oh.
Yesterday, what was weird is like that massive dump at the open on all the tech names, like the VIX. I remember we were looking at it. I'm like, oh, that's all the bump that we got in the VIX.
Right.
When it seemed like for the first 15 minutes yesterday, it seemed like doom and gloom, and we were both Owen and I were surprised at how small the move was in the VIX, which kind of tells you maybe you're still getting decent value to hedge yourself. I think because it's not. It's at a good support level.
Yeah, the VIX making a move down right here. I mean, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. It's at the lowest it's been at right now. You have to go all the way back to February to buy the VIX this low. And of course, what that is volatility. So as the market continues to go sideways and up, you know, there's less fear in the market, right? So this is like called a fear index. So it's comprised of all these options and everything moving forward. So, you know, right now we're at these lows, and this is what happens when the market goes a little bit upside down. Though that's tariff time from $15 or $20 or whatever it was down there, all the way to 60. So it got blew up really crazily, and then comes right back down. That's not a word, crazily. But we've had, you know, back and forth here, and I just think that right now, if you are looking to buy protection, you could buy the VIX, UVXY, different names like that. Again, we're not able to trade this on our platform, but right there, what's up, Sebastian? It's great to be back. So, yeah, nice move back into $15 right there for the SPY. Sorry, for the VIX, as we just talked about the SPY being at 22 right now, forward PE. Sorry, did I say current PE? Forward PE, right there. So this could be this calm before the storm, right? We are now going through earnings season right now, and the major tech names start today. So if anything's going to fall apart, obviously we've been starting already. We had Netflix last week, and then now you get Texas Instruments today. But hey, man, if this is a bellwether, then I would rather have the weather outside, 25 and gorgeous, than worry about minus 13%, because hopefully other tech names do not guide similarly to this, which is why I'm a little nervous about Google. I don't know how they could see forward on their earnings with what OpenAI and all these things are going through. We'll see what happens with that. Obviously, today's big announcement is going to have to be about the cloud as well. If they miss on the cloud,
it's over.
It's going to be a problem, because you have Microsoft's going to be down tomorrow.
They're already
Amazon.
beaten up on advertising. Right, so like that's sort of the thing. Like they're hanging there. You got to hang your hat on.
But a bad cloud number rolls forward to everything else.
Exactly, but they don't get enough credit for YouTube, which we know. Like that's kind of like YouTube is crushing it, more viewership, higher viewership than TikTok. No, but also higher viewership in terms of hours than Netflix, which is it's just incredible what they're able to do in here, everybody. And I want to
Netflix, huh?
Also want to remind everybody, it's not just for the rundown. Everybody, like including the afternoon show as well. Like if you want to throw down, like hymns, if you want to throw down and let us know what symbols you want us to look at, maybe we're missing something or you think something is cool or going, you just go $ and then whatever symbol. TQQ's up in there, I saw Apple, Nvidia, just you have to make sure you type $ and then the symbol in the chat. And remember, it is a subs-only chat, so you have to be a subscriber, jump in, or maybe not. Maybe you don't want to be a subscriber. You just miss out on all the opportunities. Don't get to do this. Don't get to put your names in there. Don't get to discuss with us. Don't get to talk with a great community. Yeah, you know, if you don't want any of that stuff, then maybe you don't hit the subscribe. But I think you should. And I love the fact it's a great website. It's that Stardust is up there. Virgin Galactic.
How do we refresh it?
Bull. I could probably just hit refresh. BBAI just came in there. And the other thing is,
start it over again.
I'm pretty sure I saw IBM. They report after the bell as well. So it's not just Tesla and Alphabet. We got IBM also reporting after the bell. Service now. Speaking of I know you mentioned Netflix. This is, if this is another bit of a bellwether, nothing about this looks good. It is literally holding the low. It's just holding the low. It's trend down. It feels like Netflix is in the short till it's not. Last week, a couple of days ago, sessions ago, we were asked, where do we think it's going? I said near term 1180 because that's this support here. But in a normal sense, I think this is headed toward a test of 1100 on Netflix. It just feels, even when we've been bouncing, this just ain't happening for it. And when something was dubbed so-called tariff proof, that's what other people had said. I think to a certain extent that was true. And it was strong when a lot of things weren't as strong. Well, then when people rotate back into those things, as we start getting some deals, some profit taking on Netflix makes a little bit of sense. So I think you got to be waiting till 1100. I'm probably not a buyer on this thing. It's a little pricey. I'm not a buyer till a 200 period moving average. I also own enough Netflix, so I'm not really too worried about it. But at the end of the day, this one just feels weak. And I know we're just starting earnings season. What's crazy, it's like over 80% of the names that have reported have been beating expectations. But if we look at the big ones early that have mattered, yikes. So tonight, again, it's going to be a big night. A name that I have no idea when they report, and probably matters more if they drop an offering than when they report, because I'm guessing Open probably doesn't make a bunch of money, or any at all. We just grabbed the long. If I'm not going to get the volume-weighted average price, which is ideally where I would like to be long on this, then I just waited for it to make a bottom on a 3-minute and then started buying that bottom. I want to play the long into this 250 level and then see how it reacts to 250. That's the big level that we're working off this morning with just a punch short. So I want to see how it reacts to 250. It kind of rejected it after breaking out. So we're going to play this one long into that level and see where it goes. Oh, no, you didn't, AMD. I did not get the fill on AMD down there back at 158, and it's right back into 159. The market didn't even do anything there.
The market's literally, it's just like.
Yeah, forget about the NASDAQ is watching paint dry. You have to get used to seeing big spikes on individual names that sometimes will follow the market, and then seeing nothing happen on any of your other charts. That's just how it is, and that's fine. That's good. That just means you got to go to the stocks that are moving. That's why I came back over to Open Door now that it's breaking away from VWAP. I'm going to buy this dip again.
All right, P&L number one switched, man. It went from Tesla right over to Webull. So there goes Bull. Again, huge move, man. It just broke through 17. We got 1709s there. We got 1705s. It's at 1705 right now. So good move there for Webull, needless to say, as it continues to do quite well for me here. So we're really happy with that turn of events on Webull. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to get stopped out of Big Bear AI again. I'm taking some more. There's some size here at 77s. I was going to wait for that to break, then get a 78. So I'm actually hoping that someone whacks that, they panic, they punch 78s, and then the other way around. The high of the day is 782. We've been really back and forth on this one. We haven't been reading this good, so I don't want to sit here and act like all Big Bear AI is the stock today. It's actually my worst stock today. So Big Bear AI continues to be tough for me to read there, as we initially had the long there. It was just starting the short, and now we're in the short again. So we're probably offline on this one for sure today on that. Webull has been a good one. You can check back in on D-Nut. Quick in and out right there. Not much going on right now as well. I'm actually going to restart this. Let's have some fun. It's 2:46 right now. So heading into the hour of power, all these names have been the same, right? We're not going to be able to overpass anything. So let's see what you guys want to talk about now. I'm going to do it right now. Fresh start. There it is. So now we're going to a fresh start. So now anything that anybody types in here, it will start to build it. So now we'll try it again. I mean, if you guys want us to look at him still and that winds up winning, then great. But for right now, we're going to do it. Here we go. Intel quickly. All right, let's have a quick look at Intel as it takes it over. And look how cool this is, man. All these names just falling right into here. Thanks, Fabian. Oh, wow. Now, okay. Open Door now, NVIDIA, Meta. So I'm glad we wound up doing this as we're getting a few new names now. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. That gave me a good opportunity. Okay, so right now, Big Bear AI is going to take out that high. So it looks like my worst stock of the day is going to get even worse right now, because there goes Big Bear AI. We get that 78 fill that we talked about. Look, average price 74. Okay, if this rips up, okay, well, here we go. We're going to stop out on a breakthrough. My stop, I was actually giving this breaking through 85s. The high of the day is 82s. So we don't need to average in anymore. If it goes up, it goes up. We'll lose on it. Our average price now is 73. We could take about 12 or 13 cent hit on this one, which would suck because we're using a lot of shares. So that's part of the game when you play that way. So that's what we're doing right now. We're just gonna have to wait to see where it goes from here. So that's Big Bear AI, stop at the high of the day. It looks like it's gonna get ready to run that. So, and then with earnings tonight, we just talked about that. We can go find out what the earnings expectation is here.
I got 'em.
For Tesla. So what are we looking at? I mean, Tesla right now, a nice move back into VWAP, by the way.
We're looking 7.2%.
Oh, the expected
move on Tesla, but it only moved 5 last time. It's the earnings moves.
It might be more than
for the ones today. They're all did almost nothing, relatively speaking, the last earnings cycle. Like Alphabet moved 1.7% its last earnings, and we're expecting 6 today. Chipotle moved 3.5%. We're expecting 6.5%. ServiceNow, that one moved the most last, about 6. Actually, IBM and ServiceNow both moved 6%. We're expecting 7, and from the former, and 4 from the latter. And you know what's the biggest expected move? Well, this doesn't count because it's not really a big cap company.
IBM? No.
QuantumScape. QS reports tonight. I lumped them in there because, look, their expected revenue is $10 million for QuantumScape. QS, $10 million is the expectation on revenue. Market cap, $7 billion. So their price to sales is obviously trash and sus and whatever euphemism you want to throw in there or whatever,
Sus
it doesn't
is
matter.
good, yeah.
But you know what it moved last time?
What's that?
0.5% QuantumScape.
Okay.
I'm going to guess there is no chance. I'm not going to do something stupid like say I'll eat a pineapple pizza if QuantumScape doesn't move tomorrow.
What? It is going to move. You could probably say that.
I'm going to eat a pineapple pizza. No, we're supposed to, oh, by the way.
What?
Oh, it's not on Friday, not tomorrow.
Okay.
On Friday, we got a bunch of super chats.
Okay.
And we're like, oh, let's do something on the Friday and do like beers or whatnot.
Right.
And
no one drinks.
Not to out anybody.
Yeah.
But when I specifically said, you can watch it back. I was like, nah, man, we got to wait till Sean comes back. We'll do it next Friday. And Joey Options turns over and he goes, nah, we can do it today. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm not. You guys, anyone who watched knows it's exactly what happened. So anyways, we're going to have we can do beer, we can do whatever. We can just eat some food. But if QuantumScape doesn't move more than 1%, I 100% will have a slice of pineapple pizza. It's going to...
Oh, was it supposed to be pineapple? Is that what they requested?
No. It was they just wanted to get some beers or whatever and have fun. You know how it goes.
I mean, the thing is, look, if I'm not here, honestly, Sharif won't have one, Brendan won't have one. You'll probably have one.
No, but this happened. We did it one time without you, and then I remember no one had a brew. So it's kind of, look, man, I'm not trying to sit here.
Joe's always hungry, man. He always wants to know what's for lunch.
Obi's chill, like Obi.
Yeah, Obi will have a beer probably. Thanks, Obi, for filling in. Well, now I'm filling in for Obi.
Joe.
Yeah, shout out to Joe right there, Miami. Joe, he and Sharif are gone. I guess Sharif's coming back to do the midday show with you. Yeah. So, yeah, cool. No, that's all good. Yeah, you guys should have still got something. Man. We could have multiple party days. You don't have to wait for me, but I appreciate that. Well, last time we were here, we did the tacos, so that was a lot of fun. That was one of the days that we were.
We got to get them more fresh next time.
As well. Yeah, I mean, they came and they weren't properly labeled, and that was the issue there. But. All right, man, we had Northrop Grumman have a nice move yesterday off earnings as well. So today I just want to have a quick look at day 2 play of NOC right there. There's the huge move up there on earnings yesterday, up over 9% goes Northrop Grumman, and defense stocks as they start to gain some strength. And I think that might be what part of Palantir's move today is as well. I mean, I don't think anything's come out in this world today or anything that should signify a big defense boom. But yesterday we did get that move up from Northrop. I don't know if Lockheed is doing anything. They're LMT. We can have a quick little look there. Lockheed Martin as well. So Raytheon, another name that we could, double check in on. And there it is. So actually LMT, how come yesterday LMT was down and Northrop Grumman was up? One must have got a contract.
LMT had a couple of bad things. Their guide was poor, and then there was a story about them owing a bunch of billions of extra potentially in the taxes.
You say billion?
Billions.
Okay.
And so they got beat.
All right, yeah, so they're getting beat up right there. So shout out to Northrop Grumman fans as they win and LMT loses. And, that could go back over to Palantir. Remember, most of these stocks are just now making money. I mean, Palantir got added because they had 5 straight quarters of profitability. We're going to see how much money they can make. The PE of this name is 600 or 700. So you got to be careful on Palantir. Before I say that, though, let me just double check what the P is exactly. Oh, Reddit. That's right. Reddit got upgraded. Let's have a double check it on Reddit here again. So only 3% short, actually 2.4% short on Palantir. Not crazy. There it is right here. So their forward P is only 260, but you backdate that to what we're doing right now, 650, as we said there, for a PE on Palantir. So you're going to pay up for that as opposed to like an LMT, which is probably much, much better. It's been around a lot longer. Yeah, 23 to 15, like 23. So, a completely different game overall as Palantir. People betting on the future with that company rather than its current financial situation. So we'll wait to see if Palantir can, put up or shut up there. What
you said 23 for Lockheed?
Yeah.
Northrop 20.
Yeah.
Like
so
talk about a tale of two stocks. LMT, you saw it that low.
That's why I was wondering.
We got a question this morning. It was like, what's going on with like LMT? I'm like, well, the market's been telling you to be in Northrop for a while now. Like one is trending down. This sucker is breaking out, literally breaking out. And what's crazy about it, you're getting it through the high at a cheaper valuation than you're getting the stock, which is at the low. Here's the thing. If you're gonna bottom pick something like this, like an LMT, these flies, what we need is, I'm telling you, we need those zappers. Anyways, it doesn't matter. We talked about those last week. If you're gonna be bottom picking something in a downtrend like this, it should at least be trading cheaper. You want it to be cheaper than its cohorts. Like you don't want to be buying this over Northrop when Northrop is the one giving you the cheaper valuation. Like that's crazy to me. Like it's got to be the other way around. Like that's the definition of value ultimately. So you can get the momentum and better value over there with NOC, but that's just, like I never want to be bottom feeding on something which is not easily leading or near the best in terms of its valuation. Is what it is, and there's a shift happening in defense. I mean, we can all see it. Certainly,
I wanted to.
That's why some of the what am I looking for? The eVTOL names, the drone names have been so strong. And Northrop is. You guys can fact check me on this one. I'm fairly certain Northrop is bigger in drones. I don't think Lockheed is a big player over there. Northrop for sure is the one, and that's why a lot of the divergence is happening. Military spending shifts. In the long run, it doesn't go down. Like it might shift to drones and it might shift to Palantir, but at the end of the day, the world spends, we don't stop spending money on it. As long as more money is created, then more money goes toward it. It's kind of one of those like being at the long term. And if you have ethical reasons not to want to invest in it, I totally get that. And I can respect that as well. To be honest, the only big defense name, I'm pretty sure I can only say GE Aerospace is my biggest in personal holding that actually has anything to do with defense, now that I think about it. Well, I guess technically I don't really invest in defense.
Yeah, mine is Palantir.
Well, Palantir.
Yeah, that's a big one for your boy right now. But yeah, congratulations to everybody that's hit this, man. The diamonds, again, a pick that we had as our number one, as one of our 3 picks for the year. The Dow Jones just today breaking 52-week high. Oh, no. Is it 52-week highs? No, it might not be. It's close. I'll double check it, but there it is right now. The DIA trying to get back to the upside right now, and of course, recent inclusions include NVIDIA into the Dow. We really like that, and then plus, again, then we showed you those names like J&J and Procter & Gamble and some of the banks. So just to diversify your bonds a little bit, get into the diamonds. That's DIA. That's just instead of the NASDAQ. They're all going to look very, very similar, that's for sure, but right now, the diamonds trying to go up, and just gives you a little bit more. It's not the greatest because it's price weighted. It's not the greatest sort of ETF or
methodology.
Yeah, it's not the greatest methodology for that. So that's what's going on right there. Big Bear AI went to flat for us. We just got into, well, we didn't take it, but there was 74 on the bid. If that comes in, we're short at 73.80s. What does it show on there? 74s. Yeah, okay, perfect. So rounds up, so that's good. So we're short. It came back in, whatever. I'm still waiting for it to come back in. Like if we can get even, I'll take some 70s, believe it or not, or whatever we can really get at this point on Big Bear AI, I'll take it. Right now, it has not been a great stock for me, and I have talked about that today. So I'm not uberly pleased with the trading on Big Bear AI. We are really happy with the trading on Webull. We just took another piece out here at 1710. As that continues to go, yeah, right now, man, 37.3% of the S&P 500 right now are the top 10 stocks. So even though the S&P, this is why I was sort of talking about a little bit about there anyways, about what's going on in the Dow, because you do have that stat that I just gave you there, 37.3% of the index as the top 10 shares. So we have to be sort of careful on what's been happening right now in the market, because it's not all equally weighted right now, with NVIDIA really leading the way on many, many names upside there. Meta, Microsoft, a lot of these names continue to go higher. So as you look at the SPY, and I mean, this looks pretty sweet too. Forget about the diamonds. I was only showing it to you, not that it's, you know, you'd much rather be in the NASDAQ or the spiders, but this is the S&P 500, just showing you that, you know, this has really been run by Apples and Microsofts of the world and NVIDIAs. But, you know, the diamonds, again, much more sort of spread out. They have stocks like UNH and things like that that they need to build back.
You know what the problem is? But the beef I have with the diamonds, when you buy the SPY, when you buy the Qs, it's like a self-correcting mechanism in the way that, you know, over time, the bad apples are going to get pushed out of the bunch, and then the good ones are going to come in. You know, over time. Maybe you complain a bit that I want Robinhood should be in there over whatever block, but like you're complaining over nothing. You don't get that with the Dow, and that's that's beef. Like eventually they get to it, but even then, there's only 30 names, and really it's like a price. If they kick somebody out of the Dow, you almost have to make sure the price is right. Like if you don't do, like if somebody doesn't do a reverse split, then they're not going in if they're too expensive. So it's just that weirdness that doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. I want to just throw a couple of things we didn't talk about a lot. Like, look, Oklo had a big move today and is only up like 6.5%. But some of the nuclear names, we had GE Vernova report, and that brought Vistra up. And we've been talking a lot about data centers in terms of the energy that's needed for them. And watch out tonight, because all of these types of names, Alphabet on their call is going to have to discuss CapEx. I own GE Vernova shares. They trade like 80 times. If there is any hint of reduction in CapEx spending and data center spending, this stock is pulling back, everybody. Just throw that in. Whether you got this or CEG or Vistra, it doesn't matter. Like if you held this when they did the split, or not when they did the breakup, it's literally just gifted you a 4.5 times or almost like 5x. That's just if you happen to own GE shares at the time. But this is getting very frothy, and if the big names start talking about a little bit less spending on CapEx, and maybe we don't need as many data, if that happens, these are going to fall. No questions asked. So, like, I'm looking at earnings season as a point to make a decision on taking some profit. GV's up the most today because they reported, and they're blasting higher, 14%. It's not like it's heavily shorted, but these are really frothy. And when companies like this have valuations that high, they start to get short sellers, and then can have squeeze type action. It's not going to be as stupid price action, not stupid, as crazy squeezing as you would see when Tesla goes up or has this gamma squeezing, or when Palantir might do a similar thing. But it's getting very frothy in this name. And at the end of the day, I like the report, but when Google reports tonight, when Alphabet reports tonight, when Amazon reports later, when Microsoft, when all these names start reporting, I care a lot about how CapEx, Meta included, because if if as a group they signal they're spending less, this name, CEG, Vistra, they all have double-digit downside within days if that's the case. So just be very careful there. I thought Open would be doing a little bit more. Like, it basically bounced. It's just consolidating here. Like, the volume's picked up. It got through VWAP. It's holding a higher low, but it's just barely holding that higher low. I want to see what else might be moving, because it certainly isn't this right now. I want to see if we have any small cappers. Like, I was looking at my hot list on eSignal. Oh, yeah. And, like, HIMS is...
What's Mara doing?
Mara, you know what? Mara just went to the top of the list.
What the hell?
Like, Mara, you just saw it live. Mara was, like, number 5, and then Mara just went to the top of the list.
Down 14%.
Oh, yuckity, yuck.
Well, there must have been a story on Mara.
Yeah, there's probably a story on Mara. Bitcoin's not really doing much.
At all.
Bitcoin sat out a lot of crypto week in terms of bullishness, but I'm going to double check because there's got to be something here going on with Mara. 14% is a heck of a lot.
I mean, it's not even doing anything on the coin side of things. And
they announced a private offering, $850 million.
I would buy that Mara then.
Zero coupon convertible senior notes, which typically speaking, I don't want to say they're doing it, but usually it's been going into they're building Bitcoin treasury. They're doing that as well, so they're probably going to be buying Bitcoin. Oh yeah, 200 period moving average, and the 50s at 1640.
They don't buy Bitcoin though.
Well, they just accumulate.
They just mine them. Yeah, so I don't know what they're doing with that money. I mean, I don't want to say they're not buying Bitcoin.
I don't know. Everyone's. I'm joking around because everybody in the space has been saying that, hey, now we're going to be buying Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think they should buy some more Bitcoin for sure if that's going to be their main business. I like that call. Right now, we are getting. I just heard in my ear, of course, that now Bloomberg, of course, reporting, and we already brought the story to you that Tesla in Nevada right now for robo-taxi. So they're looking to expand its offering. You know, obviously we've seen some of the videos floating around from driving around in Austin, and we're going to wait to see now if Nevada joins that party, and I think that'll be pretty big, man. In Vegas and whatnot. I mean, you know, a lot of opportunities there, especially for robo-taxis. I would think, you know, back and forth on that strip there. Yeah, okay, so that's what's happening there. Yeah, man, Big Bear AI, it's too bad because we really liked the long early. I mean, we wrote down long 775, and then we took it broke, and then it went all the way down to the bottom again, and there was really, other than, this is a 5-minute chart here, I mean, other than waiting for that to have eventually broken right there at 740, it looks like, you know, in hindsight, of course, is what trading is, sometimes when you look back at charts, which is why it's good to look at, but I mean, my decisions are made real time. It's hard to say, like, you know, should have done this or should have done that. I mean, it's just one of those things for me. But, you know, when you're looking here at Big Bear AI, you know, this could now be like a real nice breakout. I mean, we've already made that high there. I'm hoping that we get a flush, but why would it flush now? I mean, the momentum's already there. It's already built its base down here at 740, 750, so now I think it's upside. Look, man, I mean, we hold this stock in our own account. It's been an absolutely fantastic trade, but for today, looks like we'll be Redsville on Big Bear AI, especially if it does take on that 785 area. So it just keeps on going higher now. Big Bear AI right back to the day's high. We shouldn't be short a name that's up 6%. I already know that. So we're just sort of sitting in here hoping for the best. And whenever you're hoping for something, that generally means it's not going to work out. So we're going to wait to see if it does break back up through that 785 part. NVIDIA's greater than 5 S&P sectors, all combined. So NVIDIA's market cap greater than all of that. INDA.
I want to clarify something. Just reading the press release on that Mara, it says they're only using $50 million to buy Bitcoin of 850. That's a lot of dilution.
There we go.
It doesn't say essentially. I don't know what they're doing with the other 800 million, but 50 million
buying H100s or something
is not a heck of a lot. Like the miners need to have some kind of a pivot plan.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's accumulating, I thought they'd be more aggressive in that. 50 million of 850 is kind of, maybe that's why they're getting punished for it. Because sometimes when these companies have done it and say they're buying Bitcoin, they've been squeezing. So my guess is because they're not using it in a way that the market likes, they're dipping. But this is down this much. It just did a bottoming tail at 17. Like, look at that volume candle. And it just double tapped it and held 1701. If I see it get down to 17 and there's a buyer at the evens again, I don't mind just punching 01s or 02s or something like that and then see if we can't get a scalp trade here on Mara. It's clearly moving. Down over 10% means the uptick rule is in effect, and sometimes that can help it along if it catches a bit of a bid. But I'll have to see something at 17 even. Right now, the biggest on the book is 50,000 shares on a single gateway. It's done 106 million. Suffice to say, there's nobody on the bid. That's really low for a stock with 100 million shares. Absolutely nothing. For the record, you'll see that I'm still in NEO, but it's not moving. Actually, I'm going to cancel my offer. I was trying to get more at 99. I'm just playing off $5. There was a seller at $5 when it broke down here, and so I shorted it at the first time at 99, and then I shorted it at 98. I still have the 98s. That's all. And Chinese ADRs tend to not move in the afternoon, so if it breaks, I get out at $5. Otherwise, I'm just holding for a little bit of a low flush. So that's why you see me in NEO when it's not really going. The real trade on NEO was the short this morning. At the end of the day, it's been up forever. It was due for one of these. Chinese ADRs have been super strong. That's something we haven't talked, I think, enough about. Like last week, we were mentioning Alibaba breaking out that 50-period moving average on the daily and trying to break trend. Now it's holding above. Let me just do this so you can see. Like now it's really holding on to this break. We just made a little bit of a test above resistance here, but it's really starting to go. And valuation-wise, they're pretty good. If you look at the overall group, just looking at KWeb, if we're going to look at this from just take a little bit of a step back, like KWeb is already breaking out, so I'm looking for some continuation on Alibaba to try to catch up with the rest of the Chinese names. As you get little inklings of deal here and there, there's been nice recoveries, and as long as they're talking, we don't know when we'll get like a big announcement out of China. We're just getting like little snippets. At some point, it's got to be good. I think it was a great start that they're getting some NVIDIA chips because that's the U.S.'s biggest bargaining chip right there, and that's what China wants. They want to make sure they get access, and that looking good is causing a bounce on itself for the Chinese name. So Bob is just a name I happen to like, and I happen to own myself. So it's the one I want to try to add back into, but not quite yet.
All right. I don't know what's going on with Webull, but we just got 17.35s right there. So almost $1 right there on a $17 name as Webull continues to go higher. Yeah, we'll slap our last little bit of a fail there. I mean, Big Bear AI just broke to the top. So we got out of that one. That's it, man. We tried to hold it. It does not work. It goes higher and higher and higher here into the close. It's too bad because we had written it down as a long, and then for it to be my worst stock going short is kind of a little silly there. We just averaged it all the way back up, and it's, you know, realistically, that is maybe where we should have stopped. I was trying to give it again to the day's high. It's okay, but again, it's not because, you know, it's not a good idea, and it was an L right there on that one. Watch this thing pull back now. That would be very typical of stuff that always happens to me, but that's okay. We're not going to get back into it. We don't want to be stubborn about that one. I'd like to do something with Tesla here with only an hour to go before they report, but, you know, again, unless you're just kind of gambling here, you're still above VWAP a little. I mean, all trading is somewhat gambling. You know, all of it, not somewhat, it is all gambling, but 332.02 right there. Just, you know, if you're going to try to go long, you could go long against that level for sure. And this is what I mean by, like, you could be right and still wrong. This could break, go down 50 cents, and then start to rip back up again. Waiting again, I don't know if there's going to be any news, but what are people, just kind of try to think, like, where do traders want to be positioned here into the report, right? And for me, I thought long was a little bit better of a spot than short, but, you know, up today flat with the market. The market's up 0.3, Tesla's up 1.18. They're not going to have too much news with Japan or anything like that. We don't think the Teslas are being made over there, but, you know, they get that 15% auto tariff there for EWJ, which is the Japanese ETF, so they're up 5% right there. And the whole Japanese market got a real nice boost yesterday, and it is continuing forward here today as that continues to make a move higher. We do have other AI names like a SoundHound that could be something to be played against. We talked about Big Bear AI, SoundHound, and C3 AI. Of course, my guy from Trade the Pool there, Steve Tileman, he was talking about Big Bear AI, about SoundHound. Hasn't done too much. I believe he was stopped out. He had mentioned something about that. We can talk to him about that again on Friday. But right now, 1170 or so. SoundHound looking great. Again, another short name, short float name that does have the ability to run, of course, with Catalyst because it's an AI name. So you want to watch out for SoundHound. I think that would be a good play there for anybody in AI that maybe hasn't had something that's popped yet. Either that or C3 AI. I have no idea what they do. I just know that they have a great ticker. So there it is, C3 AI right there, $30. GameStop, another Bitcoin possible play. And the thing I don't understand about Mara is, it's not that I don't understand anything about it, but it's just like, Bitcoin's not going to do an offering or anything like that. So if you do want to play Bitcoin, the best way to probably do that is to do it through Bitcoin and through IBIT or any of those other names instead of Amara or anything like that, because you could have an offering. I mean, BMNR.
Even STR.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. This is the Lee play there, Tom Lee. And then as you get going on that one, you could see this is the Ethereum Trust. But again, like, huge move up. Now falls right back in right there again. And they could offer, again, shares to raise more money to buy more ETH, right? So it's just one of those things where if you like the stock, then you sort of want to try to buy the underlying. So I would just watch out for that. Now, there are way easier reasons why you want to buy a BMNR, because it can do things that Ethereum can't. I mean, Ethereum didn't just go from $5 to $156. You know, like, it's going to have these moves. You know, so that's something there you want to watch out for, some of these names to get going through as well. We made that call on Apple potentially going short through that break. So, well, it did break that level right there. Not much is happening, but I did want to check back on it. Again, you know, playing the top would have been much better. You'd much rather been short there. Now you'd be in the money 40 cents. But there's the break, potential break down there on Apple. With only now, again, I still have 40 minutes, 50 minutes left. We have the imbalances, which is at 350, right? So right now it's 315, 313, so you don't have too much longer, about a half hour left until those imbalances start to matter. But nice little break there on Apple. We'll see if it can make a move down. Like I said, Weeble's really cruising. Big Bear AI, kind of maybe, I was thinking maybe now that we've finally maybe made a move, we could use 790 as our top, but I don't know. Like it's really gotten something underneath it tonight. Up now 7%. We really like Big Bear AI, so it's too bad that we are initially going short there. People like Joby, Archer. I'm not really into too many of those eVTOL names. I don't hold any. I don't really look at any of those. Nvidia's still $3 in the money, and Webull.
Does Palantir? Well, I would imagine, because like the security you would need on those drones for any military applications would need to be just like through the roof. So I would imagine you'd probably be somewhat invested if you had Palantir, right? Because it's at the end of, no, it's just like security and automation. Like at some point, I bet they have a finger in there somehow and are benefiting. Yeah, Palantir from that rise. So it's like you'd be indirectly invested in it, if not directly, right? Because if everything's going to drones, then my suspicion is Palantir is going to be helped up. But I'm pretty sure it's Northrop that you want out of the big names. Look, I think Open might be done, and the run of Open being the stock I execute the most on for 3 days in a row, the way it's moving today, it's not enough juice. When it reverses, I'm expecting a continuation. I bought into the continuation and lost a couple cents on it. But most of the stops have been within 2 or 3 cents because it's a $2 stock. And you can, like yesterday was worth giving it more room, and the day before you need to give it more than that because the range was different. Like one day it was going $2.40 to $5. Like you were getting dollar moves on it. And the day after that, it did go $1. And then today, the range is like 50 cents. So it's really condensing, and you got to tighten up your stops. And I will reiterate, we had a viewer in the midday say that their broker, whomever they were trading through, and they didn't say who it was. I wish they had. They said that when they were looking at and trading Open, they had an 8-cent spread. The stock has done 500 million shares. If whomever you're trading with has this with an 8-cent spread instead of a 1 penny spread as it should be, then I'm telling you right now, you're getting robbed and you're getting scammed. Like if this is one of the only stocks out there where every gateway possible has it at a 1 cent spread because it's so liquid. So if you're trading somewhere that doesn't, then like I said, you're getting. The word is scammed. I was trying to be more diplomatic about it last time. What else we got going on here, everybody? Let us know what you're watching. I see Vaughn Clark.
I just shorted Apple finally. So
Vaughn Clark with a super chat there asking about Serve. Can we look at Serve? Yeah, we can look at Serve Robotics. Vaughn, no questions asked. Put the like on your super chat. We appreciate you. And ooh, nice rally up here on Serve. Do we have a catalyst specifically today? I'm just going to type it in. I'll let that populate while we look at the chart. Always want to make sure if there was any juice. There's not a single news story for the last month on Serve, but that has not stopped it from moving around a little bit here. Not much, just a little bit. So what the good news is, on no news for the last month, hey, it's been holding $10, like almost $10 even, and just gently gliding past the 50 and 200 period moving averages. So if you can get a catalyst with this, it's holding support, and there's reasons to go to the upside. The other thing it's doing is, here, look at that. Since it made that high, it broke the trend and then bounced off the trend line. So this does look like a good bounce play. I just don't know what the catalyst is that gets it to go squeeze mode, because that's what you're ultimately looking for Serve. What's the short float? 17%, good, not great, but that does put it into that category of, hey, they've been running, and if a bunch of short float names run, why not another? It just needs a reason, I think, to go. I don't know when they report their earnings, if those even matter at this particular point with these short float names. Typically not that big of a deal. Just any positive news story. But it's a good formation. you've got support at $10. Ideally, you'd be long here, tighter to like 11, so you only risk like 10% for a hero play, but nice break of trend. And then the hold of the trend line is usually pretty bullish too. Like the downward trend line then turns into support. I like that on a chart, but I also don't like these small cappers without some kind of a catalyst to get it going. Because then you just sit in it hoping something happens, which is to me not the way to go in a company that probably doesn't make any money.
All right, I mean, we just stick with what we're doing around here. No more big bear eyes or anything like that, as there it goes, man. I mean, there goes Apple. We talked about that break. We don't have the exact price because we had sort of missed it. We weren't really on there looking at that. But once it started to break down a little bit, we just said, let's go short. And I just, you know, as Neil was talking there, I sort of told you guys, we hit the siren. We talked about a new position there for Apple. So there goes Apple right now. We just took something out on the downside. I mean, we took a decent amount of shares. So we're going to start to sort of piece this out as it comes back in. And it's just, that's the 200 period moving average right there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do kind of flip up now and get back to the upside on Apple. But let's just wait to see what winds up happening right now. Maybe there is a little bit of a downside push. We've seen Apple a lot lower than this today. So we'll see if we do get that push here, I guess move to the downside rather than push to the downside for AAPL. So we wait to see if that can go. Hopefully it does. Again, I just told you where we got some out. Some out right here, some out at O's. So that was pretty good, Phil. I said that we'd look at Intel. Let me have a quick look to see who's winning this board of ours. Oh, Intel reports Thursday. Okay. Right here, this is what you guys want to talk about. Thank you to Fabian for doing this. There's Tesla right now, the #1 name as we get ready for their big report, just an hour or so away, and we'll get that coming through. And then Open Door has been huge for the last little while, down 17% today. Google down 0.6. There's QBTS, D-Wave over $20, so that's nice. And of course, Big Bear AI, womp womp. Yes. My biggest loser today is Big Bear AI, and the biggest loser on the show by far as well. And then there goes Palantir. That's what I said, man. I'm just going to talk about it both ways. You know, big losers, big winners. It is what it is there today. CoreWeave, interesting that that's down to 126. I don't know if Sharif ever put on that options play, but that looks like it might be a good one because.
Well, my understanding, they talked about this a bit. I think he put the. Sharif, you had it in the simulator, CoreWeave? Oh, he's got headphones on.
Yeah,
he's him and Joe were talking about it. I think they had it in the sim because he'd never traded options before, so he was doing it in the sim. But that was.
So he doesn't have it. But at the end of the day,
I'm just speaking from what I heard.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I was just wondering because this was a name that we had talked about up here, and it was coming back down. I said its proper home was around 120. So yeah, those of you that are asking me in the chat, what up with CoreWeave and what do we think about it? I think it's a long. But you're not going to invest in CoreWeave until you hear A, their next quarter, and then B, you want to hear what AMD and NVIDIA are predicting moving forward because they are renting out their chips, and if they can't, come up with the demand, then yeah, that's problem. So we'll wait to see about CoreWeave, but again, down 3% today. So that's an interesting one. But we did see that Tesla was again the #1 name on the board over there. So. It looks like right now Webull will be the top name, followed by Q's, and then Tesla for me. And then after that, Apple, and we were green on Apple earlier, right there. And look, we went long and short basically at the same prices. We just flipped it over again. So Apple just made a nice move down into 92s there, and we did not take advantage of that. So we're gonna have to go down into the 92 area again and see if we can buy some more Apple down there. We'll put one a little bit lower than O's, which is where we're at right now, and we'll see if we're able to capture some of that value back down to the downside. That is AAPL. All right, we'll throw over to Neil with a good word from our sponsors.
Yeah, let's shout out to Beta Pro by Global X because savvy Canadian traders that have been looking to boost their exposure have the opportunity to go into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3 times daily leverage ETFs. Featuring built-in FX hedging. More important these days, for sure. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Check the link in the description. And shout out to Beta Pro. We appreciate them for sure. And there was a couple of questions. As you were mentioning CoreWeave, there was a couple of questions about it. Okay. Someone had asked me if I thought this was at a bottom. And I'll just... the last time we talked about this name, My thought is, as long as it's holding underneath this 50 period as resistance, I think it's headed to a test of at least $100. Like if it's holding underneath here, I think it breaks this support. If the 50 holds the way it has here, which I'll get to in a second, then I think we're headed to 100. And what I mean by holding is look at these topping tail candles rejecting the 50 period moving average on the daily. And what that looks like on the 15 is this. I didn't even pay for locates on this one today, which is clearly a fail. I wanted open to be the thing, but this one, look at this at 133. These topping tail candles and these pullbacks are literally just go to that daily chart. And when you have a major moving average on the daily that it's selling in front of, that should tell you what some big boys are doing. So the next time it gets into 133, I think I would want to play a short. That'll be tomorrow. And we'll pay for locates in the morning. And thankfully at Real Trading, it'll be like pennies per 100 shares. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's pretty cheap. And this name, it's still in a downward trend. I feel like it's just looking like a short till it's not. There was a muted bounce, and since then it's just putting in lower highs. We got a little bit of a bounce play. Once it topped out here, it then made a new resistance level lower. And all it has to do now is break the bottom channel through 120. I think you get a test of 100 within a couple of days of that happening. And yes, there's step to the downside until it can close above, it's about 134, let's call it. If it can close above that price and then hold it without dumping it in the morning the next day, then I think it's made a bottoming pattern. When stocks are in a trend, I don't want to guess at where the bottom is going to be. It's a short till it's not. That's the way I feel about it.
Oh man, Big Bear AI now finally starting to turn around. So if anybody has that kind of a short, we were saying like, oh man, do we want to get back in it off that 90 fill? But a lot of volume coming in right now as it's pulling right back. So good move there for anybody. Not for me because we are now out of that right now. So here we go, 214.15. We're gonna wait to see what happens right now for Apple. Coming back in again. It just had a nice move higher there, so we'll have to watch out for that. Let's just check in on what's going on with Google here heading into the close again, and maybe we can have a quick check on what's going on there. Again, we talked about that move from Japan today. It seems like that's some nice upside plays right now in this market. So Google bouncing off 190, that seems to be really good. OSCR, this is a name that I did not get involved with, but I do like Oscar, and I mean, this has been a good one. Nice move down underneath the 200 moving average. Nice break up right there into $16. We're going to see what winds up happening. $13 to $14. Looks like a good hold there for OSCR. We'll wait to see what happens now with Oscar. Remember, we are shorting more Apple if we can get a little bit upside on that one as well. NVIDIA spiking today. Tech remains very, very hot. Texas Instruments downside. NXPI fell down, last couple of days. So did Broadcom. Right now, JP Morgan, again, they see big inflows, man, from retail back into this market again. So there's lots happening. JP Morgan forecasts another $360 billion in retail inflows coming in the second half. So that's part of right now. So as traders like myself, Neil, all of us are retail, buying more names, getting on board with this. As some of these, yeah, exactly, multiple buys. As some of these names continue to rip north side, I think there's a lot of people that are going to get some FOMO there. I mean, just seeing what happens if and when there's deals announced. Still big countries still to go. China, Canada as well, still on board for that one.
Big country?
Pardon? Canada's largest trading partner.
I joke. No, it's talking moves in the market. It matters for the U.S., but in terms of moving the market, I don't think a Canada deal is going to matter to much outside of like some of the auto names. But they need the help.
Yeah.
GM got. You get it?
Maybe.
GM got gobs.
Yes.
Nice.
Bye-bye.
One down, 74 million to go. You know what's silly?
Sorry for everybody that
they put up
fruit flies.
They put up one of those like fly catchers. I mean, yeah, but they put up a fly catcher, one of those like sticky whatever. I don't know whatever it's made out of. It hasn't caught a single thing.
Yeah, but now I'm here, right? A human fly catcher.
I've been killing, dude. You
should see me with chopsticks, man. We get all these things, no problem.
Doing nothing. We've been killing them everywhere. It's silly. But it's all good. One thing, just very quickly, I'm going to take another shot at HIMS. There's now a held offer at 58. So held offer at the 58 level. I'm trying to get the quarters. Sorry, check that. The 3/4 move. Ultimately, I'm picking my spots with this. Ooh, missing some data. So VWAP will be off ever so slightly, not by much. but this will be the 4th time I get into it. And it's like flat, because I take some profit, but the last one was a definite L. So I want to take one more shot in front of 58 here on HIMS. There's still room to the volume weighted average price, so lots of room for this to drop back in. And the good news is I can have a relatively tight stop, because if that held offer breaks at 58, I just jump out. And I can have my stop before I even get into position. So before I even get into position, I'm already protecting myself with a stop through the 58 level. And you know what? You can play this in either direction. T for Tiger says HIMS long. You could break out at 58 too. That's perfectly reasonable. I'm just looking at it where it broke the, whoops, my drawing tool. It broke the trend line. I didn't give it enough room on that short. It didn't break the high of the day. I used a tighter stop on HIMS, but that had been saving me on the way up, so I don't mind using a tighter stop there. So I got back in there just now, but anyways, it's broken the trend line, and it hasn't even pulled back into this prior high in the 15. So if I can get 25 pennies worth of risk on this, when that move there is $1, I'm going to take my shots at it and sort of, oh, it's not even, you know what? The held offer wasn't even there. Oh, I wanted to get to the level 2. He pulled. Oh, I wasn't on level 2, everybody. He pulled. And I say he, I mean the order that was there pulled. Don't at me. The order that was at 58 that was holding, yanked it. No, it's just like, oh, it could be anybody.
Oh, no, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at my guy over here.
I've been correcting that because also every time we've been talking about big orders, all afternoon on the Amazon, I'm like, oh, this guy here on the 226 on Amazon, euphemism. It's just a big order that was there. They pulled it, ran the stops, and it's right back under 58. Again, those are the shots I'm going to take. But I only want, if I'm going against the grain on this thing, and now this is missing on data, anyways, this chart sucks. It's just always 1 or 2 in the afternoon for me. It's weird, and it's only me that it happens to. But like ran the stops again. HIMS is my losing stock of the day, no questions asked. But I want these pot shots at HIMS because I feel like the time that it turns, I'm not saying it's going to do what Open did, but if you remember what happened 2 days ago on Open Door, when it broke the trend line, it literally fell $1 and halted down. And HIMS has that similar potential. I don't think it goes into a down halt because Open was a little bit special on that day. But when you have that kind of a move on that kind of volume, that generally is the play that I'm looking for. That one big reversion, and if you take a few shots at it, you only need to win once or twice out of like 5 or 6 tries, like 1 out of 3, and you should be good to go. But that means you're looking for that big pullback. If it's just slightly gliding up and it's a small trend, you don't want that. You want that big trend where it can actually do something for you if it goes down.
I do want to, I want to get Sharif some better customer support over here to my left somehow, but we'll wait to see how that happens for him right now. But I do want to give a big shout out to anybody watching on mobile. We have this cool mobile stream. You know, if you're running around and you're on your phone, you're at a cafe, something like that, hopefully you're not driving. If you are, thanks for watching, but please focus on the road. You know, hit the like, hit the subscribe and everything. Get that going. If you're on mobile, my shout out to you. Thank you so much for supporting that stream. It's a little bit of a different stream, just looks a little bit different. So get over there right now and join us on the mobile stream. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, as that seems to be picking up some steam. So we want to say thank you to everybody there for mobile stream notification and whatnot. Look at Big Bear AI. Someone said it's got rent in my head. Yeah, always, man. All these stocks, man. Palantir, all these names are always up in here. We're going to leave it alone now. It's 3:30. We've lost on Big Bear AI today, which is kind of funny because we should have been long instead of short, but we weren't. Okay, so that's what's happening right there. We do also now have Apple. It just came back in. We got another 214.04. It's not really moving around that much. I mean, look what these futures are doing. I was just thinking underneath here, and if anything, we could potentially have gotten a retracement back into VWAP, but instead we just went right back into that low of 230 here. And basically just got bought right back up again, and it's not doing much. So I still think if we lose this, we like this Apple trade. I'm short Apple. I'm trying to get more into that short as well, but it can't start at least until 40s or so. So we're going to have to give this a little bit of move today, of course. As we look at Bitcoin, we can go over to physical gold as well today and have a quick look. Gold was up yesterday, down today, down 1.2%, as gold had a nice run, almost back up to all-time highs again, and we pretty much got there at 318, 320. Looks like we'll go out around 322 for all-time highs on GLD. Bouncing around, not much happening, man, since that breakout of 300. So we'll have to wait. We are now under 30 minutes until the close, and where we'll have Google, Texas Instruments, and one of my favorites, one that I've been buying for a heck of a lot of time, and it was just because IBM was a dividend, and still is, of course, a dividend payer. So we like IBM, and IBM not doing much over the last month or so, but still holding out pretty good. Any sort of a move down, I believe that's the tariff, but I thought they missed last earnings, so I don't know exactly where that earnings call took place. I mean, if you're in July there, go back 3 or 4 months, so we must have been in, April or May. I don't know if it was right into here, but we missed, then it went down on tariffs, so I think that IBM, a good opportunity here, especially if there is a miss. I mean, think about some of the older tech names. We looked at Oracle and things like that. I mean, IBM definitely not going to miss on servers, not going to miss on data, not going to miss, I don't think, either on AI. They're
and a quantum play as well.
AI play and a quantum play. That's what I mean. They're into everything, so I do like them. I do like Amazon for the same reason as well, and obviously a little bit different reasons, but the fact that you can diversify a little bit with Amazon, it's not just a retail play. And as we have, job market seems to be pretty strong right now, right? We have inflation hovering around those 2 numbers that they like. No talk of anything movement really dramatically anyways in interest rates. There was a fake letter going around yesterday that Powell was going to resign after hours. That obviously does not happen right now. So, he's going to stay there for a while, and we're going to have to wait to see if anything happens in the rate side of things. But, I mean, obviously, as we continue to talk about it, I think we all understand that his days are going to be are numbered right now. But we'll wait for Jerome Powell to make a move come September, where the expectation is for a Fed rate cut. I'm just going to go into it just to see, because I haven't been here for a week and a half. I just want to see what the current expectation is right there. So here it is right here. So so this is actually, this is July number. Okay, well, we already know that. That's 97% nada. That's not happening. So there's a current rate now, 425 to 450, the overnight rate. So here's the September, what we're talking about, where yes, so there still is that likely chance right now, 60% of you, or of the voters of the street, does believe that there is a rate cut coming up. Right now, that's 60%, so it's still not. I hope it stays like this. Then we can get some fireworks come September 17th.
But it does.
Which is my birthday.
Of course.
So let's hope that there is some fireworks there. Yeah, shout out to my brother as well, Irish twins. And then October, then we get another rate. It's still the same. So maybe come October, we're still at that same level. And then there's where we're talking about December, where it does look like there's a 42% chance that that's our second rate cut will be in the building by December. So we'll wait to see if that does come into play again. All right, I'm just noticing here, I just flipped over to Apple. Apple is making a move down. So there's the Fed, a quick little look there on the Fed rate cut. So we're just going to go right there. Nope, that's Warren Buffett. He's not too concerned right there. It's this man right now worried potentially about his job. I don't think he should be that worried. These guys will make a lot of money writing books, signing autographs, kissing babies, and whatnot. So shout out to Jerome Powell and company, as we've been waiting for the market right now to do something. I mean, we hope the market does make a move down, and we do take a little bit of profit on there. I mean, what we're sort of doing right now is just stacking up on some of these trades, man. Apple was a good one for us earlier, right there, positive until it wasn't, which is still fine. We remained well green on this trade, to be honest with you. And right now, same kind of thing. This has never gone against us. This short right here, it's not even a great price, man. We're only 10 cents in the money, but it's not doing anything. Hopefully we can get a drip down here into the close. Currently, the market imbalance looks like this. So what we're looking for right now, these are old from the NASDAQ. So we just have anything from 3 o'clock. So Enbridge downside right now. Nike looks like it wants to be on the sell side as well. But Nike's doing quite well at these prices, actually, $76. Okay, Apple, right now, let's see if we can break through 214. That would be real nice if that could happen. So I'm going to bid some more O2s, and then we'll wait for 96s, and then we'll wait for a little bit lower on that one. We never got our ultimate short on Apple, but we're going to hold out for this for a minute.
Where you could also potentially trade Apple, certainly see where it's moving on the chart, or if it's moving the most via indicators, would be with eSignal. And you can do it for free for the first month. That's right, they're still giving it free for 1 month, everybody here. So if you're looking for a reliable platform, if you're looking for something that allows you to trade through multiple brokers, that's easy to use, that is intuitive, that allows you to back test, then eSignal is for you. We always talk about it. It's like a trade smarter, not harder. And this is a fantastic tool. You have access to level 2. You can see the quotes as they go. You can set up indicators. And really, for 1 month free, you can take a shot at it. If you don't like it, then you don't have to use it. It's also entitlement based. So if you only want to look at, maybe you only want to look at the NASDAQ, or maybe you want to look at some European stocks. It doesn't really matter. You're able to add and subtract what you want. That's the best part about the platform, in my opinion, in some ways. I wanted to just, and again, you can also look at the, not just the QR code, just look for the link in the description for eSignal. We did get a super chat, from Peter about DraftKings, but I wanted to make one point as you were talking about the market in general and where we're headed. Because if we're supposed to be having a recession, then explain to me, like, look at this, IYT is a transports ETF. This isn't an upward trend. So last time I checked, if anybody's afraid of economic slowdown, these bad boys go first. Like, I have a buddy in trucking, and typically speaking, like, I know if he's having sleepless nights, then I tend to get worried about heading into a recession.
Okay.
That's one of those things, and the transports tend to matter there. But we did get that super chat, Peter. My friend is in DraftKings. Can you check on it for him? Okay, well, tell your friend what's up, and also tell your friend to jump in. He's more than welcome to watch the show, follow along. We do like to answer questions about what we see. Look, I'm not invested in DraftKings. I think are you still in DraftKings?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, Sean's still in DraftKings. I'm not in DraftKings, so I can just basically tell you what when I look at the chart, like what I see at the end of the day. But I have I don't think I've ever even been in DraftKings for more than like a short-term swing trade a long time ago. I think during COVID, when whatever, it doesn't really matter. What I do see here, though, that looks really, really good, and I'll get to the golden cross. That's not why I think it looks pretty bullish here. It's simply a big-time trend break. Whoops, where's my drawing tool? I'm on the drawing tool. There you go. It's because the name was in the way. It was a big-time trend break that has ended up with this channel. And it's not a clean channel on the bottom because it's really, really steep on the bottom, but it's forming a bit of a wedge into a top channel breakout. Now, two things can happen here. Like, while you're in this area, you can get a clean break that goes parabolic, but if you pull back, you've got cover back down into the 50 and the 200 pre-moving average. I don't like golden crosses for entries. I feel like it's one of the most overused swing entries. And then when it starts, so it's done a golden cross last couple of days. So people like to go long when the 50 period on the daily crosses the 200 period on the daily, simple moving averages. That happened a couple of days ago. So there's a bunch of people that are in this long that if it breaks down, starts breaking support, there's just a bunch of short-term trades that probably have to get out. That's what I usually don't like about that setup, because it doesn't give you a lot of leeway. If there's a small move down, it can exacerbate a little bit. I actually like it the other way. Like, if it looked bullish on the trend, on the channel, and was giving you a false signal like the death cross, then your entry can be when those shorts exit, which I'm a huge fan of. But I like this channel that it's in. Mostly it's about the top end of the channel respecting, but when it gets to the top, you want to look for support. If it breaks the top of this channel, you can get like a parabolic-ish move, which really kind of mirrors what it was doing here. Like, you just look at when it was doing this, kind of like that back in February, and then you had a big breakout because it's winding up for something. It's doing something very similar. I'm going to get rid of all these lines because I don't want them in my chart the next time we go over this stock, which is a cool feature. You just have to remember to clean it up here on P Pro 8.
Yeah, exactly. So be careful with all of that. I think that word is pretty cool there. What's Frosty just put in the chat there. Coiling. Yeah, you're looking for some stocks that are coiling up and then ready to make a move. Parabolic one way or the other is even better, but make sure that you do get into our chat ASAP by being a subscriber. So whether or not you're on that mobile stream, that's been really hot lately, go check that out. And again, that just gives you an opportunity if you are, we've had some people tell us, I like to watch you guys in the cafe, in whatever, in an Uber or whatever. I'm on my phone, and so we've made that mobile stream for everybody. So make sure you go check that out. Trader TV Live is where you'll find that. And it's a lot of fun. I want to thank the team for developing that. It's not a new thing that we've had. It's just we've been noticing more and more of you have sort of taken your own advice and sort of logged into that again. So thank you for everything. And here comes Apple. Let's go, man. What's up, Brenda? Right there. But here it comes right back in right now for Apple. Finally starting to make a move. We'll see if we can get a little bit lower here. We want to try to hold this and make something special happen at the end of the day. Why not? Right here. Here's 30 cents in the money. We did take out some more Webull. Our NVIDIA's coming out on a 170 break. I don't know if that's going to ever happen. All right, Scott Besson must have been watching the show. He now talking in our ear right now via Reuters that we could see 1 or 2 rate cuts. So thank you, Scott, for watching the show and knowing now that there's that Fed rate tool out there that we just discussed and talked about those 2 possible rate cuts. So right there, he, again, it's nice to have these guys watching us. We do a shout out to that as well. Maybe he's on the mobile stream.
Maybe he is. Well, he's been having breakfast with Powell, so they could just be putting it up on the stream while
we know Powell watches
croissants or something like that. I don't know what they eat for breakfast.
Powell just calls in too much. But Scott,
he's a little needy.
He's all right. He's all right. All right. So, as the market comes back in, we do have our NVIDIA stop coming through. There's only 7 minutes now. Wow. As time goes by here on the show. Tesla, I wish something was going on. Otherwise, you just had to short that top. Again, this is why when I look at this thing, it's like, all you had to do was that. Would have you really, I don't really want to short that level there, so I don't really think that that's a trade that I've missed out on or anything like that. If anything, it would just be longing off of levels that I know I like, which is the 200 period, but it's too choppy in here and it's too not good enough for me. So unfortunately, Tesla heading into tonight's earnings, we'll see with Sharif and Neil tonight. So that should be a lot of fun. Alphabet doing its own move right now. Not really doing much, actually. Just made a move up and made a move back in. So, the market really uncertain of potential, moves right now. So we'll wait to see. I think it's risky. We talked about the VIX here today. This is what it looks like on a daily chart. I may buy some protection for my own portfolio. I am forever long. So this is a good opportunity right now to potentially do that, because if Google somehow does not give a good cloud number today, what that means for Microsoft Azure. Now, Azure was the best of the best before, so I'm not sure that it's going to necessarily be like, okay, well, we're going to follow Google. But
Amazon will.
If they miss, that's going to be a problem. Microsoft's already at some pretty lofty levels now. Just straight up, this name has basically gone one direction since May 1st. It went from 425 basically to 510 and is still there. So really no pullbacks at all. If we're going to look at 1 or 2 days and call those pullbacks, I'm not. But there's a huge move to the upside. So yeah, this is why I'm telling you, I feel like, again, I felt like a lot of things. I felt like Big Bear AI was a trade today and I got smoked on it. But wow. What is Big Bear AI, or what is Bull doing right now? This is the hot dog winner today. Wow. Glad they come back to this kind of a move happening in front of my face right now. As Bull just goes upside. That's almost $1 right here on a $16 name. And again, we wrote this down at $16.50. How right we were on that one right there on the sticky note. So that's going to be a good one there. Brendan kept on bringing up some key things, and I didn't even think about this for Japan. I was only talking about Boeing for China, and I thought that that was going to be a great sort of olive branch extension there by the Chinese, and that would be to sort of load up into, some shares of Boeing, and at least not that they would buy shares, they would buy planes and commit to more planes. So that could have been something from China. It looks like today Japan also getting interested in that kind of a play. So now you're seeing what's happening right now in this name for Boeing. Nice upside play there for BA. So we're going to be patient with it and see where we can go with Boeing right now. It looks like a nice little upside play for Boeing, up 2.5%. Maybe potential of moving forward. Did they report yet? I don't think so. Boeing.
No, not
let me just find out when they report. Right there, in 6 days. So again, SoFi Day is Boeing Day as well. Tuesday, July the 29th.
Yeah, SoFi.
You'll get, the stock that's in the Dow, of course, SoFi. No.
Of course.
And then one that's not Boeing.
They could sneak it in. It's so cheap that it wouldn't be a big weighting and it would be fine. Oh goodness!
They could sneak in SnowFi.
When XYZ went into the index, or before it went into the index, we were sort of talking about the names that could possibly go in, and someone asked me, they're like, "Oh, why wouldn't SoFi go in there?" And I was just like, "Look, man, I own SoFi shares, and I would absolutely love for it to happen. It's not happening."
SoFi has negative earnings per share, I believe.
Like it is not happening. SoFi is one day. Look, in the future, absolutely. But in this cycle where a deal closes and you're waiting for somebody to come in, if there's a long list on it, then you know when you're in the back at the club and it's raining and you don't know anybody, so you can't get in there, and it is what it is, and everyone's getting let through. That's SoFi. Robinhood will have its turn, and that's sort of the thing. Like the reason why we generally have an idea of who will be next is because you just think of who's passed the litmus of being positive 4 quarters.
Yep.
That's a growth company, and usually they're in a hot sector which is underrepresented. That's why we know it's like the fintech.
Yeah, it's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science. It just in this particular case, it happened to be Block instead of Hood. Like everyone was in the right sector, we just got the name wrong. And I say we because a lot of people thought after Coinbase it was going to be Robinhood. I tended to be one of them as well, so I got that one wrong. I'll admit it. Like I thought it was almost a near lock for Robinhood over Coin, but or not over Coin, after Coin, I should say. 2 minutes to go to the imbalances. As Sean said, just Nike, for whatever reason, with a 1.2 million early look sell imbalance, it's done 10 million on the day, so that's actually a decent size, though it's going up with that early look sell imbalance. So there could be something there specifically on Nike. I'm probably just going to punch out of Neo.
There's Webull finally.
Something tomorrow. Webull's been fun. Do you take any Webull out?
No.
I sold a little while you were gone. But I just to take some profit because it was up like
mine's in the long term.
It was up 50%. Well, mine's in my TFSA, so I'm like, I have a rule. If I buy something for a swing in my TFSA, depending on if it's a penny stock, then I usually want to double up before I get out. But if it gives me 50%, I'm trimming. Just as a general rule in that account. And TFSA here is like a tax-free savings account. In the U.S., you guys have something similar like the Roth, but it's not the same thing. That's where I do my swings. Savage with the super chat in here. Are we waiting for a retest at 231.69?
Let's go, Apple.
Very specific. For BA to re-enter, or am I being a moron? It's okay to say, love the show, you guys rock. That is an oddly specific price. 231.69. Like where it broke out this morning? That's a key price level. I mean, you're talking about a swing trade or a day trade. In 10 minutes, it's not going to that price, almost unless there's a big sell imbalance. But generally speaking, that's a great reference price because it broke out from there. Just want a swing trade, that makes some sense. But we'll get to the imbalances in a quick second. It's not going to get there as a day trade, but that is a good price. I do generally like those. Either breakout prices, I think close prices are a little bit more important, but we can evaluate that tomorrow for Boeing. 10 seconds to go till the imbalances jump out here, and we'll see if anything pops up. There's no big index action, so it's not as if we have any expectations on the imbalances coming in a couple seconds.
All right, so because we're still in this position with now, there it goes. Yes, sir. Nice move downside there as we get some fills down to the downside, of course, right now. Statement via Reuters. Trump has nothing to say about Epstein. Good big surprise there.
Shocker.
We'll have to see what winds up happening right here as we come back into the downside. 213.80 coming into play right now for Apple. So this is what the imbalances look like. So getting out more as we go. But Apple, nicely traded there for sure. Another one, thankfully, there for Apple. Google goes out as a bid, so we'll have to wait to see what that does. There, if there's anything for the earnings report there, there's Apple, nice downside play. NCNA, so that's nothing
Penny
right
stock.
there, not doing anything. IQ, $2, it's the biggest sell there, but okay.
Kohl's is there for
QSI grab, not grub. There's Amazon there as well, that's a buy. So yeah, I mean, just looking out for everything right there. Apple will go out as a nice one, man. We'll props that one up as there goes Apple downside. Yeah, buddy. We said that maybe we were going to get a retracement to VWAP. Well, guess what, man? Barry Horowitz. We'll pat ourselves on the back right there for that one because there goes Apple. Nice play back into that downside as we just thought that there would have been a potential there for that. And yeah, it's exactly what happened. So nice move there for Apple. Bring it right back into VWAP again. There's that break that we talked about. We actually wanted the break up here. We missed it. We had to sort of take it, which is fine. We actually wound up punching a couple times. There's a few fills there. Apple with a really good trade right into VWAP, and that's sort of what we had called there. So happy with that play. We'll punch some more. Whoa, we just got some out there at 81s and just went to 74s or whatever. So nice move there as we go. Another one there. Shout out to Anish as well. Another one. That's a DJ Khaled right there as well. Have the weed stocks been doing anything? I mean, Tilray with a short float, most likely that's probably doing something. I was trying to get out of all of the weed stocks as of late, but that's a nice bump up for Tilray, of course, from just 50 cents a couple days ago, up to 75.80 cents. So boom goes the dynamite right now. Here we go, man. Yeah, let's get into the gates of hell for Apple as that comes right back in. Yeah, let's go. Nice move on Apple. We're getting this at the end of the day. Thanks everybody for watching and for appreciating some of the plays that we had on here. The likes have been going up, so hit the like, hit the subscribe, man, and we'll get that going as well. Big Bear AI, the loser for me today, as that'll go out near the high of the day. So we're really happy with the way this has traded. Bull, I mean, wow, 1650. I mean, join me tomorrow. We'll be here the rest of this week. Got a couple of days off next week, but there it is right there. Webull, 1650 right there for the long. The NVIDIA long at 168. So these are the two trades that we have on right now. The top two trades for myself today. Amazon didn't hit. DNUT we lost on. We can talk about that at that 475 price, but we're in and out of that one. There's 1650 on Webull. There's 1650 on Webull. So that's the first big trade. And then there is your next biggest trade right there for me is this one, and that's NVIDIA. There's 168 up to 171 today as well. So let's just get out of everything. It's 353. Apple kind of reversed itself a little bit again, but hearing something about Uber, but
Interesting.
U.S. tariffs, something.
It was something about looking to criminally charge officials for evading or anyone that evades tariffs, so that if you don't pay the tariffs, they'll go after them criminally. Isn't there like a World Trade Organization for? Anyways, you know what?
Yeah, because Trump's going to listen to that trade organization.
No, I know. It's a matter of look. It's all bargaining. Right, like they want the money and they'll find a way
Uber's
to get it.
at $90
for sure. Look, with only about a couple of minutes to go, I just want to point out we were randomly talking about SoFi. I actually didn't realize I have a flat trade on SoFi where it broke out, started to go, then stopped, and then it either goes right away or it doesn't. SoFi's up 3 points today, and having a good day going into earnings. Everybody, next week, 1 week from now, and they always I believe they report in the morning because they usually report in the morning. So watch out for them. They're going to be a big mover. They'll be double digits, but I'm sheepishly expecting it to be to the downside because that's what they do. But if you are trading them or anybody else, then you have the opportunity with Trade the Pool swing trading programs for access to up to 40,000 in BP to trade real shares and not CFDs. And you can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, enjoy limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente J, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082 in profits. His top performer was NMAX. He shorted it from the 20th of April to May 30th and pulled in $6,777 gains. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. Their 355 hit, but there were no big imbalances to revert. That said, we'll quickly show you nothing in there. Verve, I happen to know that's a buyout that's closing, so that's a complete nothing burger. IQ, that small stack stock is still there. Small buy on Lucid, so pretty much a nothing burger across the board. I saw FXI. Small buy and balance for Mara. Man, Mara's been taking it on the chin. I guess buy and balance because the shorts have to cover at some point. Mara down, what was it, 14% today? Oh, good bounce on Mara.
Back, yeah.
Yeah, down 11% today. So it's holding that 17 level. Looks like this could be nice tomorrow off of 17. Check out the 200 period average hold as well. Thank you so much to New York Cent for the super chat. I meant to do this. Thank you again. See you all tomorrow. We'll see you as well. Hey, stick around.
Yeah.
We got the aftermarket show. We got Tesla. We've got Alphabet. ServiceNow's reporting, IBM's reporting, Chipotle's reporting as well. So a host of earnings to get through. Sharif's going to join me up on the desk in just a couple of minutes, and we'll go through all of it. We'll answer as many questions as we can. We'll talk shop. That's what it's all about here. So the show doesn't end just because it's for the aftermarket. During earnings season, it's just like it's always going to be wild. We hope to the upside. Come on, good cloud number, Alphabet. Come on, good capital. I'm actually. I'll also be listening in closely. The call is going to matter a lot because that CapEx spend. Like if you're, trust me, like if you're long GEV or any of these like nuclear power names that are reliant on all the growth in the stock has been pretty much all about these crazy data centers and the power they're going to need. These have gone all parabolic. If there's any CapEx pullback on the big names, you're in trouble in these stocks. And I say that as a guy who owns GEV. Like, it's frothy. They drop their CapEx spend, we're down double digits in this stock tomorrow. Easy. Now, that's my 2 cents.
Palantir at 4%. Palantir going to go all-time highs probably
What's the
after market
high?
right now. It's 155.68 is the all-time high. We're at 154.68 right now, $1 away. But wow, Webull, man. I mean, this was a flosser today. The number one P&L name today, Webull for me, as it just rips. Like, huge move up there. We had 1650s twice, and even better than that last time, 1645s or so. So there goes that move. We cleared out our Apple. That was going to be a good trade to end the day. Now you only have 2.5 minutes until you're joined, Neil and Sharif, for the market recap show. I'll be on there tomorrow with somebody, and then Friday probably by myself, I guess, as there won't be too many earnings to cover there on Fridays. So yeah, man, really excited to be back here today with only 2 minutes now to go. That's Webull. Let's see if Tesla's doing anything into the close. Why don't we do that? All right, so no. So here's Tesla. Oh, here, I have something else for you guys. If you scan this barcode right here on Tesla, you get $1,000 off your next Model Y purchase. So if you just scan right there, that barcode, you'll get that as well. And then also tonight as well, join us for Alphabet earnings, as that should be really exciting as we finally kick off big tech earnings. We had Texas Instruments last night, and now tonight we go with Tesla, we go with IBM, we've got Alphabet, and a host of other names coming through. We're excited for all of that. So join us in just a couple minutes as we will be getting it going through. So yeah, what's up, Andre? You caught me right there. I'm doing something for Ramin right there. So you got that right there on the chat. As you check out all of our Facebook, our Instagram posts, as well as TikTok. We're on to there, and we're everywhere. So Instagram at Trader TV, Sean at Trader TV Live, the two bigger Instagram accounts for us. So go and check that out. But right now, into the close, Google hovering around as well, not doing a whole heck of a lot. I feel like I got something. Eyelash. All right, last minute of play in this period. So, the countdown, that's right. We've had to change that, so I got to hit that. It'll be Ramin on the countdown. There we go. See, I volunteered her for you, so you're welcome, everybody. Right there, now we only have 40 seconds to go. Oh, no. I can't say Ramin and it's Fabian, man. I will get booted off of this. Ramin and Fabian. Who's doing the bell? Okay, it's Ramin. Ramin. It's a little too early. I'll let you know when we're getting ready right there. Okay, so only 30 seconds left right now. I'm not sure. These earnings could come immediately at 4 o'clock, so make sure you do flip it over. This stream will automatically turn over, so you don't have to do anything, but get ready to go. Open it up on a second tab if you do want to right now. The countdown now, Fabian and Ramin, is now on. So right there, this countdown is brought to you by Instagram. As you can see right now, Ramin is doing all of the work. Fabian's going on. We do have a special 3, 2, 1. Jeez, we do have a special charity event that we're going to be running with Fabian, and that is he's going to chop off that great coif of his and donate it to kids a charity for hair. So we really appreciate all of that effort for Fabian. Once that gets more official and we figure out exactly our plan of action, we'll be mentioning that so you guys can sort of donate to that cause. We did it before with Fahad, and it was a great success. We want to do that again, so we want to thank Fabian for that. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Enough of me, man. Google's not moving around yet. We'll wait to see if Tesla wants to bounce. I'll just check it out to see if anything's happening. No, 333 right now for Tesla, 190.50 for Google. So right now we wait to see. I'm going to throw it over right now, I think. Andre, are we ready? All right, thumbs up for me. Thanks. It's been great being back. Unfortunately for you all, I'm back tomorrow as well. Let's go back over to the desk right here and figure out what these earnings are all about. Ciao.
Yes, thank you very much there, Sean. Welcome to the Aftermarket Recap, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Shout out to them. We got Alphabet earnings first. We're expecting Tesla as well. We got a host of names coming on through. We're going to get Chipotle. After that, ServiceNow is expected to report. IBM. QuantumScape at 4:15. That's going to be the biggest percentage mover. And if that's not the case, then I don't know what's going on. Sri, so a lot to get to.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Alphabet, the biggest name reporting just in terms of maybe scope, but
sir.
Tesla, all eyes on Tesla for some volatility. Need the focus to be on that robotaxi.
Absolutely, Neil, and a lot of expectations lately with Elon refocusing on his work as CEO as Tesla after a stint with politics. But I want to get to T-Mobile here, Neil, because we already got T-Mobile popping up through the high of the day there, up 2.5% to 240. Here's what we're getting. So the expectations on T-Mobile, Neil, I think we had a consensus estimate of $269 a share on 2.97 billion. 20.97 billion, and we're getting EPS here of 284. So that is a beat on the bottom line. Can't see the revenue, 21.13. That's beating the expectations of 20.97. So a good report here for T-Mobile after the bell. There it is, taking out highs, Neil, 3.75% now, breaking into 241 and change.
Well, Alphabet's moving as well already. So you're starting to see Alphabet's press through 195. I don't have the numbers yet on Alphabet, but you're already starting to press to the upside. We've broken through the 91 high, and you're seeing a heavy bid come in through the 95 level as it just pulled back a little bit here. But again, still haven't seen the report come out, but good look so far on Alphabet. Remember, Google's been on a nice big upward trend, but when you look at that daily chart, kind of a brick wall around $200. So it's going to be interesting to see the nitty-gritty in here. So let's be careful. It's already starting to pull back in, Sharif, as Alphabet. You don't want it to give that rug pull action because there's a lot to forget about just the top and bottom. It's not going to matter as much. Everyone's going to want to see the individual line items when it comes to Google.
A lot of expectations for cloud, Neil, to continue to grow. They missed estimates last time around, with Azure being the only one that beat. It was Google Cloud and AWS both missing. But here we are. We're zigging and zagging, Neil.
I have some numbers on it here.
I still don't have anything.
I'm seeing they beat 231 versus 218 top on EPS. The revenues beat 96.4 versus 93.97, so a beat top and bottom. The cloud revenue.
Here we go.
Oh no, they just went to the downside. But I see cloud revenue as 13.6 Q2, estimations 13.14. So the cloud revenue was actually a small beat as well. But we just, I don't want to say rugged it, we just lost 190 here in Alphabet, and we're headed to the downside. This is the thing about these markets, man. You've beaten them up even if it's not perfect. Look, Texas Instruments had everything was good, small miss on the guidance, and they were down double digits today and never really caught too much of a bid closing on the lows. Alphabet could be seeing a little bit more of that as well. We'll need to see a little bit more information as we get more line items from Google, but it's not looking terribly bad. For now, but the price doesn't lie, Sharif.
No, I'm seeing revenue, Neil, of $96.43 billion on the quarter, on EPS of $2.31, with net income, Neil, coming in at $28.2 billion. We'll have to juxtapose that to some of the estimates that we have over here, but the market already reacting to the downside, about $1.87. We'll have to dive a little bit deeper to see exactly what missed and what did okay as all the news kind of comes in all at one time here. Kind of hard to see exactly exactly what the report is at any one time. But here we go. So there we go. So 14% revenue increase in Q2 of 2025, driven by double-digit growth across key segments. We'll keep tabs on that. Let's open this bad boy up.
We got some CapEx numbers.
Go ahead.
Alphabet sees full-year CapEx at $85 billion. They saw, wow, 85 billion, saw about 75 billion prior, estimates 73. So CapEx is going up. Okay, well, that makes me relieved for my plays in for my play in GEV, but it doesn't seem like the stock is happy with it.
No.
What we want to see is what was going on with Meta.
Yes.
They spend more and nobody cares. And they just keep on going higher. But look, we got top and bottom beats. We got a cloud beat. We have CapEx going up, but they're selling off in the news at the end of the day. So like the concerns structurally aren't necessarily there, but the price action is the price action, and Alphabet heading into the downside.
I got some more information
go
here,
ahead,
Neil. Let's
Sri.
go ahead with some of this. So we got over here good growth in YouTube, Google subscriptions, and cloud, each reporting double-digit growth. Google services as a whole, Neil, saw a 12% rise in revenue up to $82.5 billion, kind of highlighting the outcomes of the robust YouTube ads as well as Google search. Google Cloud demonstrated significant 32% growth, with revenues amounting to $13.6 billion, driven by core and Google Cloud platform products as well as AI, obviously. Operating income for Google, Neil, came in at $33.1 billion. That was up from $29.7 billion, while the cloud operating income rose to $2.8, up from $1.2. Not a bad look over here. We'll have to keep an eye on some more figures, but coming in little by little.
Yeah, and just so everyone knows, Tesla, we're expecting Tesla at 405. There was a slight move to the upside just now in Tesla. It was able to get to, oh, where'd you go? It was able to get to like 335 and then pulled back a little bit. So there is a bit of a volume spike, but I don't see the numbers yet on Tesla. Really, it's the Alphabet show, but you're seeing moves. AMD went to the upside, I saw in the chat. NVIDIA is going to the upside. Remember, if CapEx is going up, that is good. It's good for the chips. It's good for the data centers. It's good for those that are powering the data centers. So what I said, the structural soundness is there because the numbers were good in Alphabet, and they're not cutting back in spending, which, heck, if they thought the economy was going down and thought we're going to be in trouble, would they be spending more on CapEx? No. I don't think so. I'd like to think they know what they're doing. So it's all systems go for all of the trend we're seeing in the data center and the AI play. As far as I'm concerned, it's just Alphabet in particular itself is taking it on the chin.
There doesn't seem to be too much wrong here, Neil. I mean, 32% growth. Really, what I want to focus on was cloud. We all know that cloud really was going to make or break. Revenue grew significantly on cloud, guys. 32% year-over-year bump up to $13.6 billion, again driven by AI infrastructure. We're going to have to wait for the call to find out some of the nuances here, but this doesn't make a whole lot of sense with respect to the reaction. Maybe sell the news, or not exuberant enough, as we saw with Texas Instruments, kind of reaching the midpoint this morning, but yet selling off anyway. Still, guys, waiting for that Tesla
IBM is out.
You got IBM.
IBM is out. Revenue beat 17 million versus 16.59. EPS was 231. I don't have a comparable for
264,
that. Versus 264, so they missed on EPS. Margins at 59%. Free cash flow good at 13.5, but after an initial move up, IBM now starting to sell off. That'll be on that EPS miss for sure. I mean, we've been beaten. Everyone's been beaten top on bottom, and the issue's been guidance.
Yes, sir.
To actually miss on EPS, that's not a good sign there for IBM. Pulling back pretty heavily. Just give you a look at this on the daily chart. The 50 period on IBM is sitting right here at 277-ish. So that's a big level, and we just busted through that. So you've broken the 50 period on the daily at that 277. It'll be interesting. If you get a dead cat, if you get any kind of a bounce here, it's not falling enough to be a dead cat bounce. If you get any kind of a bounce, I want to see if it can get through that 277, the 50 period. You can't miss on EPS. Everyone's beating top bottom. We worry about the guy. That's not going to be a good look for IBM. Chips, again, chips strong. I think it's pretty good.
Yes.
The data centers or the CapEx spend on Google is going to be pretty good for the overall market. But in terms of actual price movement on these earnings names, no. not looking good for a couple of big ones so far.
I got a couple here of data points on IBM, Neil. So with respect to cash flow outlook, increased full year forecast for free cash flow, expecting around $13.5 billion. Their adjusted EBITDA for Q2 increased to 4.7, up from the prior 4. They do anticipate robust third quarter growth. Revenue grew primarily, Neil, led by software and infrastructure segments. Margin expansion as well improved. It has to be something to do with the guide over here. Misses by 34 pennies. Yeah. So costs were a little outrageous, Neil. So as you mentioned, an EPS of 231, which is 34 pennies worse than the 265 expected on revenue for the quarter, which came in at 17 billion. That was ahead of consensus estimates, though, of 16.59. So a beat on the top line, but a miss on the bottom line, Neil. Likely something to do maybe with CapEx or costs. We've been seeing a lot of these cloud and AI providers really spending up a storm here as they build out the AI infrastructure, Neil. So we'll have to keep an eye on it.
Chipotle's tanking.
And now as well. Okay,
Service now is going ham, but unfortunately Chipotle's heading to the downside. CMG, they announced the results, but like, you know what? Oh, it's looking pretty nasty. I don't have the numbers on Chipotle just yet. ServiceNow did just come out, however, and they're going in the other direction. They exceeded their guidance, so that's why they're going up. But not looking good for Chipotle. You're down almost 7%, it looks like, and just absolutely getting tanked. There isn't much of a bid on this particular name, as we certainly. I'm waiting for Tesla. Where is Tesla here? There's ServiceNow, expensive stock, pumping to the upside, and we'll get the numbers on both of those two.
This one, yeah.
But Tesla, it's moving around, and there's no numbers out yet. So it's just going back and forth, and now starting to extend a little bit here, but we expected them 5 minutes ago.
Yes, exactly. Well, yeah, Elon is he's going to do Elon things, Neil. That's typically what he does. Let's talk a little CMG here. Revenue increased for Q2. It rose 3% to 3.1 billion. Comparable sales decreased 4%, offset slightly by a 0.9% higher average check. Operating margins declined to 18.2% from 19.7%. Restaurant level operating margins, Neil, fell to 27.4 from the previous 28.9. Diluted. You got it? Okay, so we got Tesla.
We now have Tesla. They've missed on EPS, 40 cents versus a 42-cent estimate. They've missed on sales, 22.5 billion, missing 22.79 as the estimate there. Look, 23% decrease over earnings from the same period last year. We knew, look, man, the quarterly sales numbers had already been looking bad. You were seeing bad numbers out of California.
Exactly.
So I feel like we were braced for a little bit of this, and that maybe that's the reason why, hey, we're not tanking here.
No,
we've actually bounced a couple of times off the close support at 332. Like, we've managed to hold out. As a matter of fact, it's been bouncing and getting a little bit higher each time. 338 is a high. I've seen it just get back into 335 as we speak. So maybe some of this weakness was going to be baked in. I think the call is going to matter more.
Absolutely.
I don't want to hear any silliness on the call. I want to see a focus. If Elon's going to speak on the call, I want him focused on moving forward. What's going on with Robotaxi, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Come on. Where are we rolling out next? We've seen positive stories along that line. And I want to see a little bit more of that. I want to talk about robotics.
Absolutely.
See what the growth is going to be.
Absolutely.
And keep it moving, and let's not worry about the America part and all the other nonsense.
Exactly. Not too many stocks, Neil, can drop 11.78% decrease in sales year over year and not be down substantially here in the pre-market, giving you an idea that the bad news was so priced in. So here's the deal, guys. 11.78% decrease of sales of $25.5 billion. That is a big miss there. So as Neil mentioned, quarterly earnings per share, 40 pennies. That was lower than the street's expectations of 42. A drop by 5.44%. A 23.08% decrease over earnings of 52 cents per share of the same period last year. Net sales, quarterly sales, Neil, 22.5 billion, which missed the consensus estimates again of 22.79 by 1.3%. Still up here nicely. Well, not nicely, but not too bad in the pre-market.
Satinderjeet in the chat, my screen is not upside down. Look, you can miss and you can go up. The same way Alphabet can beat and they can go down. That's just how it is, man. We saw this with, by the way, Alphabet's right back to where it was. Because a good company sometimes get bought right back up. Dang. Alphabet right back into the 190 level. That's a key price. this is what we've been seeing a lot of this lately, okay? The expected move was 6% on Alphabet. Last quarter, they moved 1.7. So those that are playing these earnings plays, a lot of times you're just getting rinsed back and forth.
Yeah.
You're getting under the expected move. Anyone selling options is winning on this bad boy. And the gravity's taking it right back to the middle at 190. It fails 95 top. It fails 85 bottom, which means you're easily inside. You're going less than 5% there.
Absolutely.
So you're just rinsing in both sides of this. And as usual, the market makers tend to win in those selling. But that's just how it is. Going back over to Tesla for everybody in here. And I get it. Like, would the markets be fun if it was as simple as the stock is going to go up because they beat in the top and the bottom?
No, it's not that simple.
We're traders at Trader TV Live. To a certain extent, I like the fact that things aren't that easy because that gives you some kind of an edge to trade. It gives you reasons. It gives people reasons to have differing opinions. If everything just went as exactly as you expected it to, then there'd be nothing for us to do. Right, so that's where the excitement comes from. And heck, if I was a short seller looking at this right now on Tesla, I'd be like, oh, no, not again.
Well, I hope he's
not
pressed,
again.
though, Neil, in the call about the California rollout. He told us a month or two, something like that, about the robo-taxi expansion to San Francisco. If you check with the California state, he hasn't even applied. So we'll have to wait to see exactly what the details are there. Also, I want to hear more about the expansion of the robo-taxi in Austin. They got 12 Model Ys driving around a weird-looking geographic map. You can Google that if you'd like. I'm not going to show it here.
Pause.
But yeah, exactly. Neil, let's cover ServiceNow for a sec because they reported and they're doing quite well here. So ServiceNow bumping up substantially here in the aftermarket. Here's what happened, guys. Revenue increase of around 23% year over year on the quarter, up to $3.22 billion. Adjusted EPS per share of $4.09, easily beating the $3.57 expected by the street. They raised their guidance as well, Neil. They cited strong AI revenue, which was up 50% year over year on the quarter. Their subscription outlook, they're now projecting subscription revenue to be in the neighborhood of $12.78 billion to $12.8 billion, up from the earlier guide of around 12.6 and change. Their profit grew as well, Neil. $385 million in take-home money. That's about $1.84 a share, up from the $262 million that they had printed last quarter. So very expensive stock, over $1,000, but doing quite well here in the aftermarket, Neil.
Yeah, absolutely. And guess what else is moving? We've got QuantumScape.
Hey.
I want to see QuantumScape. You can do better than moving 60 or 70 cents.
I'd like for them
This
to
is
succeed.
the one. Look, QS. We all want solid-state batteries to succeed. I think. Look, I don't care whether you own the stock or not. I want to root for them because I think it's a technology I want to work. Just keep in mind here, the expected move was 15%. So when that moved 90 pennies to the upside, that's nothing. And when it comes back in, that is also absolutely nothing on this. I don't want to call it a nothing burger because people are probably in this stock. I don't have numbers on it just yet. Clearly, it's got to be out. But when we get this across the board, there's a lot of names that are going. Just want to note there was another piece of news I wanted to get to. Someone authorized the buyback. Let me just get up. I had it on my phone. I believe it was.
There we go. Got it.
Someone authorized the buyback. I'll get back to it in a quick little second. But I'm now seeing QuantumScape is now back to the upside. Like if watching this, it's like yo-yo action. But what's weird? But here, and I keep coming back to this. I don't think a single one of these names has exceeded the expected move. So you get all this price action, which I guess is great for anybody that's sort of going back and forth in the aftermarket.
Right.
But anybody that made some plays going into these earnings.
Absolutely.
It's just everybody loses.
Well, yeah, and you're probably getting stopped out a lot if you have any hard
just
stops there.
Lots of stops, like all
Takes
across
me back,
the board.
Neil. Takes me back.
I know that's
Trading
something. I know that's
aftermarket.
something you used to do, and that can be it can be a tricky game. Everybody, no questions asked. There were some smaller names that were also reporting.
There's Las Vegas Sands as well.
LVS is reporting. Viking Therapeutics. I haven't seen the numbers on Viking, but we do have LVS making. Again, they're not a big one, but they did slight move to the upside. We weren't expecting a gigantic move out of them, but Las Vegas Sands is out. They had a beat, so looking good for them. But I keep coming back to where this all started because we've been highlighting the names that have reported.
Yep.
But I just want to reiterate. So there's Alphabet to the downside. Right? Remember they beat top and bottom, and even their cloud number was a beat as well, beating expectations. But the CapEx spend came in larger than expected, and so if you're looking at some of the bullish things aftermarket, there's NVIDIA breaking out and holding higher. Absolutely fantastic. That's what we like to see. You're going to have AMD moving up on this. Not as big, but that's exactly what you like to see. Broadcom, everybody. AVGO, big move to the upside. $12 on Broadcom is not chump change. Now, I haven't checked this yet, but this is a little bit self-serving because I was really, all I care about is that GV didn't come down in the aftermarket on this. Because this name got really frothy. I think a lot of the data center power names, I'm talking like GEV, Vistra, and Constellation, everyone's saying, hey, you got to power all these data centers. We're power hungry. We need them. These have been going absolutely ham. I meant to go to the daily chart. I was completely convinced if we got a smaller CapEx spend, this stock is down double digits. Google's spending more on CapEx. I think we need to hear from Meta later on and from Alphabet just to confirm, and from Microsoft just to confirm all of this. But that gives some more air to these names. But what's crazy is GE Vernova trades at 80 times prior to the last earnings that just came out.
Such demand for this.
And but the demand's there, and it's growing into it. But like it even like I'm sitting in shares of this, like, oh goodness, maybe I should be selling soon, and I haven't sold any. And I'm looking for excuses. And CapEx spend going down on Alphabet was going to be one of them. That hasn't happened. And that's great for the market. It's great for chips. It's great for these power names. But at the end of the day, Alphabet is flat.
I got more information here on the report on Alphabet, Neil, if we can kind of give it. So some of the things that we already know: exceeded second quarter earnings expectations. They're down, though. Earnings forecast, they're projecting earnings of around $218 a share. That was up from the previous $189 on $94 billion of revenue, which is an 11% bump year over year. Their AI and cloud focus, the key driving factors here were Google Cloud and their AI investments, which grew by 27%. Their AI data center investment, Neil, they're going to invest they invested $53 billion last year. They're going to invest $75 this year, kind of confirming that. With respect to their advertising growth, their ad business, which is 76% of revenue, grew 8%, which accounts for ads alone account for half of Alphabet's total sales. Search dominance concerns, though, continue to plague them. They mentioned that in the report. YouTube service growth as well. Their ad subscription business on YouTube grew by about 15%, outpacing their traditional ad segment. And their Waymo, autonomous driving, something we've been talking a lot about. 71 million miles now completed, Neil, as part of the money-losing business. But hey, when you're paying $250,000 for one of those iPads, it's kind of hard to maintain margins, but you feel like that they're going to grow into that.
It's the future.
Absolutely.
Right? At the end of the day, they're going to lose money. And the best thing about it, when they're printing everywhere else, and they're generating plenty of cash, so they're able to do this, they've got to make sure they stay ahead of the game. This is part of the moat that they have to have here. And realistically, it's about the pivot. We all know with Alphabet that things are changing when it comes to advertising. And whatever they're able to capture, they're not going to zero. We know that OpenAI is coming out with their own browser, and there's going to be a bit of a battle here going on. Can Alphabet hang on to their dominance? Maybe they can't. But that's why they're going to have automated driving. That's why they do have more hourly views in the last quarter on YouTube than Netflix. Okay, like they've got levers to pull here. Now I'm saying all this as stock's going down. I'm seeing people in the chat simply saying, "Hey, why the heck is why is Meta down when Google had good numbers?" It's just sympathy. These are some frothy names. They've been driving the market up, and sometimes it has to do about what happens going into the earnings. And if you've been trending, IBM falls into this as well. And there's just anything that they can point to is disappointment, or maybe it's nothing at all. People take profits, and especially when we're so tightly wound in all of the same stocks.
Absolutely.
But I know for anyone that's not a Tesla bull, like everyone's like, oh, what is going on with this stock? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, there you go. It actually just retested back down on Tesla. Tesla did miss. Tesla missed on the top. It missed on the bottom. It's down a little bit, not much. It comes back to flat. And this just goes right back to the point. And Nothing is surpassing the expected moves. We're getting held on either side here on pretty much everything that isn't Chipotle.
And did they miss too?
Chipotle is the only one that exceeded its prior move, and that was to the downside.
I wanted to mention a lot has been made about energy storage and energy generation. Their solar unit, I'm talking about Tesla, obviously, they declined as well. So total revenue decreased on decline in energy generation and storage revenue due to lower ASP as well as growth in service and others. So we'll keep giving you these little kind of tidbits out of the Tesla report as they come in, excuse me. But I want to mention, Neil, Las Vegas Sands, it's up nicely here, 5.5% on a good report, guys. Revenue grew 15.2% year over year, up to $3.1 billion, easily beating estimates there. Their operating income also rose $783 million from a previous $551 on EPS of 79 pennies, beating the consensus estimate of 55 pennies. Their adjusted property EBITDA improved to $1.33 billion, up from $1.07 last year. Balance sheet strength, $3.5 billion in unrestricted cash, with $15.7 billion in total debt, which declined. They also repurchased a lot of shares, Neil, a little bit less than $1 billion, about $800 million worth of money that they added back in their shareholders' pocket, and the market rewarding them here after the bell. Over $50 goes a key technical area and up 4.93. Not a bad look for Las Vegas Sands, but as you said, not a big name.
No, not that big of a name. Chipotle hasn't really caught much of a bid yet, by the way. We were expecting 6.5%. Chipotle has now dropped about, I mean, it's double digits with a little bit of a bounce, so I don't want to tell you. It's moving around a little bit here, especially to the downside. It was a very slight miss. They beat top of it. It was a very slight miss on, they beat on the EPS. EPS was in line, actually. Sorry. It was sales that missed. EPS was in line for Chipotle.
In line, yeah.
It was a slight miss on sales for Chipotle, and it's getting really badly beaten up here. That said, it's always been a very pricey name on valuation, and that has always been true, and it hasn't been behaving that well.
And there has to be a premium on the loss of Brian Nickel. I mean, he was just such a heavyweight, and him going to Starbucks likely, it changes some of the dynamics in the company, right? I want to give everyone the kind of the look over here, Neil. I got the things that we just mentioned. Non-GAAP EPS, as you mentioned, in line 33 pennies on revenue of $3.06 billion, missing by about $60 million there with respect to estimates. The increase in total revenue was really driven by new restaurant openings. Comparable restaurant sales also decreased 4%. So it wasn't the existing stores that helped out. It was the newer ones due to lower transactions of about 4.9%. It was kind of partially offset by 0.9% increase in the average check. Digital sales represented about 35.5% of total food and beverage revenue. Comparable sales, as I mentioned, decreased 4%. And for 2025, management is anticipating the following: about flat full-year comparable restaurant sales, 315 to 345 new company-owned restaurants opening, with about over 80% having a Chipotle, an estimated underlying effective full tax revenue of about 25 to 27%, Neil.
Chipotle, and I like that one. Thank you for hitting the drums there.
That's what they called it. I didn't even know that existed.
Tesla did break the low of the day. For everyone asking, there is no guidance out on Tesla right now. And I saw someone saying, are they going to talk about IBM? We did mention IBM, and I get it. There's a lot of earnings names that are out there, and certainly a lot of the focus. Alphabet first, because Alphabet moves a lot of other big names. Like, none of these other stocks moved NVIDIA and Broadcom. Right? So Alphabet comes first in that regard, and then Tesla, because Tesla, everyone's always so interested in Tesla. Tesla Bulls, Tesla Bears is very interesting. But IBM continues to head lower in here. Yes. And just to reiterate, IBM's the one that missed on EPS. And I don't think any major name has missed on EPS in this earnings season. Like over 80% have been beating top and bottom so far, and we're about, 20% through earnings. Tonight is probably a little bit more than that, obviously. That being said, IBM was on a good run, but it wasn't like it was at all-time highs. No. So they're not getting punished for being at all-time highs here. This is not a place to be missing expectations, especially in a stable name like IBM. So I'm a little disappointed as a shareholder here.
I got the IBM data. If you,
let's go through the numbers again.
All right, guys, here we go. IBM, the profit. So they brought in Q2 profit was $2.19 billion. That's about $2.31 a share. That's up from $1.83 billion, or about $1.96 a share, year-over-year change. Your adjusted EPS, though, Neil, $2.80 a share, surpassing the estimates of $2.65 on revenue of $16.98 billion, which was an 8% pop year-over-year on the quarter, and again ahead of analyst expectations of 16.59. Software revenue increased by 10%, up to about $7.39 billion, slightly missing expectations. So you have a miss in software revenue. Cloud strength, hybrid cloud business, notably Red Hat Cloud Management software rose 16% year over year, and automation revenue as well, 16% year over year. Consulting, that bumped up 3% year over year, up to $5.31 billion, beating expectations. Infrastructure growth grew 14% year over year, up to $4.14 billion, again exceeding forecasts. And their currency tailwind here, nice to hear about currency tailwinds as opposed to headwinds.
Exactly.
Sometimes they expect a favorable foreign currency exchange effects and forecast constant currency revenue growth of at least 5% for the current calendar year. And last but not least, their cash flow outlook. Full year cash flow guidance now exceeds a prior estimate of $13.5 billion. It's got to be something to do with the guide here. There is not a whole lot wrong that you see there. So we'll dig in a little bit deeper.
Well, the thing that disappoints me is the miss on EPS. There were
EPS.
The forward P going into this was like 24.
Fair.
Right? So when you miss on EPS, all of a sudden, you know, that's if they meet expectations, they're at a great multiple for them.
Fair enough.
Their exposure, of course, I know they're a dividend stock, but that's some good growth that you get, especially in the quantum side. So at the end of the day, I think that's going to suck. If we draw back in, and I want to see where it settles down. But if we're in the low 20s in EPS in a couple of days, I'm buying IBM.
Okay, I like that.
You give me anything in front of you. I want to see it settle down after earnings. But if we're back and we're in the low 20s,
and this has been doing fantastic.
If we get in the teens, it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. But for now, they take it on the chin. Of course, the Tesla call tonight is going to be a big one, but it's a wild earnings day, no question. No questions asked. Tomorrow trading is going to be even more intense because we have a lot to get through. Tesla, again, with another bit of a bounce here off of some of those lows. I know everyone is going to be focused on this name and Alphabet, but don't sleep on the effect Alphabet had with that CapEx spend of Broadcom and NVIDIA and AMD, lots of strength there because CapEx went up for Alphabet. You know what time it is, everybody. It's 4:30. It's been a wild aftermarket show.
That went really quickly.
But thank you so much for filling in for Adair. You're crushing it as usual. Just destroying it because the news part of it, that's the part that for me, it's like all over the place. I love looking at the charts, everybody.
Right?
Well, it's a great thing. Or hey, man, you could use Perplexity if you want.
Or
you could use
using Gemini.
I know you should have been using Gemini because it was Alphabet earnings. But we got roll call time, everybody. And if you don't know what roll call is, usually Adair is going to rhyme your names really fast. You got to be in the chat. So as they're coming in here, you got to type in the chat. To do that, you have to be a subscriber. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, everybody, or don't and be lame. Or just do it right now. And we'll get all of them as fast as I can. I'll take a few breaths. I am not Adair, but I'm going to do my best. Shout out to Pathic. Shout out to Joe Paul, Brian Hart, Ryan Nola. We got Ed. We got Gorav, Stevenson, Darwin. We got Brian again. Now it's going too fast. Fox, FS6 Trader, JH, Rual Trades, Carlo, Brian again, Rajesh, Dinkelberg in the chat, 2 New York Cent. Wow, this is going way too fast. For Siesta Mike 44, Top Dog. We got Bretto. We got Just in Time. We got, I can't even read this anymore. You guys are killing me. Rook 78, Sunil Pudal. We got Brown Lightning.
Okay.
My nickname in high school was Black Lightning. I have no idea.
That's a sick name because you're fast.
Why? Yeah, okay, but what's the other reason why it was Black?
Well, I don't know. You can answer that one, Neil. I'm staying clear of that one.
Well, I'm just simply saying, it's like, come on, man.
Well, yeah,
they had to do it. Shout out to, it's hard. Dinkelberg, you got to see all things Trump even in the chat. WRX, we've got Butch Concepcion. Go Bills is in the chat. That's what I'm talking about. Have fun at training camp, brother, and tell me how Dalton Kincaid is looking. I want him to be healthy this year. But hey, we'll end it there. Again, I want to thank you for filling in for Adair. Those are big shoes to fill. You did a great, fantastic job. We welcome Sean back. Obi did a great job filling up. Our team did a fantastic job. Shout out to Joe on the midday.
Joe.
Shout out to Fabian, Ramin, to Andre as well. We're shouting out Ramin.
No.
I am Team Ramin, and I don't care what you say.
No, I can't do it, Neil. Sorry.
Team Ramin over here as far as I'm
She's
concerned.
throwing something.
What up, Ramin? Ramin, throw stuff at him. She has a clear line of sight to
Please,
throw stuff at
please.
this dude, and you have
Don't
to.
do it, Ram Ram. No.
It's all in good fun, everybody. But you know what the best thing is?
Yes, sir.
We get to do it all again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
We
Bright
get to
and early.
trade these names. We get to bring you the news. We get to have a little bit of fun. And we'll do it bright and early at 8:30 in the morning. This has been the Market Recap Show brought to you by Beta Pro. Shout out to everyone in our community. Have a good one, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Good night, guys.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.